It's the big one, it's the Ashes.
That is sublime.
At such an iconic test ground, it's really exciting.
Good morning, everybody. This is Trent Bridge Live, and today is day 3 of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire. Now, after 2 days, it is Warwickshire that have a strong grip on this fixture because Notts currently trail by 489 runs, and they only have 5 wickets remaining in their first innings. So we've had a bumper 2 days of cricket here at Trent Bridge and a little bit of lightning and thunder yesterday. But let's remind you of all the action that took place yesterday on day 2, and we'll do that with the highlights.
Lashed into the offside, and that goes through extra cover for 4. Ball with the green undersoles to his boots is driven for 4 between cover and point this time by Briggs. That was a rather more authentic shot. It still looks like it's playing nice and true. It's a very full and driven back and caught by Ball. That's an excellent caught and bowl. Danny Briggs can't quite believe his misfortune there.
This delivery is pulled away handsomely for 4. James in now. Bowles just takes a step down the pitch and works him through mid-wicket for 4. Leg spinner in Bowles. Full toss, and he's bowled him. Really, that was a full toss. He could have hit that anywhere. Deep square leg and Bowles. And this one is gone. Is it gone the full distance? It has.
That's a reverse sweep, and it's well dispatched, this one by Burgess.
Belted down the ground in again, and this one's away on the leg side, and that's going to take some fetching and finding, I think. No, it's clattered into one of those plastic seats.
Everybody else is spread far and wide as Mullaney bowls. He's going to be launched in the air, and is he going to go this time? Oh, it's just going to clear the man. They might have got a hand on it.
Carlin Harrison to bowl to Hassan Ali, comes down the track, slams it down the ground, and it's just disappeared down below, was very close to the rope.
Will he be able to resist the final ball of the over? He's launching it straight as he's got more than enough. It's back and 6. What an innings from Hassan Ali. His second 50 in successive matches. 54 not out, has come off 35 balls with 5 sixes.
Mullaney's in, Bowles. And it's driven out to extra cover on the boundary, fielded on the boundary, so he gets his single on the stroke of half time. Burgess, he's batted really well.
When he does go down, he'll go down in flames. Will it be now? He comes down the wicket and he launches it to the leg side, and there's going to be a chance here straight away. It's a long time in the air, and in the end, it's a well-judged catch.
There's Patterson in again, and this time Burgess with a tennis forehand slam. And to conclude the over to Burgess, and again he's opted to scoop it down the leg side, and again he's executed it.
Rushworth is on strike, and he's driving for 4. That was a sturdy strike.
Burgess in Bowles. Oh, and that's smashed down the ground for 4, really.
Harrison to bowl to Rushworth, comes down the track and has spooned it out onto the offside. Asiba Mead takes the catch and Rushworth goes, and Harrison's got 4, and I'm looking at Michael Burgess.
Alan Dolby once more, bowls, and that's put away for 4. Beautiful shot by Hamid.
Alan Dolby back of a length, and that's beautifully dispatched square on the offside by Hamid, who just got up on his toes to ride the bounce.
In now and bowls, and that's 4 runs. It's Ali in to Hamid, and that's clipped away for 4.
Here's Ed Barnard then to continue. Edge caught at first slip. Barnard gets the wicket, gets the breakthrough. So they've got a really talented attack.
And this delivery drives, and he's out caught behind.
Both coming in the same match as Richardson. He's lost these off stump, bowled by Hassan Ali. Off stump, knocked back slightly.
As Rushworth comes in, and it's a top edge pull, and it's in the air, and Hassan Ali's going to take it at mid-on.
Figuratively and mentally on the front foot as he does now, pulling this one away on the leg side. Can anybody get round to take it? Next ball on its way. Mullany will pull this one high into the Fox Road stand. First one was just a sighter, second one smashed away from his presence.
Alan Dolby draws an edge, and James goes for 5. Well, Alan Dolby has deserved that since tea.
So as you saw there, another good day for Warwickshire on day 2. But what was the Notts view on the action that took place yesterday? Well, the media team caught up with assistant coach Kevin Shine yesterday, who admitted that it had been a tough couple of days for the home side.
Kevin, what's your assessment of the day overall?
Yeah, tough day for us today. Tough couple of days, to be honest. We didn't go into this game thinking it would be in this position. We've played some really good cricket so far in the First Division this year, and we've had some tough days as well there as well, and this is probably right up there with one of the toughest so far. What's
it demanded this afternoon after 130 odd overs in the field to then be coming back and batting, replying to that 570 odd?
Well, it's demanded what we've done for an awful lot of the time for the last 2 or 3 years. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone for us today, and it's through no lack of effort. When you see these boys prepare and how they prepare, how much time they put into their game, this sort of position very rarely happens, and hopefully it won't happen moving forward. So all I can say is there's still 2 days to go. We've still got 15 wickets, and we're going to battle really hard.
And that the same approach from here on in for that middle lower order that will resume tomorrow morning?
Yeah, absolutely. You won't see anyone giving up here at all. We'll battle as hard as we can. Once again, 2 days to go. We're going to knuckle down and work really, really hard to save this game.
Wickets in the Warwickshire innings from some fresher faces in terms of first-class cricket this season. Firstly, Jake Ball took a few in his return to first-class cricket.
Yeah, lovely to see Jake back. And you saw his class there. It was really nice to see, once again, that Rolls-Royce action, the run-up, the beautiful action. And actually getting some wickets. Ultimately you want to come and play and get wickets, and that will do Jake's confidence a huge amount of good.
And Calvin Harrison's relatively new into the first class setup as well. How have you seen him develop over, I guess, the last year or so to where he now has played a couple of first class matches?
Yeah, Calvin's done some great work with Ant Boter, the spin coach, and you can now see that starting to take place. Once again, you have to look at what happens behind the scene, and Calvin's done a couple of winters, and obviously the summers that he's played for us of really, really hard work on his action to make himself more consistent. It's such a tough art, bowling leg spin. And I think we've seen out there today the emergence of a really, really exciting cricketer. He's got every ball that a leg spinner can bowl. He's working on controlling those, and I think that was exciting to watch today.
The thoughts of Kevin Shine there after day 2 yesterday. Now, we're a couple of minutes away from the start of play, but a couple of questions for you. Are you a little bit of an adrenaline junkie, and would you like to see Trent Bridge in a different view? Well, if you are one of those people, then take a look at this.
Right, lads, see you on the other side.
What a fantastic event that will be, and if that does interest you, then do go to the Trent Bridge website and visit the Community Trust part of the website. Now the umpires are making their way onto the field, so will the players, so I'll hand you over to your commentary team of Roland, Richard and Dave for day three's action.
And a very good morning everybody, welcome to a bright and sunny Nottingham, where the umpires are on their way out to the middle, and very shortly Nottinghamshire will resume their first innings on 82 for 5. Thanks very much. Those of you watching the live stream will have seen Aaron Lord there just setting the day up nicely. We heard from Kevin Shine, saw yesterday's highlights, and a nice little feature there on the event here at Trent Bridge on the 16th of July. Donate for Dementia, a chance to register your interest. Come along and zip wire right the way across the ground, and well, I tell you, that's a scary old looking thing. You wouldn't get me up there, but if that's your sort of thing, all the details on the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website. The two batters made their way to the middle, Stephen Mullaney and Tom Moores, not in a bit of a pickle, it's fair to say, resuming on 82 for 5. Just a small matter of we'll do the sums in a bit, but 490 or so behind that imposing Warwickshire score of 571 for 9. 489 they are behind, there we are, and it's going to take an awful lot of resistance and indeed run scoring today to get Nottinghamshire into some sort of position where they can at least think about potentially saving this game, because the halfway stage Warwickshire have dominated throughout. Oliver Hannon-Dolby appears as if he's going to get us underway, with 2 balls in fact left of an unfinished over here. 10.4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 23 for Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and he's going to be bowling to Tom Moores. Trent Bridge looking a picture, and we're just going to start, I think, just before 11 o'clock, maybe just get these last 2 deliveries out of the way. Very good morning to you all, wherever you're listening us. 5 Sports Extra listeners are with us, BBC Radio Nottingham Online, BBC WM and CWR in the West Midlands, and those of you of course watching the pictures on the live stream, you're all very, very welcome as we get underway with the first ball of the day, bowled by Oliver Hannon-Dolby, round the wicket to the left-handed Tom Moores, and it goes straight through to the wicket-keeper Michael Burgess. Richard Wilford will be with us in the fullness of time, but seated to my right, former England Test and ODI batter. Very, very good morning to Roland Butcher.
Yeah, Dave, very good morning to you, and what a change it was from close of play yesterday. Weather absolutely gorgeous once more. Brilliant sunshine, perfect day for cricket.
Moores has 5. There's the extremely tall Hannon-Dolby, bowls to Tom Moores, pushes it back to him. So there's those 2 deliveries completed, a couple of dots, so we now have just the small matter of 104 overs to squeeze in. We could make 8 overs up from yesterday's lost overs. We lost 22 overs when the thunderstorms eventually hit Trent Bridge. Well, I've lost my reputation. I said there wouldn't be any rain on the first day. I said there wouldn't be any rain on the second day, and I think much to Roland's amusement, the thunder and the lightning came, and then we walked down to the car park together, and Roland did one on me because he had a hood, I didn't, so we both got a little wet, but thankfully I haven't got too much hair to get damp. Take it away, sir. 82 for 5.
And obviously we survived to be here this morning. So Nottinghamshire 82 for 5 and a bit of bother, and obviously Warwickshire will be attacking as Hassan Ali starts in now and bowls, and that's bang on target first delivery, and Mullaney comes forward, plays it back along the pitch. Hassan Ali does a little bit of footwork, does the fielding, and there's no run. Mullaney is on 13.
Sorry, Ron, did you like the look of Hassan Ali, what you saw yesterday? Got a couple of wickets?
Yeah, well, he's obviously a very good bowler, very busy bowler. He runs in quite hard, has a good idea what he's trying to do with the ball, and bowls some good deliveries. He's in once more to Maloney and bowls. Maloney just leaves that one outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. 3 slips in place for Hassan Ali to start with. He's got a backward point, he's got an extra cover, and he's got a mid-off. That's the offside field. And on the onside, obviously he's got a mid-down, he's got a fine leg, but perhaps a little bit surprisingly he's got a deep square leg. So maybe we'll see a couple of short deliveries as well. And obviously trying to protect that area as Hassan Ali's in now in bowls, and that one's worked into the onside. Coming into the right-handed batsman, probably around middle stump, just works it out to wideish mid-on. Can't score, score stays on 82 for 5. And yesterday really the pressure was put on Notts. Alan Dolby was excellent for his bowled 11 overs today. He's got 1 for 23 on good batting conditions as Ali's in now and bowls. And again, that's bang on target. Has to defend Mullaney and goes up to mid-off. Can't score once more.
Stephen Mullaney's 13 not out, by the way, in case you weren't with us yesterday. Unusually, contains 2 sixes. He deposited a couple high into the Fox Road stand. One I don't think was right out of the middle of the bat. The second one certainly was. Went a long way back.
Yes, he hit one, but he got hold of another. Ali ball, and that's the bouncer, yes. And on this occasion, he decides to duck, then reversed a little ramp over slipped. Probably no need to play that sort of shot this early in the morning.
I think it was Rushworth, wasn't it? It was bowling at the far end, the pavilion end last night that Mullaney hit away for those 2 sixes. He opted to take on the short ball, Mullaney, and certainly catapulted his score very quickly with those 2 sixes.
And Ali's in now and bowls, and he beats him with a good one outside the off stump. The line perfect, plays Mullaney, doesn't get an edge, over completed the end of that over. It's 82 for 5.
Yeah, still no runs this morning. We've had 8 deliveries. Stephen Mullaney on 13, Moores on 5. Warwickshire made 571 for 9 before declaring an even century from Sam Hain. There were 4 other half centuries in the innings, including a quick-fire one from Hassan Ali. Really showed his versatility with the bat and the ball in this match. And then when Notts batted yesterday, the openers got to 51, and then all sorts of things happened. 3 wickets went down quickly, 2 more soon followed, and then Dolby bowls to Moores. Punchy left-handed wicket-keeper batter chops this out to point. And there's no run. Ed Barnard doing the fielding. Lovely morning, really is a very splendid start to the day weather-wise here in the East Midlands. Decent numbers in. I think there's been 1 or 2 that have left the ground over the first couple of days with plenty of shiny red noses and bright red foreheads. It's been blisteringly warm, and we did get those thunderstorms after tea yesterday, which brought an early conclusion. Hannon Dolby bowls a delivery of fullish length, but about 6 or 8 inches outside the off stump, and Moores lets it go through to the keeper. We'll periodically go around the grounds during the course of the coverage on 5 Sports Extra with Kevin Howells. Really interesting little setup of matches so far in both Division 1 and Division 2, as this one swings away from wicket-keeper Moores and finds its way through to the wicket-keeper. 82 for 5 is the score. Still got that matted wicket round about 6 strips away from the one they're playing on. It's motorbike tears past the ground. Can't see it, can no longer see it. Our view of the traffic toing and froing past the ground away to our right has gone as Moores leaves us alone. Goes through to the wicket keeper. Very good morning to Richard Welford, who's just taken his seat the other side of Roland. Welcome to the box. How are we, fella?
Yeah, not bad. Sorry, the noise of that motorbike was. I thought I was on it for a moment then.
We're not quite that close to Donington Park, but it sounded like it, didn't it? That's over in that direction over there. One or two builders working on the huge development outside the ground. The Dave Bracegirdle residential care home is taking shape. Way to our right, we've got the first run of the morning here as Tom Moores just opens the face and chops it away down towards third in a direction towards that scoreboard at the far end that we call the Batman board. In there we'll find our scorers, Roger Marshall and Mel Smith. Our umpires for this game are Peter Hartley and Steve O'Shaughnessy, and our match referee is Simon Hinks, the former Kent player. So 2 to Moores takes him to 7. 84 for 5 in this partnership. Just worth 10. It was all about really just trying to rebuild yesterday, but then they didn't have to hang about for too long because the umpires took them off with the wet weather and the impending thunderstorms threatening as Hannon Dalby bowls to Moores, who's happy to defend. And it remains 84 for 5 here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, BBC CWR, on the live stream and on whatever channel that Richard's just managed to drag up.
Yeah, I've muted it now. Yeah, talking to Michael Burgess after play yesterday, I think the players wanted to come off as that thunderstorm got closer. We'd had flashes of lightning that were getting nearer to the ground. The thunder had been rumbling quite vigorously for a while. And whilst it was probably another 10 or 15 minutes after they'd gone off before the drops of rain started to fall, it was then quite a sharp period of rain. I think they did everything they could, the umpires, to stay out as long as possible yesterday. As Hassan Ali comes in to start a new over, pushing forward in defence is Stephen Mullaney for Nottinghamshire. Today is about bat and see if they can get through the day with as few departures as possible.
I know you're a bear, and anything related to the pairs is not good news. I feel really sorry for Jake Libby, formerly of this parish, of course, former Notts opener. Jake Libby, 198 not out overnight. He's gone for 198.
Short ball pulled, but unconvincingly by Mullaney off a bottom edge. It goes down to the ground, rolls out towards backward square leg. Fielder Danny Briggs comes in from the boundary to pick up, and a run. So change of ends for the batsman for the first time this morning. Nottinghamshire 85 for 5. Yes, I thought that was going to be a danger that he'd run out of partners. So it's probably less bad when you get out yourself than if you end up 198 not out. It might improve your average, but it doesn't improve your mood. Yeah,
he was last out, of course. Worcestershire all out for 410. Then that match down at Hove in Division 2. All the scores, all the updates, all the text updates as they come on the BBC Sport website and app. 85 for 5 it is here.
Hassan Ali coming round the wicket to the left-hander who leaves Moores. Outside is off stump. I'd have left as much as on height as anything, but it was angling in from the natural direction round the wicket. A little bit of movement. There's just a bit in the air. On another day that's a very heavy atmosphere, if there's one thing that storm didn't do, it hasn't cleared the air. It's still really heavy. A sultry summer's week in June. The month these days that we do seem to get the best of the weather most years. As this is clipped uppishly wide of Dan Mosley at short mid-wicket, and is picked up by Rushworth at mid-on.
And Mrs B wasn't too pleased. I think it rained everywhere in Nottinghamshire bar the Kingdom of Newark, and she actually had to go out and water her tomatoes and beans last night because it rained everywhere bar in Newark.
The speed that Roland ran to the car park, he kept dry. Is that right? He did well. Hassan Ali in again, clipped towards mid-wicket this time. This is a sharp over from Hassan Ali. Moore's looking quite jumpy out there this morning, Roland.
Yeah, he's expecting a little bit more bounce, and those last couple of deliveries from Hassan Ali is stayed relatively low, so he was jumping and then having to go back down. So change in field now as one of the slips been taken out. So obviously looking to attack his leg stump. Probably seen some sort of deficiency in that area. He did play one ball uppishly to the right of short mid wicket, but he's still got the guard for the ball that runs away from him outside the off stump.
Moore's squatting into his stance as he's onto his pads, and he gratefully clips that one round the corner. Hannon Dolby will pick up, and that was the end of the over, so he'll keep hold of the ball and run in. 86 for 5. Moores has 8. Mulaney has 14. I did read about it. It's a bit like parts of the Costa Blanca, Dave. And I appreciate that Newark has what is known as an unusual microclimate. So, for instance, what is quite not day to day where we are sun drenched at Trent Bridge, you still get industrial smog.
I was half right yesterday when I said it wouldn't rain. What I should have said was it wouldn't rain on the Kingdom of Newark, my hometown.
Who asked you whether it was going to rain in Newark? Roland was trusting the ground staff. Roland was right.
Ground staff always knows best. So always take your cue from them. As Hannon Dolby starts a new over, he's in run Baltimore's and he's in Mida Jaffa. And Moore's just playing down the wrong line of that delivery. Goes past the outside edge. Those 3 slips would have been anticipating a thin edge, but on this occasion it's gone through to the keeper. 86 for 5. And Hannon Dolby's bowled really well. I mean, I think perhaps on both sides, I think he really has been the best of the bowlers, in perhaps not in the wicket column, but in terms of the deliveries that he's bowled, he's been absolutely spot on. He's in once more to Moores and he beats him again. This one goes across Moores. He plays inside the line, and fortunately again for him, he didn't get a touch on that delivery.
I've got him down, Rich, as 298 first-class wickets. Your big mate Ollie. So we'll have to keep a little tab on that through the day if he gets a couple more. It'll be a good reason for you to have a chat with him later.
It won't be long before he gets those 300s if he keeps this sort of rhythm up. He's into Moores right now and bowls, and Moores throws the bat at that one. He doesn't quite time it, but it's running across the field quite quickly. Is he going to put it back inside? Yes, he's going to get some help as well, but in the meantime the batsman goes through 4-3.
Again, Michael Burgess last night was saying that Hannon Dolby and Rushworth only got a wicket each, but they probably were the pick of the bowlers during the course of the day, and he said, well, if they keep on putting it in those areas, they will eventually get their rewards. The question will be how long this ball offers a little bit, because it's into its 36th over. I think it's the one they started the innings with. I think we had probably 5 in the Bears innings, didn't we, in all?
Yes, Mulaney now will face Hannon Dolby for the first time today. He's on 14. It's 89 for 5, and short leg now being brought in place, so 2 slips to back that up. 3 fielders saving singles on the offside and a mid-on and a straight mid-wicket, and he bowls and he struck on the pad, and I think that one's probably going down maybe a bit high as well. Stifle appeal by Hannon Dolby.
I thought actually, Rich, you might have been doing one of your updates for WM, because I was on commentary with Roland and he commented, crikey, this one's gone already. I think we did have an early ball change, Roland, didn't we?
I thought so as well, yeah. I think the second innings was a very early one. You made a comment about back to 2023 as Hannon Dolby once more causing problems for the batsman. He's running away from us. Number 20 on his back, in and bowls, and outside the off stump again. Good pace. On this occasion, Mulaney just offers no shot. It's taken by the wicketkeeper. So 89 for 5. Moore's on 11, Mulaney on 14, and at this moment in time, really, it's just survival for Nottingham. The batters just got to try and get themselves in. They're not in a position to counter-attack at any time. They've got to spend some time at the crease as Hannon Dolby again in bowls to Mulaney, and he's playing this one down to third man. It should run away. It's got lots of pace, but there's a good chase on, an excellent piece of fielding from the man at Short third man, chases it down to the boundary in the traditional fashion of the modern day game. Slides, gets back on his feet, and a good return to the keeper. In the meantime, Mullaney gets 2. That completes the over. 91 for 5.
Yeah, one or two sceptics this morning greeting me with it'll be all done and dusted today, Dave. I don't think so. Not that I'm sort of tempting fate by saying that Notts might not lose 15 wickets in the day, but it just doesn't seem to be the modern way, Rich, does it, to immediately enforce a side, unless Warwickshire went bang, 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 bang this morning and got 5 very quickly and stuck them in again.
I think you've got the heat, number of overs left in the game, whether you can give your bowlers 2 hours off. Actually, they might need all the time in the game to take the wickets.
There's a San Ali, bowls round the wicket, slapped away for 4 by Tom Moores. Didn't move a muscle towards running down to the other end, because that's the shortish boundary, the one on the Fox Road side of this famous old ground, and Tom Moores absolutely leathered it into the wall at the base of that stand away to our left for 4, and Moores on to 15. Stephen Mullaney has 16, Nottinghamshire 95 for 5. They've added 13 this morning. Just a cursory glance up and down the scorecards. Play everywhere this morning, this down the leg side. And they'll take a leg by, 96 for 5. So just quickly in Division 1, Essex are 24 for 1. They're playing Somerset at Chelmsford and lead Somerset by 319. Kent 204 for 6. That is a lead over the Division 1 leaders Surrey of 360. Southport, Hampshire in their second innings, 123 for 1. Still trailing Lancashire by more than 100. Division 2 at Chesterfield. Terrific partnership going on there for Derbyshire's 5th wicket, where Leas Deploy has now reached 3 figures. Mullaney on strike. Here's Hassan Ali to bowl to the Notts skipper, who just helps it out onto the onside. Deploy 101 not out. Haider Ali 136 not out. Derbyshire second time round 260 for 4. Remember, they were bowled out inside 2 sessions on the first day for 111, so they lead Yorkshire now by 18 runs. Chesterley Street, Durham 417 for 5, leading Glamorgan by 27. Century there for David Beddingham. Ali at the top of his mark. Backdrop of the Notts committee balcony as Mullaney pushes it back to Haider Ali. I would imagine there's a good lunch on there today, because the committee room balcony seems to be pleasantly full. Not too far, of course, to come from the West Midlands, so I would imagine some Warwickshire committee men have come along and watching with the Notts committee. Gloucestershire 368 at Bristol, Leicestershire 38 without loss, and the final one already mentioned down at Hove, that Worcestershire were bowled out for 410. Sussex just starting 1 without loss in their second innings. Ali bowls, good delivery, made Mullaney flinch. That one just took off and went over the shoulder of the bat, with Stephen Mullaney doing very, very well to keep his hands low and not get an edge on that one as it goes through to Burgess.
Yeah, super piece of bowling that. And that's the sort of delivery that Ali's capable of providing. He's a bustly young, bustles into the crease, then a quick arm. That one certainly not just gathered pace, but it bounced as well.
It's an impressive young man. 5 sixes in his half century yesterday. Comes in once more, passed on by, clipped away on the leg side and caught. Good catch by the skipper Will Rhodes at mid wicket, and Haider Ali stands there in the middle of the strip and celebrates. Punches the air, raises his hands to the sky, and is then surrounded by jubilant teammates. And Stephen Mullaney just clipped it slightly uppishly, and Will Rhodes with a super catch at short mid wicket, and Notts lose their skip 96 for 6.
Yeah, that's a super catch, good piece of bowling. Got a couple to go away from him, then that one a little bit straighter, coming in, clipped it off his legs. Short mid wicket, stationed there for that. Still had to be caught, Rhodes. He dived away to his left and took it quite athletically to his left. So Ali gets another one. He's having a good game to go with his half century. He's now picked up 3 wickets. He's got 3 for 20. And just looking at this replay just to see just how good a catch this was. Yeah, that really was a fine catch. Didn't go quickly, but it went low. Good anticipation there by Rhodes, and came up with a catch.
He enjoys the celebration, Hassan Ali. Stephen Mullaney batted for the best part of an hour last night and this morning, faced 31 deliveries and hit those 2 sixes off Chris Rushworth, but has gone for 16. 96 for 6 knots, so another point for Warwickshire, a second bowling bonus point to go with their 4 for their batting efforts, as Calvin Harrison, in just his second first-class game for Notts, remember, makes his way out to the middle. And he batted once in his on his debut, and he got his shirt number. He scored 31 very attractive runs, so that's not a bad average to begin with at number 8, Roland.
It isn't, but he's got his work cut out today. The team's in trouble, and obviously a couple of bowlers right at the moment on top of their game. He's not going to find it easy, so he's going to have to hang in there and just try and bat as well as he can, because at the moment in time, I think Warwickshire are taking full control of this game. Some would say they took control with their innings of over 500, but certainly with the ball, they're making sure that they stay on top of the game.
I think they were pleasantly surprised to have Notts 5 down last night. They have bowled very, very well. But, Alan Dolby is going to continue from this near end, the media centre end, the Ratcliffe Road end. Bowls to Moores, who's sturdily in defence. Nottinghamshire have to take as much time out of the game as they can. Again, one of the other things that Michael Burgess was keen to impress yesterday was the fact that those quick runs from Hassan Ali sped the game up a little bit. It got Warwickshire into a more dominant position quickly. Half century coming off 35 balls. And it's so useful if you've got somebody who can do that. Playing with utter freedom at number 9, he's dangerous, isn't he? Really is. Alan Dolby gave Moores a bit of a going over in his previous over, but he's dragged that one down the leg side. And Moores will just turn the bat and clip it behind square on the leg side for a single. So he's to 16. Notts 97 for 6.
Yes, brings the new batter, Harrison, now on strike early. I'm sure the slip cordon will be reinforced. It's 2 in there at the moment. Probably could have a third one to the new batter. Maybe get rid of the mid wicket, have a third slip. But instead he's going to start with 2. So there's 2 slips and a short leg catching.
And Dolby approaches, and a leave by Harrison outside off stump. So yes, 2 slips. Points reasonably close, so too with extra cover. Hassan Ali at mid-off, he's already taken a catch in this innings. Alex Davies at mid-on, back in the cap now, having had a bit of the floppy yesterday, the wide brim sun hat. There are only 2 currently in operation in the field, wide brim sun hats. Short mid-wicket, forward short leg and long leg. The other fielders, those are the ones on the leg side. And Alan Dolby charges in and bowls and beats the outside edge. And that is the line that he's bowled consistently. Actually, it's notable that he's done it round the wicket to the left-hander and got the line right, and now he's getting it over the wicket to the right-hander.
Yeah, perfect delivery, but if he's going to bowl those deliveries, he needs some more catches in there. Don't worry about the single on the onside. Mid-wicket area, that's only 1 run, but you don't want somebody edging it past a vacant third slip just to save a single.
Especially when you've got a lead of 474 on the board. This is Fuller, turned up towards mid-on. Davis picks up. So the wide brim sun hats today belong to Chris Rushworth at long leg and Rob Yates at first slip. Took a very fine catch yesterday, Yates, for the wicket of Ben Slater. Won't be too long before he's introduced into the attack. Took the pavilion end yesterday for 2 spells. Rushworth claimed the wicket of Montgomery, caught by Hassan Ali. Mid-wicket's going deep now, so Alan Dolby, I don't think really has bowled anything terribly short so far in this game. Maybe he's going to test the relatively inexperienced Harrison with something dug in. Comes in and bowls, and he swings and misses outside off stump. He didn't really get his back foot across there, reaching for it. Goes through to the wicket-keeper. False shot from Harrison. Notts 97 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah, short and wide. Harrison flashed at it. I think if he got something on that, they would have taken some catching. but a bit of a double bluff by Hannon Dolby, put in the deep square leg out. Still think he's one slip a little bit short too. Harrison is a new man at the crease. Obviously, he's in good rhythm, Hannon Dolby, so I wouldn't be afraid just to give away a single. I mean, if Harrison gets a single, there's no great love lost. Hassan Ali bowls and Morris defends back along the pitch, and Hassan Ali showing his football skills, just flicked it up, hands it to short mid wicket. Slight change in personnel. Fielder comes off the point boundary and he now goes into that short extra cover position. So there's 2 slips in place. There's also a deep square leg as well, as Ali's now wrung the wicket in and bowls, and he's edging this one. Ball along the ground, no real chance of a catch there. The ball just comes off the edge and goes to second slip on the bounce.
The Bears, Roland, have set a field for the Tom Moores of the first 2 years of his career, shall we say. He was predominantly a see ball, hit ball sort of player, and he would take on the short delivery and have 2 out as we've got at the moment, the long leg and the deep backward square. The last couple of years sort of tightened his game a little more watchful.
Ali in and bowls to Moores. He goes for the hook. In saying that, he will get 4. Attempted bouncer, and he takes the challenge on and hooks it down to fine leg. There is a fine leg who's fairly square. That one went quite fine, so he gets a boundary. Moores goes to 20, hundreds up. It's 101 for 6, and Ali just tested him out to see whether he's the 2021 version of himself.
It's a poor ball though, really, wasn't it? It was down the leg side. It was almost a free hit.
It was very short. Yeah. I mean, he was troubling Moores with length. No need to really change and go short. Let's see what he does on this delivery. He's in, ball to Moores again, wide outside the off stump. A little bit of extra pace. Moores gets into a position to cut and then realizes the ball a little bit close. A bit more pace on that delivery, allows it to go through to the keeper.
Yeah, sort of invited him really just to help it on its way nice and fine, and it was a poor ball. Moores on to 20. This just his first championship match back after the finger break, but of course he has played in the last few blast matches.
Ali in now, ball to Moores outside the off stump, just moving away, no shot offered, through to the keeper. Score stays in 101 for 6. Harrison yet to get off the mark, and Moores is on 20, and really Notts have got to do a lot of batting. Further change in the field now as the
deep point becomes short point, but then switches personnel, which is interesting.
Yeah, just a little bit of psychology as Hassan wrung the wicket and bowls, and he solidly forward defends that ball into the offside. Fielded had extra cover. End of the over. It's 101 for 6. Moores 20. Harrison yet to get off the mark.
Yes, Tom Moores does have a couple of first-class hundreds. 2018 down at Taunton, and made one here against Yorkshire in 2021. Averages 23 and a half. I guess over a 4 or 5 year period, you'd say your average is sort of where you are. You can't really say he's better than that if you average over a 4 year period 23. So that's what he has. But he has given signs really that he should be pushing an average of 30, or does have the skill and the capacity and the technique to average up towards 30. So that will be the challenge, I guess, for him going forward.
Yeah, I think the initial challenge will be, obviously, as you said, he's back from injury now, so just to have the confidence to want to play again.
Got a bowling change. It's Ed Barnard who picked up the wicket of Ben Slater yesterday. Right arm, medium fast, bowls a ball of fullish length, which Calvin Harrison, still on naught, just is happy to block. And It remains 101 for 6. The Bears posted 571 for 9 declared, which was just 3 runs short of their highest ever total against Notts. 574, which they got at Edgbaston in 2011. Barnard, long straight approach, nice and full, and Harrison clips it away. Fine shot from Calvin Harrison. That'll make him feel a little better. Doesn't matter how many years you've had in the game, whether you're an experienced player or a youngster, it's always nice to get off the mark, and nice to get off the mark in such a convincing manner.
Absolutely, and you'd be very thankful to Barnard for that type of delivery. It was full, it was going down, and he just clipped it off his pads with good timing.
So Barnard just letting that one stray onto leg stump. Just 2 slips and then a huge gap to point, so there are runs to be had down at third man. Bouncer, which Harrison bobs underneath. That goes through to Burgess. A lot of praise for Calvin Harrison from Kevin Shine, the bowling coach. Those of you that were watching the live stream will have heard the interview with Kevin Shine before the start of play today that he did. Said he really was encouraged by what he saw from Calvin Harrison yesterday. A lot of work has gone in over the last couple of winters with Harrison, who's on strike now, and lets this one go through. It jags back off the seam, not close enough to disturb the off stump, on its way through to Burgess.
Yeah, much better area. That length perhaps could be slightly fuller if he wants Harrison to play, but
goes Ed Barnard again. The skipper Will Rhodes, very straight at almost a silly mid-on position. Harrison just pushes this to point. Lunch today is at 1:10 just a reminder, just in case you've got to dash out and don't want to miss any of the cricket, and maybe nip somewhere and get back to continue listening or watching. 1:10 till 1:50 is the luncheon interval, as we look to make up 8 of the 22 overs we lost yesterday. So slightly longer sessions. Barnard in again to Calvin Harrison. He's already at 1 boundary. Would have had another then, but for a decent stop by the bowler Barnard and his follow through. It was a competent and confident looking straight drive. Nicely fielded. 4 from the over. Nottinghamshire 105 for 6.
You talk about Moores needing to improve his average, that he has the potential to make more runs than he has done, and Harrison, who's wanted to develop himself as a first-class player at 25, but as a leg spinner you make your breakthrough often a little bit later. This is a great situation in a way. The scoreboard pressure is high. In terms of the match situation, Nottinghamshire are in a difficult position, but there's nothing for these two to do but to bat at the moment on what has been a pretty true surface from what we've seen. Hassan Ali driving in now to bowl to Moores, comes forward and defends into the offside. The greenish top that we had on the first morning is getting paler and paler as the sun continues to belt down on it. It's definitely a shade or 3 lighter than it was 24 hours ago, and a lot lighter than it was 48 hours ago. So these two really got to set themselves to bat long. Don't have to worry about chasing runs at this point.
Yeah, they've got to settle in. They must recognise that Warwickshire are going to keep attacking because they've got runs on the board.
Hassan Ali short, pulled round the corner, nice and fine. But the fielder, Hannon Dolby, is finer than he was in the previous over, and it'll just be a single. I get the feeling that Hassan Ali would quite like to get the right-hander back on strike here.
Yeah, he's likely to be a different proposition for Harrison. He's going to be more wicket to wicket, or 4/5 stump outside the off stump. He'd be looking to try and nick him off.
Dr. John's been in touch on Twitter at Brace Cricket. Notts batting deficiencies are being exploited here, Dave. So frustrating. This does look a lovely Trent Bridge special for batting on.
There we go. See your doctor off, that's the question. Back of a length, clipped square, that's a good stop. Been busy in the field, Will Rhodes, so far today. He's already taken 1 very good catch, and low to his left, he blocks that off and prevents any run at all. That A denies a boundary, and secondly prevented the single that would have got him off strike. Chris Rushworth is having a little whirl of the arms for So this would suggest these next 3 balls from Hassan Ali will be it for this spell. It's his 5th of the morning, and it is a day for shorter spells for your seamers, 4 or 5 overs at a time. We'll try and rotate them, certainly through till lunch, as this next delivery draws Harrison forward in defence. And there's no run. Hassan Ali stays there, looking, I think, at the slip cordon to check with Michael Burgess what sort of field he thinks he should have.
See, we've got a photographer on the boundary edge, not watching the cricket. He's peering into his laptop over there by the foot of the Fox Road stand. He's clearly got a photo that he's just trying to load onto his laptop, and it seems to be turned away from the actual cricket. But I reckon he's got a good shot of that catch being taken earlier.
He's found the shadiest spot he can. Let's hope the ball doesn't go his way, as the thick inside edge is going to go down to fine leg for a single there. Didn't know much about it, Harrison. Good delivery from Hassan Ali, and he gets it wide of leg stump off the edge of the bat.
Yeah, forcing off the back foot. Just a lot going with him as it would have gone down the leg side, missing the leg stump, but he gets a single, and more importantly he gets up the other end. Hands it over to Moores.
Barnard is in from the boundary to stand at backward point for the final ball of the over to the left-handed Moores. Nottinghamshire 107 for 6. Hassan Ali in again down the leg side, turn around the corner. There'll be a bit of a chase for Ollie Hannon Dolby, but he gets to it and throws the ball in. Another single. That will, I think, do it for the first spell of the day for Hassan Ali. He's 3 for 27 now. Nottinghamshire 108 for 6 with Moores on 22 and Harrison on 5. Just wonder as well whether it'd be between now and 12 whether they do look at the first little bit of spin just to see whether Danny Briggs is going to get something from this surface, Roland.
Well, I think while you've got them in this position, I wouldn't give Harrison the opportunity to get himself in. I would keep the seamers going at this point in time. I think I would follow with Rushworth from the top end. And just really try to prize one of these batters out, and then you're into the tail. So Barnard would bowl to Moores. He's bowling around the wicket. It's 2 slips. He's in now, bowled to Moores. Outside the off stump, offers no shot. Through to the keeper, and there's no run. 108 for 6. Moores is on 22, Harrison on 5.
Nigel Law's been in touch, loving the commentary as ever, folks. Nice to hear Roland Butcher. His comments are very well worth hearing. What is the Warwickshire connection? I don't think there is much of a Warwickshire connection, other than he used to score piles of runs against them as well as everybody else.
In come Barnard now in and bowls, and he's met on the front foot. That delivery is solidly defended back along the pitch, and there's no run.
But this is the featured game this week on BBC 5 Sports Extras, and we just try and add an extra voice in just to just to help Richard and myself out, who haven't a clue what's going on. So we bring an expert in the shape of former England batter Roland Butcher, and you're very, very welcome.
Yes, and Ed Barnard once more, number 30 on his back, round the wicket now and bowls, and that's driven firmly, not quite timed, but it goes up to mid-off, and there's no run.
We've talked about your memories of Trent Bridge and playing against Nottinghamshire. I don't think we've done the Warwickshire angle, have we? Your memories of playing against the Bears, your memories of going to Edgbaston? Did you play outgrounds in Warwickshire?
Yes, I have. I've done all that, and Edgbaston was where I played my first game for England. Against Australia. Barnard is in now and bowls, and a half drive, but he's going to get runs. It's gone past the ball. It's run up towards the boundary. Has it got the legs to get there? It's pulled up, I think, just inside the boundary, but they will get 3. The return is on its way, and 3. Nice push drive there by Moores. Gets him 3. Now Nelson on the board.
Yeah, feet off the ground.
1-1-1, and 111 for 6.
Tell me, how did you find out then? Because there's all sorts of stories about people following on teletext and CFAX back in the day, people getting a carrier pigeon and whatever. How did you find out you'd made it into the England squad?
Well, I think it was a little bit like that. Let's just wait as the square leg now has been moved out to deep square leg for Harrison. Now he's on strike. He goes over the wicket now. Barnard in and bowls to Harrison, and he's beaten outside the off stump. That's the length. Just get it up there, forcing the batsman to come onto the back foot to drive, and the ball goes past him outside the off stump. That's a good delivery.
Was there not a tradition that at one point where Sunday morning at 11 o'clock you tune in either to Radio 2 or Radio 4 to find out whether you were in the England squad or not? That used to be the norm, I think.
Well, my case, I'll give you that in a few minutes, as Barnard starts his run and he's halfway through. He now and bowls, and he's defended that one. Harrison stands up straight, the ball goes up the point, over completed, 111 for 6. He stays on 5 and 25 to Moores. Basically, my call up, I was at Lord's practicing with Middlesex. We just finished our practice. It was probably around 12:31. I was going to lunch. I got a call from my wife asking me whether I'd been selected for England. It was like, not as far as I know. I'm at Lord's now. Nobody's told me anything.
Not as far as I know.
She said, well, her boss has told her he just heard it on the news. I said, well, I haven't heard anything. So this is about 1 o'clock. I finished, had lunch, went home, did whatever. Around 6 o'clock my father called and asked me the same thing. And I said, well, I just don't know. I have no idea what's going on. And it was only until about 9 o'clock when I was watching the news that I saw it come on the news.
Here's Chris Rushworth back into the attack, well, in for the first time this morning, and a ball of goodish length outside the off stump is hit up to along the ground safely by Moores to mid-off, and there's no run.
Of course, if you weren't at home, they had no way of getting in touch with you.
Well, exactly. And as I said, it's control from Lord's. I'm at Lord's. They know I'm there. Not a word.
Was it due? Were you in the frame? Were you being tipped by the? They always say the newspaper guys know sort of first. They get the ears and the mouth of the selectors before the players do. As this one goes through to Burgess, left alone by Moores.
Well, I mean, I had been tipped at some point for the season, but who knows when it was going to be. It was a shock to me as well, because nobody had said, look, you're close, or this or what. I mean, or anybody that mattered hadn't said that. Okay, I mean, in the newspaper, anybody can write what they like. I can fancy Dave to play. I mean,
as a cricketer, we stress.
It's Rushworth. Passed on by Hartley, played to backward point by Moores.
I mean, as an Italian international, like
exactly. Yeah.
So what I'm saying, the newspaper can do that.
Yeah.
But is there any? That's their feeling. As I said, nobody indicated at Lord's to me, not even through Middlesex, that was the case.
And did you then have to go and get measured up for a nice jacket and all your England gear, or did you just rack up on the morning of the game and it was all there for you?
Yeah, I mean, you go to Austin Reed, I think, at the time.
Rushworth bowls. This one goes through to the wicket keeper, and Burgess takes it. Handily, they were Middlesex's sponsors at the time, weren't they? They'd probably got all your measurements.
So you go and get all your stuff sorted out. But yes, I played. There was a 2-game series against Australia. There were 2 Butchers in the side. There was Alan Butcher and myself.
Of course, yeah.
He played in the first one at the Oval, and the second one I replaced him in Edgbaston.
Moores has 25. Chris Rushworth bowls to him, and this one's slapped back. We often say the bowlers react well to feel off their own bowling. I think that might just have slapped into the thigh area of Rushworth as he tried to pour it away, but either way it prevents Moores from getting runs. Remains on Nelson.
Yeah, and it worked out well. I mean, I had a good day. We won the game. I got a nice half century, and it was well received at Edgbaston. Big crowd. And
so that would have been...
It was like this, actually. The weather was like this.
There's Rushworth in again to Tom Moores. Again, he drives confidently up to mid-off, scampers through for a single. The shy at the stump is not too far away. I say the stump because he was almost square on. Who was that, Richard?
Alex Davis is a sharp fielder.
Yeah, should have got that. The diminutive Davis wasn't too far away, but Moores gets home. We're off Nelson. The not supporters can put their feet down. 112 for 6. We're talking with Richard Wilford from BBC WM, and Roland Butcher, the former England player. So this would have been the summer before you went on the England tour to the Caribbean.
This was 80, same year as the centenary test. Centenary test followed that series.
There is a fourth member of our team for Sports Extra listeners this week, Kevin Howells, and I do have a question that's come through on email which does want addressing shortly, as we reminisce about the start of Roland's international career. Kevin's looking very quizzically around the corner now. Ed Barnard's about to bowl round the wicket to Peter Moores. I'm going to leave him hanging.
It's not Peter Moores.
No,
it would be nice to see
Tom
Peter
Moores, yeah. Well, these things happen as he gets a thick inside edge down a long leg for a single. Tom Moores gets to 27. It's 113 for 6. Jeff emails, morning Richard, Mike and Roland. Morning, Jeff. Last night, Kevin Howells said he was locked in at Trent Bridge and he was describing climbing over a wall to get out. I presume he made it in one piece. Well, Jeff, I'm glad you sent that, because whilst I can confirm that Kevin is fine and fit, and I walked to the ground with him this morning, that now explains the chap who'd got a bit of mortar and 2 half bricks who was doing some repairs just on the fence.
Well, I can understand that, because they were about to close the gate when Dave and myself were going. Dave had to hurry them up and said, not yet.
He is fine. Shorter ball ducked under by Harrison and through to the wicketkeeper. So
the gateman was getting ready to disappear when we went, Dave.
And just to let an insight in for everybody, because Kevin looks after things on Sports Extra when cricket's on, and there was one game down at Canterbury yesterday that went on and on and on and on and on, and poor old Kevin couldn't knock off until they'd finished. They were about 8 o'clock last night.
Barnard to Harrison off the back foot, trying to drive it wide of Alan Dolby at mid-off, and he can't. 113 for 6.
And obviously nobody told the gateman here.
Yeah, you have to get back to the other end. Yeah, by the time I leave, you have to get round the other end.
Well, I actually told him, but he said, well, tough, I'm going home. Nigel said, thanks for that explanation, because it was he that said, what's your connection with Warwickshire? And he said he really did enjoy watching you play for Middlesex.
Shorter ball, standing up high to defend is Harrison. Fielder scuttles in to pick up. Is that Danny Briggs who is in the covers?
It was only Middlesex, wasn't it? You weren't ever tempted to leave or go on loan or anything anyway?
No.
Didn't happen so much then, did it? People switching around, moving counties, going on short loan spells.
Well, in those days, when you play the game, your first aim, come back to that in a minute.
Barnard to Harrison, wanted to guide it down to third man, but got it too tight to the point area. Alex Davis does the fielding in no run.
Yeah, I mean, when I played, obviously the sort of finances in the game now was not around then, so you found that players stayed with their club because, as you know, the benefit system was one where you, 10 years after being capped, you get a benefit from the club, and that really was supposed to be your payday.
Barnard full, kept out almost Yorker length, hit the bottom of the bat, which rattled it a bit for Harrison, who just checks the foot of his bat. End of the over in reply to Warwickshire's 571 for 9 declared. Nottinghamshire 113 for 6.
You're popular amongst the Nigels. Another Nigel, Nigel Jones. I'm a sorry man. I'm really enjoying the dulcet tones of Mr. Roland Butcher on commentary today. Thank you all. There you go. It's the Nigels that you're attracting the comments from.
Yeah, so yeah, what I was saying, these days now, Dave, obviously players' salaries are so much better that they don't have to depend on a benefit, so they never stay anywhere for very long. They can move on.
Chris Rushworth, 12 overs under his belt, comes into bowl to Moores there since the start of play this morning. He was 5 not out overnight, just caresses this away through the offside, as we've mentioned so many times over the first 2.5 days. That's a fairly short boundary, and it's a lightning fast outfield. Beat the fielder, Roland, you've got 4 runs.
Yeah, just hitting that one on the up, trusting the pitch, and once you get past that extra cover, as you said, the boundary comes pretty quickly after where the field is positioned.
top scorer in the innings now, Moores. He's gone past to Meads 28. Moores on to 31, so some resilience here from the Notts number 7, who pushes this to Rhodes, who's in that silly mid-on position. He's almost on the cut strip there, Roland. He's just hoping that Moores will clip one nice and straight, just to the onside of straight. In fact, he's moving now, the skipper, so he's abandoned those thoughts. Square leg goes out to deep square leg, and Rhodes comes to a shortish mid-wicket position. He took a catch this morning. Moore's left-hander, of course. He took a catch in that short mid-wicket position with the fielders the other way round. The right-handed Mullaney falling. Here's Rushworth, passed on by Hartley, bangs it in short, and Moores rolls the wrists out to Dan Mosley, who gets a single and then throws the stumps down from, what are we guessing here, 40-45 yards. Removes the middle stump with a direct throw, complete fluke, of course. But it is a good job that Tom Moores had run his bat in at the non-striker's end.
He wouldn't tell you it was a fluke. He would tell you that was always his intention. But to give credit to him, really, as soon as he fielded the ball, his first instinct was to throw at the non-striker's end. Obviously, because Moores was running quite slowly, he'd settle for the single.
Really good bit of work, Mosley. Rather Rushworth in now, sun shining off his shaven head. Bouncer down the leg side. I think that would have been a one-day wide, but it's all fine in this form of the game. Umpire Hartley just goes up and lifts off a bail and waggles the stumps around and then replaces it.
We had an issue with those stumps, didn't we, on Sunday?
Yeah.
They appeared to be slightly leaning. Steve O'Shaughnessy at this end didn't like the way they were. Thought they were at a slight slant. It could have been that he was standing at an angle himself, of course.
118 for 6. Rushworth into Calvin Harrison. Another bouncer which he bobs underneath. We love our sponsors in cricket. We're very grateful for our sponsors, but we have mentioned many times the county championship sponsors. Much as we love them, the fact that the stumps, and in particular the bails, are the colour of their company, does mean the bails are very, very difficult to see. And I don't know if you've fallen into that trap this season a time or two, Mike. I certainly have, when a bail has just been clipped off, and it's only the celebrations of the players that make you realise. Very difficult to see the bails as this is pushed up to mid-on. End of the over, 118 for 6. 45 overs have gone in the innings here, and Nottinghamshire still a fairly healthy 453 behind.
There is a lighter shade in their advertising palette. They have green. Now, if he went with green stumps and then blue bails, you'd better see the bails, wouldn't you?
You speak for yourself.
Well, that would work, wouldn't it? It's dark bails on dark stumps is the problem.
Well, Dave would be able to see. He's got some high-powered binoculars.
Yeah, he's got binoculars.
So
it's not great to see to do the commentary through binoculars, though.
Barnard was a new over to Moores. He's round the wicket now and bowls, and Moores drives. Doesn't quite time it, just slightly in to out. Ball goes up to mid-off. He stays on 32, 118 for 6. And slight lull in the play at the moment. Runs not coming, wicket's not falling. Warwickshire's been pressing hard all morning. So they should, as Barnard once more to Moore's bowls, and he's driven for 4, but a little bit fortunate. It was uppish, just to the left of that short extra cover, but struck firm enough to beat the fielder at mid-off. So he gets a boundary. Not a convincing shot, but he's still got 4.
It's a little bit easier, hasn't it, since Hannon Dolby and Hassan Ali came out of the attack. So you've got the extra pace of Hassan Ali, the extra height and bounce and meticulous accuracy of Hannon Dolby, whereas now we're seeing the flat wicket that you really do have to prize batsmen away from the crease, as what the Nottinghamshire attack found on the first day and a half of this game. And Warwickshire, and they're not surprised by this from what they were saying yesterday evening, and now seeing how hard it is to find routes to inconvenience batsmen.
Barnard's in bowls, and that's a good delivery, and he's nearly followed that one. Moore's bounces outside the off stump, and he just flirted outside the off stump. And luckily for him, he didn't get an edge on it, but that's a good response from Barnard. Length delivery, just going away from the left-handed batsman who fended at it, and lucky to survive.
Just had a little look at the events from Queen's Park, Chesterfield, where Derbyshire playing Yorkshire.
Barnard once more in no bowls, and that's worked away through the onside. There's runs here. There's at least one. Hannon Dolby will get onto it now and will come back for a comfortable 2. Return comes in first, bunks to the keeper, so he goes to 38 now, Moores, and it's 124 for 6.
It seemed as if Derbyshire were dead and buried, but a 276 unbeaten partnership for the 5th wicket. Leas Deploy is 120 not out, Ada Halley 146 not out, just threatening to turn that game around. That's a tremendous partnership. Yep. In Division 2. Straightish
mid-on in place, no catching, and this delivery is worked into the onside, and it's not going to get a run as Hannon Dolby moves smartly to his left. That's mid-on. Let's have a look at this field there. Obviously trying to do something a little bit different. There's 2 slips, and there's a deepish gully, short extra cover catching. Then there's a very straight mid-on, sort of 15 yards from the bat catching as well, as Barnard is in and bowls, and he's edging this one down to third man. There's a long chase. I think the ball's going to win this race though, and it does now. Goes into the boundary, and a safe edge. Didn't go in the air, all along the ground. Gets a boundary for Moores. Takes him into the 40s. He goes to 42 at the end of that over. He's 128 for 6 with him Harrison on 5.
See the Bears skipper Will Rhodes just starting to loosen up. He's another member of the right arm medium fast gang. Maybe that he's going to have his first bowl of the contest. It's going to be Chris Rushworth to continue in the meanwhile. 128 for 6 bowling to Harrison. Rhodes continues to loosen up. In the city of his birth, of course, Will Rhodes did play for Yorkshire, his first county, before joining Warwickshire a few years ago, but was born in Nottingham. There is Rushworth, man of the North East, 37 years of age now. Bowls to Harrison. Oh, down the leg side. I think it might have just clipped off Harrison. No shot played, and dead ball signalled by umpire Hartley, even though the ball had crossed over the rope for 4. Calvin Harrison, nothing to do with that.
Yeah, he offered no shot whatsoever, just allowed the ball to hit him. And Dave, I didn't you didn't look after me today with the water. You're not a water carrier today.
Are you without your water?
It's a sunny day.
128 for 6. Going to do a water run when Richard comes back. Looks like is another slip going to go? No, they're just getting a helmet sorted out. I thought another slip was going in, and it appears Dan Mosley's going to don the helmet and go in at short leg. We're in the 47th over of this innings. Tom Moore's with a start now. He's on 42. Interesting to see how he goes. Played very nicely indeed since coming to the crease last night at the fall of Lyndon James' wicket. There's Rushworth in, and Harrison plays it up to mid-on, fielded by Hassan Ali. Umpire at this end, Steve O'Shaughnessy. Doesn't appear as if his view is impeded by the short leg in there, but he's decided to go over onto the other side. He's just crossing the field to go and stand at point, but certainly doesn't look as if the short leg's in his eye line, but maybe he just wants to keep out of the way and get a good view of things from point. Rushworth into his 14th over. Bowls short, pulled away by Harrison. Cries of catch, but the only ones that might catch it are in the stand. In fact, it doesn't quite go all the way into the seats. It just clattered on the fence in front of the Fox Road stand, and Harrison has helped himself to half a dozen of the finest. That's the 3rd time that Rushworth has been pulled away into that stand or in that area for 6, twice by Mullany, and now by Harrison, who goes on to 11, 134 for 6.
Yeah, attempted bouncer, and obviously the pace from that type of delivery. He's gone out of the pitch really. As you find the pitch right now is one more that you need to kiss the pitch instead of bang it into the pitch. That's why Hannon Dalby is so difficult to get away.
Partnership of 38. Short, pulled away again. Again they cry catch down there. This one much finer. It lands inside the rope. Hannon Dalby's down here on the rope. The spectators are applauding. I suspect it's gone for 4, just out of our eye line.
Yeah, his footwork will not get him to Nottingham Forest. He was in pole position to stop that with his foot, but missed time tackle.
Does help, doesn't it? A 6 and a 4. Harrison on to 15. A couple of balls ago, it was only 5 not out. 138 for 6. And useful runs. Rushworth can very much see the theory, can see the thinking that Warwickshire are employing here. They have got another man going out now, so 3 on that leg side fence. 1 in front of square, 1 behind square and 1 at long leg. See if Rushworth will test him out again. Bowls are typically a full pitch delivery, which Calvin Harrison just eases out as far as Alex Davis. Sort of filling 2 roles there, wideish extra cover, sort of a wideish mid-off position as well. They sort of slot a fielder in there, trying to fill 2 positions, don't they? 138 for 6.
Yes, bit of a fight back coming now from Nottinghamshire as
final ball of the 47th over, and Harrison lets it go down the leg side. It was very clear his intent there. If you remember, the first ball of the over was down the leg side. It brushed Harrison and went away for well, it went over the ropes, but they signalled a dead ball. It's just past midday here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, BBC CWR and 5 Sports Extra, with Nottinghamshire 138 for 6. They began the morning on 82 for 5, lost Stephen Mullaney with the score on 96. The Not skipper added 3 to his overnight 13, and he clipped the impressive Hassan Ali to Will Rhodes at short mid-wicket, and that was the end of the Not skipper. It was 96 for 6 then, and since then Harrison and Moores have taken it up to 138 for 6. Tom Moores 42 from 60 balls, and Calvin Harrison 15 from 29 as the players have a drinks break. As I say, when Richard comes back, Roland will go and get some more drinks for the commentary box in a minute or 2. Just 4 bowlers used so far. Rushworth 1 for 41, Hannon Dalby 1 for 31, Barnard 1 for 37, Hassan Ali 3 for 27, but I fancy Will Rhodes might be entering himself into the attack in the not too distant future.
Yes, and a bit of a fight back by Nottinghamshire. This partnership worth some 42 runs at this moment. Needs to go on.
There you go, Roland. Josh says, guys, can you please explain to me why the Rushworth delivery that went for 4 was called a dead ball?
And who was that from?
That was from Josh the Bear.
Josh the Bear. Basically, the batsman allowed the ball to hit him and then deflected for 4. So he wasn't taking evasive action, or he wasn't playing the shot. So in that case, it's deemed a dead ball because you have not attempted to get out of the way, or you haven't tried to play a shot.
It's all in the interpretation of the umpire, isn't it, Roland? There's been 1 or 2 famous cases in history where the batter has felt that the umpire's got it wrong, and I did play a shot, but generally our officials are right on the ball. Here's Will Rhodes then into the attack. More of the same, right arm, medium, fast, but just giving a breather to some of the others, Roland.
Yes, he's going to start around the wicket to Moores, and this first delivery is driven up to mid-on, but Hannon Dalby will do the fielding, and there's no run. Just a split field for Rhodes, who's medium pace. He's got 2 slips. He's got a short extra cover just in case he drives the ball in the air, and he's got a short cover point mid-off. That's the offside field. Then the onside, he's got that straight mid-wicket catch, and he's got a mid-on. He's got a square leg, as this delivery is down the leg side and well taken there by the keeper. Is trying to tickle that one down to fine leg. If he got any touch on that, it would have been 4, because the long leg fielder is very, very square, and a bit more pace on that delivery. No harm done. 138 for 6. Moores on 42. Settles down as Rhodes is in now and bowls. Oh, and that was just what he's looking for. This time that expansive drive on the onside, and it eerily just dropped in front of the fielder station at that short mid-wicket position, who does a good piece of fielding, but that could easily have carried all the way to him. So Rose is going to have to be very careful in driving those full deliveries, both on the onside and the offside, that you evade those two fielders in close. Rose in now and bowls to Moores, and that's a good delivery, and he leaves it alone. Must have been close to the off stump, and I think the bowler certainly thinks so. He still cannot believe that that didn't hit, and a replay would probably show us that it didn't come back enough. But let's see if that replay comes up. 138 for 6, but he was playing no shot. Ball kept a bit low, but certainly looked as if it seemed back. Not enough. Rose once more. In bowl to Moores, and again Moores offers no shot. This time much more comfortably upside the off stump. Through to the wicketkeeper, no run.
That partnership at Queen's Park has now ended. 277 put on for the fifth wicket. Haider Ali out for 146. Lewis Deploy still there on 122. Derbyshire lead Yorkshire by 53 with 5 wickets left. I'll give you the other scores at the end of the over.
Just seeing that replay, he had reason to be worried. It was that close. As this delivery, he's bowling. That's an absolute top piece of bowling there by Will Rose. That one's gone through the gate, and a loose shot by Tom Moores, really never in a good position to play that delivery. Couple shaped back earlier, one missed the off stump, not this time. The middle stump knocked back, breakthrough comes, Moores goes for 42, and Rose in his first over, he's picked up a wicket with an absolute chaff of a delivery. Wrung the wicket he's bowling there. Just have a look at the replay, and in between bat and pad, a loose shot, and the middle stump knocked back.
Big blow for Notts, because Tom Moores was looking fairly comfortable, scoring runs and keeping one end up. Batted for 80 minutes in all, faced 66 balls, hit 5 fours, but his departure means that we're down to the 3 quick bowlers, the first of which is Brett Hutton on his way out to the middle, and then just Jake Ball and Dane Patterson to come, just while they're swapping over at 138 for 7. Just quickly run through the other scores elsewhere in Division 1. Essex now 79 for 3. They lead Somerset by 374. Kent 268 for 6 in their second innings against Surrey, lead by 424. So really piling it on against the current champions. Joey Everson, the former Notts man, made 50 in the first innings. He's 33 not out second time around. Hampshire 158 for 1 in their second innings at Southport, still trailing Lancashire by 74. Division 2, we've given you Derbyshire, Yorkshire, although Derbyshire lead by 55 with 5 wickets left. Beddingham and Robinson centuries have got Durham to 459 for 6. That's a lead over Glamorgan of 69. Leicestershire 89 for 2 at Bristol, replying to Gloucestershire's 368. And Sussex are 53 without loss at Hove, trailing Worcestershire by 9 runs. And that's early in their second innings. Here at Trent Bridge, Brett Hutton has made his way to the middle. He'll be at the non-strikers end because that was the end of the over. A successful first over for Will Rhodes. It's a little issue, I think, with the foot marks or the crease at the far end, because Richard Marshall, one of the ground staff, has come rushing on, or maybe it was the bails. Is it the bails he's swapped over? May well have been. I think it is. I think there was an issue with the bails. We were only talking about the bails there, and maybe one has been broken by the force of that Will Rhodes delivery. Do occasionally get a weak bail, don't you, that just snaps in half.
Yeah, it was a good delivery to get that 7th wicket. Really drew the left-handed batsman into the drive, playing upside of the delivery, in through the gate, and listen to the death rattle.
So Notts in a bit of a pickle now, or more of a pickle. They were already in one, but losing Tom Moores, they're still 433 behind. We haven't even got to talk about the follow-on mark. They're a million miles away from that as Rushworth bowls. Harrison takes it on, it's up in the air. Now then, down at long leg, Hannon Dolby takes the catch. 2 wickets in 2 balls, and Rushworth has got his man. Harrison has gone for 15, and a really disastrous 90 seconds or so for Notts, losing both Moores and Harrison. It was a good safe catch by Hannon Dolby, down at long leg, and Rushworth has his 2nd wicket. Notts 138 for 8.
Yeah, that was a deliberate plan to bowl short at Harrison. He struck a couple, but on this occasion, this one was much higher. The delivery, and he went for the hook. Not a long boundary, but Hannon Dolby just down in front of the scoreboard takes a comfortable catch. Rushworth gets his 1st wicket, and that's the 8th wicket down for Nottinghamshire. There are now 138 for the loss of 8.
Certainly not ideal at all. This morning has been one of resilience and patience, and trying a few things for Warwickshire. They've kept at it. There's been no free and easy runs for the Nottinghamshire middle and now lower order, and eventually perseverance has paid off. 2 wickets in 2 balls as Jake Ball comes out to the middle at number 10. Some good things and bad things to tell you about Jake Ball coming out to bat against Warwickshire. His career best is against the Bears, 49 not out here against Warwickshire. That's the good news. The bad news, it was 9 years ago. He helped Jeetan Patel over the ropes 4 or 5 times. Does prefer to bat against the spinners. So not ideal that he's coming out to face Chris Rushworth. And Jake Ball, very often, Roland, you'll find him down at number 11 on the card. The very fact that Dane Patterson is in the Notts 11 means that Jake is in at number 10.
Well, he's got to look at it that he's got an opportunity to bat now, so take that opportunity.
Still an hour to go until lunch, in theory, as Rushworth comes in. Oh, good morning, Mr. Ball, says Rushworth. He has to bob underneath this one. Indeed, good afternoon, because we are just past 12 o'clock now. It's a good sharp bouncer first delivery, and that wakens you up, doesn't it?
Well, it keeps him very honest. He knows what to expect. And, really, Rushworth should follow it with another bouncer. Just get him to glove it to short leg.
Umpire is Hartley, Peter Hartley. Bowls full-length delivery here, Rushworth, and Jake Ball happy to thrust bat and pad towards the delivery, play it back along the carpet, and there is no run. We're in the 49th over of this innings. Stark contrast to the Warwickshire one, which went on and on and on and on and on and on. 571 for 9 declared. The Bears making, kept Notts out in the field for a day and a half, and then maybe just tucked into a little bit of weariness. Rushworth in again, another bouncer. This one goes over the arch of Jake Ball's back as he bobs down. 138 for 8 in the 49th over. Ball and Hutton together, both with big duck eggs against their name. Brett Hutton, in truth, hasn't faced the ball, so no chance for him to get off the mark. And just Dane Patterson to come, so may well be a case of starting the roller up when when the 9th wicket goes down. Dane doesn't normally last too long. Next delivery sees Jake Ball keep it out, work it to mid-on. And Rushworth, it's a combination here, Roland, of attacking the stumps one delivery and then banging it in short at Jake Ball the next.
Yes, that's a good ploy. Keep him on the back foot so that when you do pitch the ball up, he's a bit slow coming forward. And I guess you don't have a lot of confidence in Patterson at number 11 there.
Rushworth bowls to Jake Ball, pushes it into the offside. Will Rhodes does the fielding. Rhodes has been instrumental in A couple of the dismissals this morning. He took the catch to dismiss Stephen Mullaney at short mid-wicket. That was the first wicket to go down, and then he came into the attack and bowled Tom Moores himself for 42. The last wicket to go down, the start of the over just completed. Calvin Harrison caught by Oliver Hannon-Dolby from the bowling of Chris Rushworth for 15. It's 138 for 8. More from Roland Butcher. He'll be joined by Richard Wilford, and I'll go and do a drinks run for you, Roland.
Yes, 138 for 8, and both of these batters, Hutton and Ball, both on 0. As Rhodes now will start the new over. He's got 2 slips in place into Hutton and Bowles, and he's driving, but can't beat extra cover. Fullish length delivery. He's fielded at extra cover, and there is no run. Apart from the 2 slips, he's got a backward point, he's got an extra cover, he's got a mid-off. That completes the offside field, and then on the onside there's a mid-on, there's a short mid-wicket, there's a square leg, and a long leg. Rhodes with a wicket in the first over now, Bowles, and it's met on the forward defensive there by Hutton. Very correct as he comes right forward and just plays the ball close to his body, goes up on the offside, can't score.
This is only Will Rhodes' 10th over of the season in Championship cricket. He's been very lightly bowled because of the seam attack that he's had in front of him. Rushworth, Hassan Ali, Hannon-Dolby, Barnard, Chris Wokes has played in 3 games as well. But so often since he joined the county, he's got a bit of a golden arm in these situations.
In Bowles and short of a length, and Hutton trying to force that one square, doesn't quite time it, plays it into the ground. Just bounces out on the offside, fielded. Extra cover moves around towards cover, does the fielding. And 138 for 8, Nottinghamshire find themselves in serious trouble, really. They've been right behind the 8 ball in this game, conceding a massive first innings total as Rhodes in Bowles, and that's driven, and a good piece of fielding there at extra cover. It looked as if that would have been 4 had it eluded the fielder, but instead a diving stop prevented the ball from going to the boundary.
He's not a useful, he's not a bad 5th option to have as a seamer, Will Rhodes. Perfectly capable of being the 4th. Hassan Ali having a little whirl of the arms because Rushworth had a bit of a spell now.
In Bowles, and he's playing forward. The ball runs off the face of the bat, out to backward point. Can't score yet to get off the mark, Hutton. And also Ball, both of these players now trying to fight it out for Nottinghamshire. Last wicket going down, Moores comprehensively bowled by Rhodes. Very good delivery, just bowling around the wicket, came back at him through the gate, just knocked the top of the middle stump. Rhodes is in and Bowles, and that's driven sweetly up to bit off, but Hannon-Dolby will do the fielding. Maiden over there for Rhodes. He's now completed his 2nd over, and he's bowled 2 maidens, and he's got 1 for naught.
But the other thing that's really interesting is the line of attack that Chris Rushworth took late last night, and then again during this morning session, in that, of course, Chris Rushworth has made an entire career predominantly at Durham bowling length and line, nipping people out, a little bit of late movement, outswinger, suddenly an in-ducker. That's been his career. Today he decided that bouncing Harrison out was what he was going to try and do. Concedes a 6, concedes a 4, and then gets the catch from Ollie Hannon-Dolby in the deep. It shows the versatility of Rushworth, who comes in now, and that's a fuller delivery. That's turned on the move up towards mid-on by Ball. There's a rather unnecessary shy at the stumps then from Hassan Ali, which was never going to catch Brett Hutton out of his ground. But no overthrows are conceded. But Rushworth, I mean, in his mid-30s now, just showing that if you've got a flat track on a hot day, you sometimes have to explore alternative methods, shall we say. Two slips in place. Point, short leg as well. And that one just blocked, kept it a little bit low. Blocked in front of middle and off. Not a lot of foot movement from Ball. Notts would love to find a way to, at the very least, extend this first innings through to the lunch interval, which is still fully 50 minutes away. It's the very fine Dave Bracegirdle turns up with some water for Mr. Butcher, which is...
and some extra. He's done an excellent job, Dave.
So this will rush his ball a bit. He's able to dab it down into the slip cordon. And there's no run. 138 for 8. Another scorching day in the East Midlands. It's fair to say the mood around the city was markedly different this morning after the incident that occurred overnight, and certainly we wish those families affected by the events in the city of Nottingham our heartfelt thoughts. As this bouncer has hit him on the helmet there, he's ducked down into it as Jake Ball, and that has caught him a nasty blow. He drops the bat, and hopefully he'll be okay. They're going to have to get him checked out. I think.
Well, he struck on the arm.
Oh, was it the arm? I thought it was the helmet initially. Oh, it was the arm. That's okay. Otherwise, the physio would have to come out.
He kept his arm down.
Yeah, you can see now where he's ringing it. It's sort of on the short sleeve of his left arm, isn't it? You've got 20/20 vision, you have, Roland Butcher. For a man who has a bit of a milestone coming up later in the year, that's perfect vision you've got. So Rushworth is in, and that's clipped over the head of short leg, and a single out towards mid wicket. And Jake Ball at this point is just happy to get off the strike with a single. 139 for 8.
Yes, Richard, that's what persistent sharp bowling at tail-enders does, makes them play some ungainly shots. And he easily could have lobbed that one to short leg. And I'm sure that Hutton will also get his share of short pitch deliveries as well.
Just really interesting watching Rushworth exploring the centre of the wicket to the extent that he has. Jake Ball is given his arm a good rub since that delivery hit it. It does look a little bit uncomfortable, still wringing his hand now as Hutton drives the ball up towards mid-on. End of the over. 139 for 8, Nottinghamshire. I think the interesting thing is, Warwickshire have taken 3 wickets today. They've had to work really hard for them. And yet you could still willingly believe that Notts could bat a long time in the second innings. There's nothing about the surface that means it's doing anything different. You know, we've seen Mulaney hole out to mid-wicket. We've seen the top edge pull shot from Harrison that he was rather duped into. It was a beautiful ball from Will Rhodes that Tom Moore's got, but it's not behaving badly.
It's not. I mean, I would bat again actually, and just try and bat them out of the game, keep them in the sun, and then try and pick some wickets up at the end of the day. Rose is in now and bowls, and he's beaten outside the off stump, just feeling for a delivery that's length. Doesn't get a touch, goes through to the keeper. And Rhodes in his third over has already picked up a wicket, hasn't conceded a run yet. And if he keeps bowling it like that, it will only be a matter of time before he picks up another one, as Ball just sparred outside the off stump. 2 slips waiting for the edge, as Rhodes with 35 on his bat is in now in bowls, and this one's met with a solid defensive push by Ball out to extra cover, no run.
We have rival limberers in the field at the moment. Danny Briggs is practicing a few deliveries and having a stretch and wanting to make sure that his captain knows that he's ready. Hassan Ali is jumping up and down and whirling his arm, thinking, well, there's tail-enders out here, right? I'm 3 for, and there are 2 to go. So,
well, I'm sure Hassan Ali will be the one to get a couple more, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot, just a gentle push, just really put the bat in the way. Didn't have to play through the line. Such is the nature of this pitch in the outfield that is just timed that to death. Gets a boundary and goes to 5. It's 143 for 8.
Yeah, the outfield's been very slick throughout. It's ball on 5. Hutton yet to score.
So the first run's off Rose with that boundary. Let's see how he responds. He's in now and bowls, and he's caught at slip. Short Ball does the business again. Tailender just fends it surprised by the short ball and he's caught at for a slip. So the 9th wicket goes down, and Rose has picked up his 2nd wicket. He's now got 2 for 4 after being pushed through the offside for 4, responded with the bouncer and gets another wicket.
Yeah, he's really dangled his bat at that one, hasn't he, Jake Ball, and helps it through to Rob Yates, who takes his 2nd catch of the innings to add to his impressive numbers in the slip cordon so far this season. And it's a real bonus in this weather, with all of the heat and with the options that are ahead for Warwickshire, whether they want to impose the follow-on or whether they don't. The fact that Will Rhodes, having bowled very lightly so far this season, hadn't taken a wicket prior to today, has chipped in to knock a couple over. That really does help enormously with what they're trying to achieve. Yates with his 19th catch in the championship this season at slip.
Well, that's good going. You wouldn't get a much easier one than that one, and you would like them to come like that.
He might get another one in a minute. Dane Patterson on his way out to the middle. Well, he's not usually there for a long time, but it might be a good time.
If you have so little faith in Dane, all that's required then probably is a straight ball.
It's one of those, frustratingly though, that if you bowl half an inch outside the off stump, he might play and miss, and then you bowl one on the stumps and it might disappear out the ground because he's generally 6 or nothing. Right,
so basically you bowl straight at the stumps to start with then.
This season 0, 11, 15, then 0 not out, 0, 0 and 1. Like I say, is
in a rich vein of form.
Consistent. It's good. Look, this could be the moment. Flat surface. He's seen what the likes of Hassan Ali and Rushworth did very brightly, didn't they?
Yeah, another slip will go in place, I guess, to make it 3. 3 slips. Short mid wicket. I think Rose should give him a bouncer and then a length delivery. Let's see what he does. First ball to Patterson, in no balls, and Patterson gives himself a little bit of room, but then gets the bat in line, defends the ball to mid-off. Hannon Dolby does the fielding, and there is no run. Patterson looks as if he's going to stay on the back foot. I don't think he's going to trust himself to come forward. Rose with 1 ball in his 3rd over. He's got figures of 2 for 4. Can he make it 3? He's in now and bowls to Patterson, and Patterson survives that one, so he will have to wait. And the over comes to an end, and at the end of that over, Nottinghamshire now are 143 for 9. Hutton has to get off the mark. Patterson, he's also on 0.
Just the 279 more required to avoid the follow-on.
But it was interesting today to hear Rowland say that he would bat again briefly if he was Warwickshire. Just put the fielders out in the sun, whether it be for an hour and a half, make sure that the game is over in terms of, not going to be a target they're going to be able to chase. It's an interesting decision to make, because although the 9 wickets have gone down in 52, 53 overs now, there's nothing to say that they can repeat that, because it still looks a respectable surface, a good surface to be batting on.
Yeah, I mean, I would want my bowlers fresh, have a bit of a break today, come out for a short session today, and then be fresh tomorrow morning for a big effort.
Hassan Ali back into the attack then, trying to finish the job off, and he bangs it very, very short. Brett Hutton turns away, having nothing to do with it. The theme of recent tweets has been familiar and depressing. Paul Fearon, I thought we'd make it to lunchtime at least, Dave. Very disappointing. Just a 51-year-old. This morning's batting has been a bit depressing for me. This still looks like a very flat batting wicket. 143 for 9 as Hassan Ali comes in, and Brett Hutton eases this up to mid-on, and there's no run. Chris Rushworth doing the fielding. Hassan Ali then with figures of 3 for 27. Will Rhodes, what an impact he's made in just a short time with the ball. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4. Lunch today scheduled to be at 1:10. Sanali bowls and Hutton keeps it out. There's no run. If by some miraculous chance this pair are still batting in 40 minutes time, of course, then the luncheon interval with 9 wickets down would be extended by up to half an hour, but that would be quite a turn of events if Dane Patterson and Brett Hutton could hang around for 40 minutes. Luke Fletcher again on the ground. In fact, he's not on the ground, he's on the hover cover. He's found a nice comfy cushion to sit on, the hover cover away to our right. He's clearly been in for a bit of gym work and it's taken it out of the old boy. Sanali bowls, strikes Hutton on the pad. The Pakistan international appeals, but he's on his own. Would have gone down the leg side, I fancy, and it remains 143 for 9.
He didn't get a lot of support for that one, did he? And I think he would have had 2 problems. One would have been the height and the other would have been the direction. So, I think those 2 things combined would have made life quite easy for umpire Hartley. He would have missed leg and gone over it as well.
As if you're watching the live stream, well, I've seen Luke flopped on the hover cover. Short pulled away, and a bit of work for Hannon Dolby to do. It's the Warwickshire fielders that are applauding. This was out of my eye line, so I guess the big man, Hannon Dolby, made a decent stop down there, and there's only a single for Brett Hutton, 144 for 9. That brings Dane Patterson down quite literally into the firing line, because Hassan Ali is certainly no respecter of the old fast bowlers union here, has it?
Not when there's a wicket on offer, and one more would give him 4 for 28 would be excellent figures on what has been a very flat pitch.
Old school Yorker. How about that for this one?
Yeah.
He's had a good match. Hassan Ali bowls and Dane Patterson keeps him out. He's resisted so far. It's the end of the over. 53 have gone, 144 for 9 this morning. Notts lost. Stephen Mullaney for 16, Tom Moore's 42, Calvin Harrison 15, and most recently Jake Ball out for 5. Hutton has won. Dane Patterson yet to score. Notts in a real old pickle. There's still 83 overs left to go today, 96 overs tomorrow, and right now you'd say there's only one likely outcome, but we have been surprised by county championship cricket and the turn of events many times in the past, but this would I think this would be up there amongst the great escapes if Notts can get out of this hole.
A catch and 2 wickets for Will Rhodes this morning, which has been a good hand from the captain. It was a very good catch indeed that saw his opposite number Stephen Mullaney removed, and now he gets a chance to bowl to Hutton, and it's full, and he plays and misses, and he keeps his head down looking at the ground where the ball passed him and through to the keeper. So decent smattering in again crowd wise, and a few more of them are taking the morning sun. They've tended to retreat into the upper precincts of the stands later in the day. It does get a bit too steamy after a while, as a straighter delivery is met by the full face of the bat by Hutton moving forward.
Hugh Bears says, great stuff this morning. This is sent to me, remember. This is sent to me. Dave, great stuff this morning as a Bears fan. Dave, do you think Warwickshire are genuine title contenders? Yes. Before the start of the season, I didn't go for Notts. There's a surprise. I did go for Hampshire, so I'll stick with Hampshire, but Warwickshire have looked very impressive.
This ball delivered by Rhodes is driven off the inside half of the bat. Mosley's in at short mid-wicket. He gets the stop. 2 slips in place. Short mid-wicket, square leg, mid-on and long leg. I give them in slightly random order. On the leg side, there is a man on the deep point boundary, which seems quite extravagant. Extra cover and mid-off. I'm pretty sure the man sitting to my left will have another slip catcher in, or certainly somebody else closer to the wicket. As his next delivery again is fended back off the full face of the bat, going forward by Hutton. Would you have a deep point right now, Roland?
Not really. 4, I wouldn't mind giving away 4 to get a wicket. I'd want a man in the catching position. He's bringing him up now probably to point, but I would have another man catching. If he gets 4, well, no harm done.
2 for 4 Rhodes in his 4th over, pushing forward nicely there. That was with some confidence. Hutton out into the offside. He's got 1 off 17 deliveries faced. Patterson has kept out the 3 that have been delivered to him.
I think Rhodes should, certainly to Hutton now, surprise him with a bit of a short delivery, because Hutton looks as if he'll go for the hook.
He's been quite happy pushing and prodding forward so far in this over. Can Rhodes force him back? It was just a bit more back of a length. You could see him retreat and then try and lean forward to defend it. And his hand-eye coordination was sufficient to do so. Another maiden for Will Rhodes. Nottinghamshire 144 for 9.
And they survived that over, so Patterson will take straight now, and he's yet to score. Hassan Ali will be coming in at him. I think he'll get the full array this over of straight balls, length, yorker, bouncer, if he has to bowl that many balls. Ali is in to Patterson in bowls, and Patterson and Patterson anticipating the short ball.
That ended up hitting Michael Burgess on the ear, I think.
Yeah, it came off, bounce, hit the glove and just flew up on his ear. But we saw Patterson ducking, backing away.
Yeah.
And then coming back.
He ducked, backed away, leant in and left it twice.
You should have stayed just right there and leave it. But Hassan Ali bowls, and then that's up in the air. It's off the glove or the arm. It's gone over the keeper's head. He's going to get a single though. The slip's chased down. Oh, it's given as a leg by.
I thought it was helmet myself, but we'll
see.
We'll know that if they.
Arm is, he's saying arm, but it'd be interesting to see whether he starts rubbing his glove.
Yeah, I think it was the arm higher up than the glove, and therefore it's a leg by rather than a run, isn't it?
Yeah, he's saying the batter is saying arm, but I guess the replay will show us whether there was any glove on that.
Fearsome delivery, wasn't it?
Ali's in, bowls, and he's struck on the pad. That's close, got to be close. Obviously, maybe sliding down then, because he wasn't far forward. Obviously stuck on the back foot, expecting a short pitch delivery. And again, the replay will tell us what happened with that delivery, but it may well just be nipping down the leg side as Ali slanted that into the right-handed batsman. Let's see what he does now. Ali in, and this one is driven firmly up to mid-off, and a good tumbling stop there at mid-off. That had 4 written all over it as Hutton just came forward and drove it firmly along the ground.
What did Alex Davis lose in making that stop? He started looking around at something behind him. Whether it was a piece of sunglasses, whether it was a rag that he uses to dry his hands. It's not going to be one of those hand warmers in your pocket.
Hassan Ali in now and bowls, and this is runs here as he stroked this one out to cover point, but they'll just take the single, even though the ball goes right out to 2 meters from the boundary, so they'll take just the 1.
I would say with 10 and Jack out there, or 9 and Jack out there, that's kind of curious, isn't it?
Well, I think Hutton at this stage, even exposing Patterson to 1 ball can be a dangerous ploy, but I'm sure another short ball could well be coming. Oh.
Is he wanting a fly slip now? I think he is. Sam Hain is going to go to I suspect, a fly slip position. I think there was already a 3rd man in place.
Double bluff, Yorker. There's Ali's in now, bowls. Then it's Yorker and he gets down on it. Gets a single. And goes down to deep square leg, and
what little bit of sanity? What little bit of sanity Dave Bracegirdle still
and
had
he ends up having to face the next over.
Yeah.
So Patterson gets off the mark.
Talk me through that one then, guys. Talk me through that one.
Because the previous delivery can't make sense now, can it? Only choosing to run 1 when there was a comfortable 2 can't possibly make sense if you then take a single off the next ball. Although Patterson might just be licking his lips because it's not going to be pace on now. As Danny Briggs is going to come into the attack for the first time. And for me, this is also partially a sign that Will Rhodes is going to be more inclined to impose the follow-on rather than adding to the lead, because at the moment he doesn't want to bring all his pace bowlers back in if he doesn't have to. So
well, he also feels that there's a chance that one of these tail enders will have a slog and get out.
Yeah, bit of excitability.
I think he'd like to get into a position where the 10th wicket went down close enough to lunch for the umpires to say we'll have lunch, and then they've got sort of half an hour forward. Well, they've got their luncheon interval to sort of sit on their decision, haven't they, and really canvass the opinion of the coaching staff and the bowlers. Here's Danny Briggs then, from our end of the ground, slow left arm spinner, former England man a few years ago, and first ball to Dane Patterson is just nudged out on the leg side, fielded by Alex Davis, and it comes in off 2 or 3 paces. Where in the sunnies, floats it up there, and again drilled up to mid-on by Patterson. There's no run. Last time these sides met at Edgbaston in 2021, on the last day, it was Danny Briggs who ran through Notts. Quick fire 6 foot to end that contest. Fields off his own bowling here as Patterson nudges it back to the bowler. Nobody out deep on the leg side. That short boundary as a boundary rider on the offside, and here is Patterson just levering it away towards deep mid-wicket, where it'll be fielded by Luke Fletcher, who's still flopping on the hover cover there.
Must have a deep mid-wicket.
That's the 150 up to a smattering of applause, although nobody really knows why.
Because he will have a slog. He hasn't got the patience to keep playing forward, Patterson, so you've got to have a deep mid-wicket in place.
Luke Fletcher is too nice a man to make Chris Rushworth walk all the way to where that ball went, by the way.
Briggs bowls and Patterson drives down the ground. That's a Dane Patterson hit. Went low and flattered hard and just bounced inside the rope. Close enough for Anand Dolby actually to signal to the umpires that it was 4 rather than a 6, but that's more Dane Patterson. He likes this more than Hassan Ali bowling it around his chops. Won't mind this at all. May well be a swish and a miss anytime soon, but he'll prefer this sort of pace. 155 for 9. Got to feel a bit for Danny Briggs, hasn't he? He's waited until the 56th over to come on and turn his arm over, and then he's got the swashbuckling blade of Dane Patterson. Just trying to take him down. Next one sees Patterson unleash it down the ground, and Anand Dolby's big paws catches it at deepish mid-off and knocks her all out for 155. And the first innings deficit is 416 runs. A wicket for Danny Briggs then, 1 for 8. Patterson out for 9. Brett Hutton is 2 not out, and it remains to be seen if the follow-on will be enforced, whether they'll take lunch, because technically we're still 25 minutes away from the lunch break. All that will unfold in the next minute or two, but in the end it was a short, sharp dispatch of Nottinghamshire this morning, Roland. Inside the 2 hours they've lost their last 5 wickets.
Yeah, very good bowling performance by Warwickshire. They really have been in front of the game most of the game, so the confidence going into this morning, having taken 5 wickets yesterday, would have been there. Type of bowlers have got really exploited the pitch as well, and everybody did their bit, and really to bowl them out for 150 odd on this pitch, I think, is an excellent bowling performance. And I certainly, if I was Warwickshire, I would be batting again. That is no question about that. I would want this pitch to deteriorate. It's going to be hard work if you put your bowlers into bowl all day. They've given you a big effort yesterday afternoon. They've given you a big effort this morning. If you're going to ask them to come and do it again after lunch, I would give them a rest and then give it a real effort this afternoon.
It's interesting, that sort of thing that Shane Warne used to do when he was captaining Hampshire was, right, I'm not going to give him a sniff. What I'm going to do is grind him into the ground a little bit longer, not going to enforce the follow on, get the lead up to 600, which he potentially could do in 30 overs, 35 overs, and say, right, how many overs do we want to bowl at them? Give ourselves 125 if we can't bowl them out in 125 overs. But it is a flat surface, and if a couple of batsmen play properly for Notts in the second innings, a couple of players get 100, then you've got a different game in prospect.
Long time left in the contest there, Richard. 5 sessions to go. We're just looking for some sort of clue as to whether the follow-on has been enforced or whether Warwickshire will bat again. The light roller is out there, although it looks a big, hefty job that is going up and down. Many club grounds would consider that a heavy roller, but they've got a really, really heavy one here that you often see Steve Burke's riding up and down on. I think this is the light roller, but as soon as we get an indication, we'll tell everybody. This morning, Stephen Mullaney caught by Will Rhodes from the bowling of Hassan Ali for 16. That was 96 for 6. Tom Moores played quite nicely for his 42 before being bowled by Will Rhodes. That was 138 for 7, and the end came fairly quickly after then, because next ball, that was the end of 1 over. The first ball, the next over, Calvin Harrison caught by Oliver Hannon-Dolby from the bowling of Rushworth for 15, 138 for 8. Jake Ball didn't last long, caught Rob Yates at slip off Rhodes for 5, and another catch for Hannon-Dolby, this time off the spin of Danny Briggs for 9 knots, 155 all out. So from 138 for 6 to 155 all out, it was, as I say, a swift dispatch by Warwickshire. They'll be very, very pleased to have that first innings lead of 416. No batting points for Warwickshire, for Nottinghamshire, I beg your pardon. Warwickshire got 4 batting points, so it really is a sorry looking scorecard that those watching the live stream at the moment can see. We'll keep abreast of things here at Trent Bridge. The players, I'm sure, will be back out in 6 or 7 minutes time, rather than taking lunch, and when they return, we'll return with the commentary. Meanwhile, if you want to get in touch on the old Twittery thing, be very welcome at Brace Cricket or at Wilford WM, and we'll speak to you all in 5 or 6 minutes time. Well, welcome back to Trent Bridge, folks. We're going to get a little more cricket before the luncheon interval, which is scheduled for 1:10 today, and the immediate news I can bring you is that Warwickshire have enforced the follow-on. So with a first innings lead of 416, they've said to Stephen Mullane and his side, you can have another go, see if you can do any better against our potent attack that didn't take too long to skittle you out. 5 wickets down overnight, and inside 2 hours this morning, Warwickshire have got the last 5 wickets. Notts 155 all out. A sorry looking scorecard. Tom Moore's top scoring with 42. Second top scorer, Asiba Mead, with 28, and in truth not a lot else. Ben Slater, Stephen Mullane and Calvin Harrison all scraping into double figures, but a scorecard that won't bear too much scrutinising by the Nottinghamshire side. So Asiba Mead and Ben Slater out there in the middle. Also worth reminding everybody, Slater and Mead put 51 on for the first wicket, so the 10 wickets actually went down for 96 runs. It was a fairly calm first 15 overs. Start of the 16th over was when Slater went. Mead admittedly had been bowled off a no ball, as we welcome back listeners to 5 Sports Extra. We are going to get 15, 16, 17 minutes cricket in here at Trent Bridge before lunch, because Notts have been asked to follow on. Bowled out for 155 in response to that whopping Warwickshire first innings score of 571 for 9. Just wondered if, seems to be the modern way, just go out and bat for a couple of hours rather than enforce the follow on. Although it was a huge lead, it would have enabled the Warwickshire seamers to put their feet up for a while, but Will Rhodes and the coaching staff and his team have seen it differently, and maybe they just think they've got Notts on the ropes here, and will be looking to complete a 3-day win. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Roland Butcher, the former England Test player, is also with us for this match, and to ease you through this first over, looks as if it's going to be bowled by Chris Rushworth before he has to dash off and do business for the West Midlands. It's Richard Wilford.
Thanks very much, Dave. Rushworth round the wicket to the left-handed Slater. It's well outside off stump, and Slater leaves it well alone. 3 slips in place. Now, Josh Yelts-Bear on Twitter was asking after the welfare of Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and provided the video evidence, asking whether Ollie might have dislocated his finger in taking that catch that ended the Notts innings. Now, Ollie is out there, he's fielding down at long leg at the moment, but the video evidence would suggest that he probably did, because he ran over, and one of the medical staff, one of the support staff, was by where Ollie's hat was and all that sort of thing, and I think he has put one of the fingers in his left hand back in place. Whether it's one he's done before, because he seems unaffected by it all. Rushworth in, a Yorker that Slater does well with there. There's an appeal for LBW in case it hit leg first, but Slater has shown good reactions there. Awkward delivery from Rushworth, and there's no run. Any wicket before lunch for Warwickshire here is manna from heaven. Notts' first port of call is to get through the 78 overs that are remaining today to make sure they take it into day 4.
Where's those thunderstorms today, Rich, when you need them?
Yeah, there's nothing around the next 2 days, is it?
No, it's supposed to be fine, yeah.
Gorgeous conditions as Rushworth bowls, driven for 4 through the covers, and that might just settle Ben Slater, who was never entirely at ease yesterday despite that half-century opening partnership, but he pushes forward, and that was really nice clean contact on that. First runs of the Nottinghamshire second innings, therefore without loss.
Just thinking of all the times I dislocated a finger, either stopping a ball in the field or trying to catch it or stop it off your own bowling, and necessitate a 3 or 4 hour sit down in A&E waiting to be seen before it's popped back in.
Yeah, not fun, that's for sure. Rushworth in, that's a good leave from Slater, outside off stump. Now, finding a way to take the 5 wickets this morning is one thing, and once Mullane had hold out at mid-wicket, excellent catch for Will Rhodes, then, you know, Harrison improving but still learning his trade as a number 8, and then a bit of a tail after that. Hutton not out too, but Ball and Patterson both struggled against pace, and Patterson holding out against the spin of Briggs because he couldn't resist it once it was floated above his eye line. But I think it's going to be a whole lot more difficult to wheedle out the upper order today. Rushworth in, that's a beauty, past the shoulder of the bat. through to Burgess, but it should be harder.
Yeah.
No, it should be.
You nearly got an assist then, you know that, don't you?
Yeah, well, again, we have colleagues on the circuit who would disagree,
Yeah.
but yeah.
It was a curious end to the Nottinghamshire. It was a curious innings, full stop, but it was a curious end in that from the penultimate ball of what turned out to be the penultimate over, Notts turned down a run and then did take a run from the last ball of the over. It was bizarre.
Bit of mixed thinking, maybe. As Rushworth beats the outside edge of the bat. End of the first over of the second innings. Nottinghamshire 4 without loss in their second innings, trail by 412.
Thank you, Richard. As we move to within about 3 overs or so of the lunch break, Oliver Hannon-Dolby, dislocated finger or not, is going to share the new ball with Chris Rushworth. Just the 1 wicket and a couple of catches for Hannon-Dolby in the Nottinghamshire first innings. Just turning his arm over with Alex Davis, who's up there alongside him at mid-off. So Asib Hamid is on strike. Hamid made 28 in the first innings. Was eventually dismissed by Hassan Ali, who earlier had bowled Hamid an inside edge onto the stumps, but it was a no ball. So he had 2 knocks first time round. His away first ball this time, just leaning forward, guiding it with an open face to short third, and comes back for 2. So both Nottinghamshire openers are up and running. And pretty much 5 sessions to go after this one, and Notts have really, you'd imagine, got to bat for most of them, if not all of them, to escape with anything from this game. 410 behind they are right now at 6 without loss as Hannon-Dolby bowls through to the keeper. Umpires have changed ends, of course. This end is now Peter Hartley, and at square leg Steve O'Shaughnessy. 6 without loss. 3 slips, point, extra cover mid-off on the offside, and fairly regulation long leg mid-wicket and mid-on on the onside. The outfield looking more and more parched with each passing minute. Lots of dry bare patches as Hannon-Dolby bowls to Asib Hamid. What did you make of the decision then, Roland, to follow on? I know you said you wouldn't have done it, but you know, maybe they think they've got Notts where they want them.
Yeah, I guess they would have had a discussion with the bowlers, particularly the faster bowlers, to see how they feel. I'm of a different view. I think I would bat it again. I would give my guys a rest.
There's Hannon-Dolby, gentle breeze over the ground. Hannon-Dolby bowls and more runs for me. This will go for 4. Unprotected third man area, and it just raced away past the 3 slips and ran down there over the rope now and clatters into the advertising hoardings at the base of the Hound Road stand down at third man, and Hamid is on to 6, Notts into double figures. 10 without loss in the second over of this second innings, having been made to follow on. 406 behind.
Yeah, genuine edge there all along the ground. 3 slips in place, but that one came off the edge. Yeah, I think I would have liked to bat again. Give my bowlers a rest. I would keep Notts in the sun for a while.
Hannon-Dolby in again, and Hamid drops it down in that same general direction. Well, they're going to come back for 2, and Hamid will have to get the afterburners on. He does. He comes back. I was momentarily distracted as the bowler released. I thought I heard a which I wondered if might have been a no ball, but it wasn't. It must have been a noise from the crowd or somebody else on the field. So 2 runs taken by Hamid, moves on to 12. Runs coming thick and fast in this Hannon-Dolby over, which will now come to an end, provided it is not a no ball or a wide. Hannon-Dolby bowls now, and Hamid drives down the ground, and this has Alex Davis chasing after it. They've run a couple quickly. Down below us, a good effort by Alex Davis. Can't prevent it from going over the ropes. Just check that the Former Lancashire man is okay. It's gone for 4, but Davis really threw himself at it, gave everything, and clattered into the advertising boards, gets himself back to his feet, and he's picking himself up in bits and pieces there. He's got a few bruises. It's a great effort, but 12 from that over, not 16 without loss.
Yeah, over pitch delivery and just punched on the ground by Hamid. And just getting back to the decision, as I said, the way I would have played it, I think, Dave, I would have looked to bat. As I said, one, to give my bowlers a rest, so I want them ready for the challenge this afternoon. To keep Nottinghamshire in the sun, keep them wondering when the declaration is going to come. As Rushworth bowls outside the off stump, that one goes away from the left-handed Slater, keeps it a little bit low. He's bowling wrong the wicket, and gathered by the keeper, low down by his bootstraps. He's got 3 slips in place, cover point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. That's the feel for the right-arm bowler, Rushworth. He's bowling wrong the wicket. It's 16 without loss. Nottinghamshire in their second innings, having been asked to bat again, as Rushworth comes in now to Slater. He bowls and Slater's forward and defends goodish length delivery. The ball goes to shortish mid-on, mid-wicket comes across, does the tidying up. And just getting back to what you were saying, Dave. As I said, my reasons: 1, to keep them in the sun; 2, give the bowlers a rest; 3, have them wandering in the field. When is the declaration going to come? And then this last session today, I would really release my guys to give it a big effort. Rushworth is in now and bowls, and he beats him outside the off stump. Sort of strangle appeal, so maybe he came off the pad or something like that. But it's a good delivery, kept a bit low. Umpires remain unmoved.
Can you imagine your playing days though, Mike Gattin, Mike Brearley, or somebody saying, "Come on, boys, let's do this, and we can have a day off tomorrow."
We would have ground them into the dust. Made it impossible for them. Give ourselves enough time to bowl them out. In comes Rushworth, and he bowls, and Slater is on the front foot. Very early, ball comes off the face of the bat, runs to gully. So Slip dives away to his left there. Injured himself a little. He's now holding the back of his knee.
Graham Rowley says a rethink's needed, Dave. 12 innings now for Nottinghamshire this season. They've only got past 300 twice. It's tough, First Division cricket, it really is.
In comes Rushworth, bowls, and he's beaten. Just staying inside the line of that delivery, the ball goes across him, and Rushworth just scratching his head. I wouldn't say he's here, scratching his head, wondering how he didn't get a touch to that delivery.
But a number of people making the point that Notts have only got one overseas player, and they could have foreseen that Ben Duckett would probably be away for the second half of the year, and maybe a top overseas batter could have been brought in just to help some of the youngsters out.
One ball remaining in his second over as Rushworth comes in now to Slater, bowls, and Slater edges, and again a good diving stop by the fielder at third slip. That's the end of his second over. At the end of the over, maiden over, it's now 16 without loss. Slater is on 4 and Hamid on 12.
Yeah, good stop there by Will Rhodes, who's had a good morning. Took a catch and picked up a couple of wickets. Used himself sparingly towards the end of the innings, as he did with Danny Briggs, just to try and give the Quicks a little bit of a breather. The main breather for the Bears today is going to come in about 3 minutes' time. 1:07 is the time on the scoreboard there, so probably just one more over each.
So Hannon Dolby took a bit of punishment in his first over. He's going to be clipped through mid-wicket here as well for at least 2. In fact, they should be able to get back comfortably for 3, because it's going to go most of the way to the rope before Dan Mosley slides to pick it up. And Hamid will go to 15, 19 without loss. He's come out with a bit more positive intent Asif Hamid for this second innings. But yeah, those two bowlers you came on to give the seamers a breather, Rhodes and Briggs between them, 5 overs, 3 for 12. So they did a rather effective job of polishing off the tail. I fancy that Briggs is going to be needed a bit more later in the day. He's only bowled 77 balls in the Championship this season so far. I think he may at least double that later in the day. 19 without loss. 5 balls until lunch. And Dolby is blocked out into the offside by Slater. Not a lot of foot movement. Full ball. 3 slips in place. And I think there are, good counter arguments, as Roland has put it, as to what to do. I think Warwickshire will feel on the surface the one that they have seen as a batting side, where they've put 571 on the board, that they might need every over they can get to take another 10 wickets. I think that's probably the way they've ended up looking at it. Even if they came in a slightly straightforward way earlier. The leave now just outside off stump from Slater. He's found a better line this over. Alan Dolby, and again he's getting good seam position as well. Let's see whether there's any strapping on Hannah Dolby's left hand after what we think might have been a bit of a finger incident, taking the 10th wicket catch. Can't see anything. Coming to bowl to Slater once more. Good across him, defended out into the offside. Mosley does the fielding. No run.
Lots of noise out there, isn't there? Lots of encouragement, as you'd expect. Just get through this over, see if we can get one before lunch, lads. You can hear it all, can't you?
It's a sign of a team that's on top in the game, isn't it, when you hear the level of chatter. You can often pick out Will Rhodes' accent in particular. Alan Dolby to Slater, beats the outside edge. Oohs and ahs. 1 ball left till lunch. I think they'll be grateful not if Slater survives it, because it's been worked on a bit in this over from Hannah Dolby.
Yeah, very good delivery that. Hit the pitch hard. And again, good height, pace off the pitch. He's a big tall man, Hannah Dolby, so he comes from very high.
Yeah, 6'8", long limbs, fairly high release as well. Strides in for what should be the final ball of an elongated session, and he cuts him in 2 there, but any appeal is stifled by the fact he would have been well above bail height. But a good over, probing over to end the session. Nottinghamshire will go into lunch on 19 without loss in their second innings. They trail by 319, 7 runs, with Hamid on 15 and Slater on 4. This morning, Mullaney went for 16, Moores 42, Harrison 15, Ball 5, and Patterson 9.
Thank you, Richard. Thanks very much to Roland Butcher this morning for his company and his commentary here at Trent Bridge. Then Nottinghamshire began the day 82 for 5. It took the Bears about an hour and 3/4 to get rid of those last 5 wickets. Mullaney 16, Tom Moores 42, Harrison 15, and the last couple were Jake Ball for 5 and Dane Patterson for 9. Notts losing their entire 10 wickets between the close last night and the first session this morning for just 96 runs, 155 all out, and a huge deficit of 416. They've reached lunch, having been made to follow on 19 without loss. There's a lot of work to do for Notts with 5 sessions left in this game. Warwickshire very much on top. We've enjoyed your company this morning. You'll be able to join us a little later on, but for those listening on 5 Sports Extra, right now I'm going to hand you back to Kevin Howells. And for those who've been following on BBC Sport website and app, or with us on the live stream, again, many thanks, especially to those of you that's taken the trouble to get in touch to the commentary team this morning. We'll read them all. We'll try and give you as many as we can a shout out afterwards. We do eventually get round to reading them all. A lot of messages all tend to come in all at once, a bit of a glut, so if we haven't got round to you yet, bear with us. A lot of people making comments on the decision to follow on, not follow on, and understandably Warwickshire supporters a little happier than their Notts counterparts at the moment. Anyway, it's lunch at Trent Bridge. Play should restart, remember, not at 20-2 but at 10-2 today. So if you've got somewhere to be, or you want to pick up with us a little later, the three of us will be back on air from about 10-2. Hope you'll join us then.
Right, lads. See you on the other side.
It's the big one, it's the Ashes.
That is sublime.
At such an iconic test ground, it's really exciting.
Well, everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge for the resumption of play here between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire. Start of the second session on day 3, the 8th session in all. And I think you probably make a case for Warwickshire having won all 8 sessions up to this point. Very much on top. They've made Nottinghamshire follow on this morning after bowling the home side out for just 155 in their first innings. Remember, the Bears made 571 for 9 before declaring this morning. Nottinghamshire were 82 for 5 overnight, so they added 73 more for their last 5 wickets, and then Notts had 20 or so minutes in which to bat before the break. Got through 4 overs with Ben Slater on 4 not out. Asiba Mead has moved quite quickly on to 15 from just 7 balls, but Notts still trail by 397, so they've got to bat and bat and bat and bat, and that will maybe get them to tea, and then they've got to do the same again, and that will get them to the close of the 3rd day, and then they've got to do it all again tomorrow. You'd imagine even if they can somehow find a way to bat until tea tomorrow, they're not going to be out of reach of Warwickshire, so almost impossible task, but professional sportsmen do love challenges. Sportswomen as well, of course. Nottinghamshire 19 without loss. We're going to get underway in a moment or two. Hope you've had a satisfactory lunch and break if you were with us earlier, and we'd like to welcome you back to the commentary box. Roland Butcher, former England Test and ODI cricketer, is with me. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from Radio Nottingham, and representing the West Midlands is Richard Wilford.
Thanks very much, Dave. Good afternoon. Chris Rushworth will bowl the first over, and that's up onto the gloves of Hasib Hamid. He was coming forward to a ball that was just shorter than he expected, and he guides it down into the turf, and there's no run. Not's first port of call is to bat out the day and restore some pride. There are runs to be had out there. Noticeable change during play today in the colour of the surface. Very few bits of green now linger, and it's played true. Been beautifully prepared again. Good leave outside off stump by Hamid. There's a bit of pace about it. We've seen that Warwickshire have exploited the short ball in a way that Nottinghamshire didn't. That little bit of extra pace from Hassan Ali, the extra height of Oliver Hannon-Dolby, both of those have had an impact on the Notts' first innings. And Rushworth unexpectedly bowling some short stuff, hostile stuff and leg theory. Not his normal way of trading, but did it with some effect and got the wicket of Calvin Harrison with that, as Hamid, with 3 slips, is able to guide it wide of them, between them and Gully, and Sam Hain will set off and chase down towards the boundary's edge on the near side. Dan Mosley is following him, and they only get 2, which is a good job by Sam Hain, and that's the sort of raw when you know you're in top of the game, when the fielders raw because you keep them down to 2. Good chase from Hain.
Yes, he's just worked off his lunch there, Sam Hain, with some real determination, commitment. I hope he hasn't tweaked anything there. He was just making his way back towards the catching cordon a little gingerly.
Yeah, he is carrying an injury, Sam Hain, so there's always a possibility that he can aggravate it. He's got a bit of a hip flexor problem at the moment, which he's hoping he's going to settle down. Hasn't affected his batting too much just lately, but it is that area, and actually maybe a little bit of hamstring that he's showing some concern at, as Rushworth comes in, defended into the offside by Hamid. 21 without loss.
Perfect game for Sam Hain, isn't it? Bat once, get 100, and then just stand there waiting for an edge to come in his general direction, get a few catches and get off home with the win under his belt. Well, most of that has gone for him so far. Another splendid 100 against Notts. When does he ever fail against the Robin Hood county? But yeah, Rich is absolutely spot on. It's the back of the right leg that's giving him a little bit of grief, and whether that is from that slide to stop the ball or the extension of the run.
Rushworth in, and Hamid, well, he kills it right in the crease. For a moment he's concerned it might roll back towards the stumps, but it doesn't. Swiftly in from point is Barnard. Will Rose, the Bears captain, is in conversation intermittently with Sam Hain, and I'm sure that if he feels there's anything muscular going on there, he'll say, well, nip off the field and we'll get the 12th man out for a bit.
He's not likely to need him, is he, today?
He's not going to bat today.
No, he's not going to bowl today either, is he?
I mean, he's unlikely to bowl ever again after his last excursion. His last but one excursion was bad enough, but his last one was awful. As Rushworth is in and guided again through the vacant third man, and let me tell you, Sam Hayne is not chasing it. Rob Yates is, and it hasn't got as much on it anyway, so they'll come through for 2 more. 23 without loss. Hamid has looked in decent order at the start of this second innings. He's on 19. Slater on 4, and Sam Hayne is going to leave the field, I think.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm as far removed from the Warwickshire coaching setup as you can possibly be, but if I was somebody out there, I'd be getting the 12th man on for him. But Sam Hayne has made that decision himself, or Will Rhodes has told him to go off, because he's feeling something anyway at the back of his right leg. He's taken a drink with him and a bib, and Oliver Hannon-Dolby will bowl the second over, so I'll leave Rich to identify the sub-fielder, and he is hobbling as he makes his way off, Sam Hayne.
It's ginger, but he is jogging, which is something. It's Jacob Bethel is the substitute fielder, the teenage all-rounder who isn't able to bowl now this season because of a lower back problem, but he is able to bat and field, so it must be an issue that's worse when he rolls his arm over.
So it's Hannon-Dolby. Got 1 wicket in the first innings and a couple of catches, and he starts with a big booming away swinger that started wide of Slater's bat and went even further wide. Saw Jacob Bethel as a 13, 14, 15-year-old playing his cricket, learning his craft at the Franklin Stevenson Academy in Barbados. When Roland joins us, I'm sure he'll have more to add on that. He was talking about him yesterday. Had a loan spell, or a very brief loan spell, with Gloucestershire last year, just been unable to nail down a permanent spot in the Bears side, as this one's gone through Slater and into the gloves of Burgess. Played against Notts in the Royal London in 2021, a game that Notts did win, a century from Asiba Mead, 5 wickets for Lyndon James, and Kyle van Vollenhoven, who has started doing a little bit of co-commentating with me on the Blast matches. He played for the Bears in that one. Send best wishes to Chris Morley. Hope you're feeling a little better sometime soon, Chris. Nice message from Chris during the luncheon interval following the commentary, as this is pushed into the offside and fielded by Bethel. Very much enjoying listening to Roland Butcher sharing the commentary duties for this game with Richard and myself. 23 without loss, Nottinghamshire. They've got to just quite simply bat and just go on batting. Stuff of record-breaking proportions, really, if they're to get out of this. That's Hannon-Dolby. Bowls, driven into the offside by Slater. That might just have enough juice behind it to go all the way for 4. A couple of fielders in hot pursuit, and it will cross the rope for a boundary for Ben Slater. Moves him on to 12. The only Nottinghamshire partnership of 400 runs before last season was for the first wicket back in 2000, when Darren Bicknell and Guy Welton put on 406 for the first wicket at Edgbaston to get Notts a draw, last day draw. I was here commentating on the England-Zimbabwe test match, and certainly as that partnership neared record proportions, I was more concerned with what was happening with Nottinghamshire. 60 or 70 miles away. 27 without loss, fielded again by Bethel on the offside. And of course last year the second 400 run partnership that happened against Derbyshire, and it did involve Asiba Mead and Ben Duckett.
Should be ducking out at the end of this over just to update listeners in the West Midlands and Coventry and Warwickshire. Yeah, if it isn't Jacob Bethel, it's definitely somebody in Jacob Bethel's shirt who's also left-handed. So yeah, no, it is. That is his squad number.
Lovely clear blue skies there. You got a glimpse of on the live stream as this one goes over Slater and through into the gloves of Michael Burgess. Our commentary team, I think we know the commentary team is. Our camera crew for this afternoon, Jono, Spence and Finn, out and about round the ground, bringing you the pictures that you've been able to see, and our sincere thanks to them out in all conditions. I think one or two of them were a little fearful yesterday when the their thunder, and in particular the lightning started, and thanks as ever to Kirsty and Aaron bringing us the graphics and looking after the replays and the production side of things. And I know those of you that follow the action on the live stream are appreciative of their efforts. Chris Rushworth will continue from the pavilion end. Gentle breeze blowing across the ground. I'm saying that from the perspective of being in the commentary box and just seeing the flags rippling. I guess if you're out there, it just feels absolutely stifling as Rushworth bowls to the Bolton Bradman, Asiba Mead, who lets this go through to the wicket keeper, Michael Burgess. To his right is Rob Yates, who took a couple of catches at first slip in the Nottinghamshire first innings. Dan Mosley's come in second with Sam Hain off the field. And Will Rhodes, the skipper, he's there's a bit of a gap. He's sort of 3.5, if not fourth slip position. He's the other one in the grabbers as Rushworth bowls, and this is dropped down on the leg side, fielded by Briggs, and there's no run. Welcome Roland back to the commentary position. It was interesting during the luncheon interval. I was looking out there, very much enjoying watching the youngsters get out and about on the outfield, playing with their bat and balls. There was a couple of schools out there on a bit of a treat, a bit of a day out. They were able to play their own games of quick cricket and mini cricket and have a bat and a bowl, very much enjoying it as Rushworth comes in again and Hamid lets it go through to the keeper. But the other thing that caught my eye, on the edge of the square under the auspices of the Notts bowling coach Kevin Shine, was Shaheen Shah Afridi, who's here at Notts for the Blast at the moment. White ball format, of course, but he was out there with Kevin Shine watching him and helping him and all the rest of it, bowling with a red ball. I'm not entirely sure of Pakistan's forthcoming commitments, but Afridi out there on his week off was spent a good half an hour with Kevin Shine working on something with his red ball action. Hamid is on 19. Rushworth bowls down the leg side, well taken by Burgess. Welcome back, Roland.
Yes, and thank you. Good take down the leg side. Fire seemed to have gone out to the ball at the moment. The ball's a little bit low. That one was low on the leg side. Hamid trying to glance it to find leg, but better start for Notts. Sub 27 without loss.
Rhodes has definitely moved himself to fourth slip now. There's quite a gap between Mosley at second. A ball could go through there, but Hamid instead works it onto the leg side and will push hard to come back for two. There's been some purposeful running by Asiba Mead here, and that's why he's got a strike rate of better than 100 right now. He's 21 from just 18 balls faced. Earlier in the match, Roland, we were talking about Jacob Bethel, somebody that we've both come across in the recent and distant past. Well, he's out as a sub-fielder wearing number 2, standing on the mat at extra cover, on for Sam Hain this afternoon. Here is Rushworth. Good to see Jacob out there again as this is worked away by Hamid. Square of the wicket on the leg side. He played that shot any number of times in the first innings, didn't he? And was able to get a single just as he did there. End of the over, 30 without loss.
Yes, and Hamid, the bulk of the scoring. He's on 22, 30 without loss. Bright sunshine here at Trent Bridge as Warwickshire for the second time trying to dismiss the Nottinghamshire team. A much sterner challenge here in the second innings, albeit huge deficit, but conditions are still very, very good for batting as they've been right from the start. Any life that was in this pitch is being sucked out of it. It's nice brownish colour now as
to go to League One side Oxford. The 26-year-old was a key figure.
Alan Dolby bowls and beats Hamid with a good delivery outside the off stump. That one just seemed to seam away from him. He's played and missed. Didn't bounce that much, but it went through to the keeper.
Yes, just looking at Asiba Mead this year, not really done very much in the second innings of matches at all. All his half centuries have come in the first innings. He's got a top score of 97 against Lancashire, also first innings half centuries against Somerset and Middlesex, but a best of 34 in the second innings, so that's something to work on.
He faces Annan Derby now in bowls, and he allows this one to go through. Much wider delivery, shorter, more pace, and no shot.
New opening partner, of course, in Ben Slater. Ben Duckett sharing the opening duties in the early part of the season, the first 5 matches. Slater was batting 3. Just the 150 for Ben Slater so far on what's been a pretty lean year for him up to this point.
And Derby in now and bowls to Hamid, and Hamid off the back foot. He's going to get a run here, maybe thinking of a second, but won't contemplate it as the return comes into the keeper, but he gets one. Makes a nice sound off the bat out to extra cover. He moves to 23, it's 31 without loss.
So we're making up overs from the second day. We lost 22 overs in all yesterday. We can make up 8 overs today, so a whopping 104 over allocation, of which we've still got 70 and a half to get in. So if we do go all the way to the end, it's going to be 7 o'clock or beyond.
This delivery brings the left-handed Slater first of all back and forward and defends it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Slater on 8, and Annan Dorby operating with 3 slips in catching positions, and then a ring of 3 fielders saving singles on the offside. There's a backward point, there's an extra cover and a mid-off, and his onside field. Mid-on, mid-wicket saving a single, and a man down on the long leg boundary. He's bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Slater. In now and bowls, and Slater offers no shot to a wideish delivery, just running across him from the angle. Goes through and it's cleanly taken by the keeper, and there is no run. Should be much harder, the effort for Warwickshire in the second innings. Pitch still extremely good. Just batters just nearly need to get themselves in, as some settled field changes. There's a short extra cover now, very short, and Annan Derby will come in over the wicket now in bowls. And it's defended, looking for a single there, Slater, but he won't get it as mid-off is quickly in. That was the final delivery of Annan Derby's over. He has now completed 4 overs. He's got none for 20, and it's 31 without loss.
Yeah, I think in the first innings, Roland, after about 8 overs, Will Rhodes flipped his bowlers around and brought Hassan Ali into the attack. But of course, a little different this time in that they have had a luncheon break, so it may well be that Rushworth and Annan Derby go on a little longer. Only 2 overs apiece since the break. 31 without loss, Nottinghamshire. There was not too much trouble for either opener in the first innings until 50 was on the board, and then all sorts of things began to happen, and knots unravelled quickly as Hamid just plays this on the leg side, fielded by Danny Briggs. Stretches his left arm down to the ground without hardly bending. He's a tall man, but he's got long arms, almost looking even longer with the long-sleeved Bears top on. Came on towards it was right at the very back end of the Notts' first innings. Lobbed a couple up for Patterson, slapped 1 to mid-wicket for 4, 1 down the ground for 4, went for another one and picked out Annan Derby. Job done. As Hamid lunging forward, shoulders arms, lets this go through to Michael Burgess, the Bears wicket keeper. 31 on the board for Nottinghamshire. Start of what would be a very, very long journey indeed if they were to get anything out of the game from this point. They've been outplayed pretty much since losing the toss at 10:30 on Sunday morning.
Well, they'll have to bat it a day and 3/4 to save this game.
Rushworth wide of the pegs. Hamid won't mind him bowling there, can leave them alone happily. Then he goes off on his 3-4 step stride, looking as if he's intending to walk towards the square leg umpire, but then puts the brakes on, comes back and doesn't hold up play at all. He's always back in good time, ready for the bowler, who likewise has made good ground to get back to the end of his mark. And turns. What a servant Rushworth was for Durham cricket, aiming to become a Bears hero over the course of this season and the next two. Bit of a cock up there. What you don't want to do is hit the skipper on the side of the head. That went through to Michael Burgess. He flicked the ball to second slip. Dan Mosley, almost without looking, flicked it to his right. Will Rhodes, the skipper, was just trying to move a fielder and wasn't looking, and the ball, I think, clonked him on the left ear. Sorry, Skip. Didn't mean it. 31 without loss. One or two gulls flying high over the ground. Next ball is again wide enough for Hamid to have nothing to do with it. Happy to let Rushworth have his dots, provided they don't come close enough to threaten his stumps. England Lions skipper during the winter, Seb Hamid. He had a couple of other young Notts lads on that tour with him, Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White, who's not playing in this game. A little bit of a hamstring for Liam Patterson-White. Hopes to be in contention for the next match in a couple of weeks away at Taunton. Rushworth bowls, and again Hamid leaves it alone. This one was slightly tighter line bowled by Rushworth, but Hamid able to leave it on length. 31 without loss after 9 overs here on BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC WM and BBC CWR.
And Hamid learning from the first innings in relation to those balls just short of a length and wideish outside the off stump. No horizontal shots, horizontal bat shots at this moment, just electing not to play at all, and that's the best thing for him at the moment. Just let it go through to the keeper, force the bowlers to bowl a little bit straighter, as Alan Dalby now will continue. He's got 3 slips and a short cover in now and bowls outside the off stump. Slater plays no shot.
Been enjoying your Roland Butcher memories. Nigel Hall's been in touch. You'll enjoy this, Roland. I played as a trialist for Northants seconds versus Middlesex seconds in the early 80s and managed to remove the Middlesex opening batsman. In walked Roland Butcher on his return from injury. There were 4 balls left in the over. At the end of it, he was 16 not out. Happy memories.
He was very unlucky. Must have been 4 edges, I would imagine. As Hannon Dorby comes in once more, and Bright Sunshine hit Trent Bridge and bowls, and that tucks him up as he just played that one Slater. It's a shortish mid wicket, and there's no run. Just tell him he was very unlucky on that day, and obviously the luck went with me.
What's the pressure, in seconds cricket? If you're on your way back from injury, go out there and get the big scores, and put your name very much in the firing line for a recall. Because there were some good players who continually had to play second 11 cricket.
And Hannon Derby bowls, and he's forward. Length delivery, ball goes to extra cover. Can't score. No, there's no pressure when you're coming back from injury, because obviously injury is part of the game, but there's more pressure if you're coming back from loss of form. Yeah. If you've lost form and you've had to go in the second 11, then obviously there's an anxiousness about scoring runs to get back into the team. But if you're injured, it's just a case of really proving that you're fit enough to return to the team. As Hannon Dorby's in bowls, and it's worked into the offside, and there's no run.
Of course, we don't know what stage of your career that was. I mean, once you've been around for 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years, everybody knew what Roland Butcher was about. You'd got the runs on your CV, and there was all that confidence behind you, but there was also the the surety that once you were fit, you were going to come back into the side?
Yeah, I mean, we all played a lot of second-team cricket. I mean, you know, if you lost form, that's where you had to go. And if you were injured, and then Derby changed to around the wicket now and bowls for Slater and bowls, and Slater's forward and strokes this one out to extra cover. Midoff has some work to do, which he does well, and he's only going to get a single. So with that single, the score goes on now to 32 for that loss. Slater goes to 9, just a little gentle push, and Hannon Derby will go back over the wicket to the right-handed Hamid. He's now employing it's not really a gully, it's a backward point. It's more of a run-saving position than a catching position. 1 ball left in his 5th over. He's in now to Hamid. He's in and bowls, and Hamid's cutting this one away, and it's going to be 4 because the outfield is very quick. There's nobody in that area, just slightly short. Hamid gets on top of it and doesn't make a great contact, but good enough as the ball runs away down to the point boundary for 4. So he finishes the over with a boundary. Hamid, he goes on to 27 at the end of the over. It is now 36 without loss.
No, in my last year or two in the Air Force, it was the early 90s, and I was at Uxbridge. So if if I wasn't at work, got a day off, or if there was any cricket to go and watch, I'd go down either to the Uxbridge ground or to Vine Lane, because the seconds would play at both.
Yeah.
Gunnar Gould was skippering the seconds round about that time, a bit of experience, and I can remember him having really almost throwing his hair out at one day at Tufnell, because Tufnell just didn't want to be there. Here's Rushworth. 3 slips, left-handed Slater, former Derbyshire man, drives uppishly, gets it through the offside, bisects the gap for 4, took the aerial route. Chris Rushworth, I think, had a word with him, but Slater will say, look up at the board, mate, 40 without loss.
Yeah, positive stroke, over-pitch delivery. Wasn't a full-blooded drive, he was on the walk, really. Slater, he tends to move almost, playing the ball out in front of his body, hands away from his body. I guess he was fortunate he didn't pick the man out of extra cover or the mid-off, but he struck it well enough. Gets himself a boundary.
Nigel's come back with more info. There were no edges. Then the following over, he hit David Capel onto the cop roof at the old ground in Northampton, and he finished 100 not out, no problem. Rushworth bowls this one through to Michael Burgess. So Nigel's got fond memories of you getting some runs at Northampton.
Nigel, I was lucky all day.
You must have played at Vine Lane as well, the
Air
Force ground there.
I enjoyed playing in those Vine Lane and Uxbridge because I lived out there. It was about 5 minutes from my home, so Uxbridge was a lovely place to play on. I mean, it was something similar to what you've got here at Trent Bridge. Obviously not in terms of quality of ground.
Chris Rushworth, past umpire O'Shaughnessy. That's a really good delivery. We'll give Slater the benefit of the doubt. In fact, yeah, just looking at the live stream, he sort of held the pose, knew it wasn't close enough to be inconveniencing him. Good line, though, bowled by Rushworth.
Yeah, so when I say it's similar to what we have here, it was a good pitch like this. There was a bit of pace in the pitch. Outfield was like lightning.
Don't play Uxbridge anymore, do they?
Yeah, they don't. Crowd is very close to the players. Terrific atmosphere there as well, and of course very close to home. So enjoyed it.
So all good. Ticked all the boxes as far as Roland was concerned. Next ball driven again into the offside. There's no run on the county circuit. I wouldn't say I've done all the grounds, but I must be up there in the 95% of the grounds. There's not many I've not been to, but 2 of them are the Middlesex grounds. I've not been to Merchant Taylor's School, and I've not yet been to Radlett, but in August Notts are playing the Royal London One Day Cup game there.
Radlett is similar.
Sell Radlett to me, Roland.
Radlett's similar to this and what you get here.
Similar to this?
Yeah. Not in scenery, but
I'm looking forward to seeing the press box.
You'll have a tent on the side of the field. No. Seriously, it's a good pitch, very quick outfield, so you'll get some good cricket.
Rushworth in again from the pavilion end once more, past Slater's back. You tell me, is he playing at that or not?
Definitely. He's going to give the impression that he didn't, but it's. Got to give the bowler credit for that delivery. Really, it was very good delivery, and searching in. And he bowled well at Slater. He's bowled well at Slater this whole game. Actually, the first innings the same thing. He went past the bat on numerous occasions, and you know, he would really wish that he didn't go past the bat so often, that he could just get a little touch.
Slater made 19 in the first innings. He's on 13 this time round. Ed Barnard dismissed him in the first innings. This one very nearly carries to short extra. Jacob Bethel in there, the subfielder, end of the over. 11 gone, Nottinghamshire 40 without loss, trailed by 376. 13th of June, just managed to find, didn't manage to find any Warwickshire birthdays, got a couple of Nottinghamshire 13th of June connections. Happy birthday Chris Cairns, son of Lance, but of course Chris was here 1998 to, I think to 2006, and then he came back for the blast in 2008. He's not been well, he's had a lot of injury problems and illness over the last few years. 73 years of age today. I don't expect Chris to be listening right now, but we'll send our best wishes from Trent Bridge to Chris Cairns. And the other one on this day, born 1879, so sadly no longer with us, 144 years ago, George Gunn. And George Gunn's relevance to cricket here at Trent Bridge, nobody has scored more runs for Nottinghamshire than George Gunn's 31,000 first class runs between 1902 and 1932.
Oliver Hallen-Dolby to continue, bowling to Hamid, who pushes forward and defends it out to the offside. You did age Chris Cairns a little bit there. You said he was 73. He's 53. Born in 1970, same year as me.
I've got 1950 down here, and obviously, yeah. Absolutely right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I thought that seemed a bit. Yeah. I thought that seemed a bit excessive.
Well, whilst we're on the former cricketer front, Roland Butcher and I met somebody during the lunch interval. A former first-class cricketer, as Oliver Hallen-Dolby comes in to bowl to Hamid, driving nicely through extra cover, and once that beats the infield, there's no point chasing it. He's just going to collect it. 4 more to Hamid. He's to 31 and 44 without loss.
Am I to guess, or
we bumped into a former Warwickshire and Worcestershire opening bat of the 1980s and early 1990s. It was an 85-match first-class career.
Anurag Singh?
No, older than that, more senior than that. No Nottinghamshire connection that I know of.
Oh, right.
Left-handed, he was. And when I was introduced to him, I immediately said, I once saw you get 199 on a Saturday at Edgbaston. He said, yeah, I ran myself out at that point. He actually ran himself out trying to get to 200. Batting with Dennis Amos, he wasn't the best of runners, I think it's fair to say. As Hallen-Dolby bowls full onto the pads of Hamid, who whips it through mid-wicket. There is a fielder in the deep who picks up at the second attempt, Bethel, with another single. The man in question was Gordon Lord.
Right.
Who, I've looked at the match now, it was 1985 against Yorkshire Edgbaston, in the days of 3-day cricket. Warwickshire 456 for 4 declared, Lord 199, Amos 103 not out, but they then couldn't bowl Yorkshire out twice, partly because they were obstructed by an unbeaten century by Geoffrey Boycott in the second innings. But that was back in 1985. I'd have been 15.
And is Gordon enjoying the hospitality, or working with the media, or just popped along to watch a bit of cricket?
I think he's here to watch a bit of cricket.
Good stuff.
He was ahead of us in the lunch queue, I don't mind telling you. And I think he had the pie. The left-handed Slater on guard out. He plays it out into the offside.
Gordon Lord's views on the Trent Bridge pies aren't known at this point.
Good stuff.
Did you said you met him, Roland? Had you met him before? Have you played against him?
No, I know Gordon well.
Yeah, right. There we are.
I know very well. I mean, he's, Gordon. I did some of my coaching certificates with him, and then also he worked quite a long time for the West Indies Cricket Board as well.
Right.
And Dolby round the wicket to Slater, who defends with the full face of the bat, and it rolls quite nicely up to mid-off. I knew that Roland had met him on the grounds that the first I knew of Gordon Lord's presence was Roland going, Lordy! So, and that was a clue. At that point, I'm wondering, is this Gordon Lord? And he turns and faces me and holds his hand out and says, hi, I'm Gordon. So I'd kind of at that point...
Put 2 and 2 together.
Unless he was Lord Gordon. It's been a while since I've seen him, so recognising would have been a challenge. But he seemed an absolutely fine fettle, actually, wasn't he? He was very chirpy. Slater awaits and comes half forward, was in danger of popping his pad in the front of that one, but defends out into the offside. Nottinghamshire, I was going to say making a better fist of their second innings, but of course they did put on 51 for the first wicket first time round, but I do sense they're going to make it a lot harder this time for Warwickshire. They're 45 without loss, but to be stressed, they still trail by 371 runs.
Yeah, still a long way to go, but the start, they've got to be happy with the start. Rushworth will continue, and I don't think it'll be long before Hassan Ali gets a chance to
Looking
bowl,
forward to that.
as Rushworth is into Hamid in bowl, and Hamid is covering up. Ball comes off the face of the bat, runs out towards point. Smartly fielded there by Jacob Bethel. 46 without loss. Hamid is on 32.
Ed Barnard's getting ready, and if I remember rightly, he came on actually as first change, didn't he, in the first innings? Came on before Hassan Ali.
Yeah. Got 2 slips and then a 4th slip as Rushworth is in and bowls to Hamid, and Hamid is trying to pull this one. Keeps a little bit low, strikes him on the body, no harm done. I think he would feel that he's missed out there with that delivery. Almost a free hit on the leg side. Hamid he's been timing the ball quite nicely. He's got 32 or 34, so he'll be happy with his returns at the moment. Mid wicket comes out and goes out to deep mid wicket, so I guess putting in Hamid's minds it's going to be a few more short balls. Rushworth is in bowls, and Hamid is flicking this one down to fine leg for 4. Over pitch delivery outside the leg stump. Really food and drink to a batsman who is in nick on this sort of pitch, and he just glances it and it runs away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So he goes to 36. Score goes to 49, and Nottinghamshire really fighting hard to stay in this game. And I just wonder if Warwickshire will perhaps figure that maybe they should have batted. I don't know. Let's wait as Rushworth is in bowl and Hamid comes forward, and that ball just seemed to just move slightly, playing a little bit away from his body, but the ball goes safely out to backward point. No run.
I don't think it's ever necessarily a right or a wrong answer in terms of the follow-on today. And I think their concern is how many overs it's going to take to bowl it out, and they may even feel they might need 20 overs to chase a target at the end of this. Nottinghamshire bat well.
Rushworth in now and bowls, and Hamid is beaten outside the off stump by a wideish delivery. Ball keeps low on its way through to the keeper.
Just doing a little something. There's not a lot there as Umpire O'Shaughnessy has a nice stretch before flicking what looks like it might be an old school coin from one hand to the other. It certainly glinted as it arced in the air up to about brim height of his hat.
Hamid settles as Rushworth comes in now and bowls to Hamid, and he's beaten once more again on the front foot. Stretching forward, goes past the outside edge. He's had little luck, Rushworth, in this game. He's beaten the bat on many occasions, but at the end of the over it's 49 without loss.
He was always one of those, Steve O'Shaughnessy, when you looked at the Playfair annual every year. Other cricket annuals are available, of course, but you looked up his name and his playing career, Steve O'Shaughnessy, and he always had their scorer of a century in 30 minutes for was it in his Lancashire days or his Worcestershire days, a declaration job, and he got a century in half an hour. But they always used to pop an asterisk in, didn't they? Declaration bowling and all that sort of stuff. But still, to get 3 figures in half an hour is good going.
I think he's entitled to pop a second asterisk and say declaration batting too.
Yes,
folks. You know, he was probably having to take on well, he wouldn't be taking on the field because they weren't that fussed about taking wickets, were they? But
question: how has Hamid been batting this year? Has he been batting well, or?
There's Ed Barnard. Bowls to Slater. A foolish delivery, plays it with a flat bat. Top scorer 97. He's got 3 half centuries, all in the first innings. 65 here against Somerset, 55 at Lords against Middlesex, 97 here against Lancashire. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12 innings. Only twice has he failed to make double figures, but it'll be, as Ed Barnard bowls, cut away by Slater, fielded at backward point. It'll be a source of some disappointment that he's not yet scored a century. He's averaging 32.4 going into this, the 7th round of matches.
Yeah, I've taken a close look at him in both innings, and one thing that strikes me is I find he's a little bit too side on. That front leg is really closed off.
Barnard, lively action, bowls to Slater, a bit of a streaky inside edge down to backward square leg. That's the applause for the second 50 opening partnership put on by Slater and Hamid in this game. It was around about this point that the wheels came off in the first innings. Notts were 51 without loss, then 51 for 1, 51 for 2, 53 for 3, 58 for 4, and they just didn't recover. 155 all out, but they'll be certainly hoping to push on further in this second innings. Going to be Barnard to bowl to Hamid, the right-hander. Just 2 slips, bowls, and Hamid will pull this one away, rolls the wrists, and goes down to San Ali at long leg for a single. So they have matched there, 51. Warwickshire's first innings opening pair only put 23 on, so you know, you can make statistics tell you what you want, can't you? The biggest opening stand of the game from Nottinghamshire, but very little else to commend Nottinghamshire in terms of comparisons with what Warwickshire have done in this game. Although Calvin Harrison, the only one to get 4 wickets so far. Here's Barnard to bowl to Slater on his pads, and that's a nice bit of fielding by Briggs. Here's another one with telescopically long arms as he dives away and makes a really good stop there to prevent Slater from getting a boundary.
Certainly say 4 runs. It was sweetly timed. And good diving stop.
If the mere first innings respective scores don't give you the comparison between the two sides in this game, the bonus points does. Warwickshire 7, Notts 2. Barnard in once more. Slater will cut this one, and this time he will beat the ring on the offside for 4. It has been brewing, it has been coming, a Slater boundary. He's picked out a couple of fielders, but on this occasion penetrates the gap. Jacob Bethel goes and fetches it from the tarpaulin, draped out in front of the stand on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. And this is now the highest partnership of the match, for Nottinghamshire, 55. Slater 18, Mead the healthier scorer. He's made 37 from 39.
Yeah, I think the 6th largest of the match, but here's the moment that he's going to get Roland on the edge of his seat here. You watched, like a meerkat now. He looks up because Hassan Ali is coming on for the first time in the second innings. 3 for 30 in the first innings. Very typical actually of Warwickshire this season, bar the ridiculous performance from Chris Rushworth against Hampshire, that the wickets have largely been shared out this season. I mean, Rushworth has 2 significant hauls that get in the way of it generally, but first 2 or 3 games it was 2-fers and 3-fers all around. Hassan Ali has got his share, and he comes into bowl now to Hamid, who whips him very neatly past square leg. A little hop from umpire Peter Hartley to get over the ball the first time, and when it's thrown back, a little duck as well. He feels like he's had a real going over, and now he decides he's going to change sides rather.
So. A hop and a duck?
A hop and a duck.
What sort of children's playground game is this?
Be a good book, wouldn't it?
The hop and the duck.
A hop and a duck. Marjorie was delighted when Mummy took her down to the duck pond.
There was a Hartley hare, wasn't there?
On Pipkins, set in Birmingham brilliantly, as pushing forward in defence. Actually, not in defence, he was hoping to push a single Slater, but he picks out mid-off, and there's no run. 56 without loss.
Was it Peter Hartley that in his playing career they nicknamed Daisy? Some days he did and some days he didn't. Pretty sure they did a few years ago.
Made his first team debut for Warwickshire in 1980.
Did it, by Joe?
In the Sunday League. very brief stay.
Good man.
Hassan Ali to Slater, shoulders arms, goes through to Michael Burgess. 3 slips, but they're staggered. First and second, and it's quite a sharp gap in terms of how far further forward Mosley is than Yates. And then a gap of about a slip and a half before Will Rhodes.
Do we think Sam Haines got the cigar on by now? Flip-flops, shorts, cigar on.
Ice pack. I think he's probably got the ice pack on. He's counting his hamstrings. Let's hope it's nothing too serious for Sam, who's been in such brilliant form. Similar ball. Again left laid outside off stump and raising his bat high. Slater. It's slightly intriguing. It still doesn't look entirely in form as he didn't in the first innings, but he has hit 3 lovely boundaries on his way to 18. 3 really good shots in amongst some uncertainty.
I'm just hoping that. No, I was going to say it because he's a nice fella, Sam. But if he wants to take some time off up until the end of the blast, or at least until Warwickshire come here, where he averages 470.
Can't think like that. Come on. Sam Bowles driven by Slater. Can't get it past Alex Davis.
Hitchcock movie. We've got birds everywhere flying over the ground.
Don't mention it. Well, having said that, there's no shower curtain in our hotel. It's not an awful. It's not. I don't know about Roland's room because he might be business class, but it's kind of a pod in the corner of the room that you have to go up a step into this sort of plastic hexagon. It's driven off the outside edge through four at third man by Slater. A false shot, but a boundary at the end of the over. Takes him to 22. Nottinghamshire 60 without loss, but one way or other they are making a better fist of things.
Who fielded that, Richard? There's a couple of bears, I presume they're bears because they've got bears polos on down on the fence there. I'm sorry, it's a mile away.
Well,
I'll leave that with you. Sorry.
It was somebody in a bears training kit, Dave.
Yeah. 60 without loss is the score. When are you going to turn to spin, Roland, or aren't you?
Not for a long time. I think really while the ball is new.
Is there a ball issue here?
I think spin would be too easy to play.
Well, ball change. Ball change, umpire.
We've not had a wicket for 15 overs of this innings, so change the ball.
It's like Wimbledon, not cricket, isn't it? Out they'll come with 6 new balls, throw them to the ball boys and ball girls. Stand there with your arm aloft if you've got one to give.
And of course there'll be a drinks break as well. One always accompanies the other, don't they?
Well, some drinks will come on. It seems appropriate. We've been going for about 45 minutes. Tea will be taken, by my estimate, sometime around 4:25, depending whether Danny Briggs bowls many overs between now and then, because we've got to get to 35 overs remaining in the day, which would then suggest that if you do fancy coming down and paying the reduced admission fee later in the day, I think there'll be cricket in lovely weather through till about 7:05. You could then retire somewhere for a light beverage at various locations near the ground.
There's a couple of run chasers on in Division 1. Surrey have been set to score 500 to beat Kent. They're already 32 for 1, and Somerset have been set to score 466 to beat Essex. They are 4 without loss, the other Division 1 game. Hampshire 263 for 6 now at Southport, leading Lancashire by 31. Derbyshire bat on 381 for 6 at Chesterfield against Yorkshire.
There was something you said yesterday, Dave. If it comes true, you're going to allow yourself a chuckle. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Ballard will bowl now to Hamid. He just adjusting his field. So the backward point goes back towards the boundaries. Right arm over the wicket into Hamid now and bowls, and it's a attempted Yorker, and Hamid falling over to the offside. Just plays it late, goes to mid wicket, and there's no run.
I just hope they get, well, they're not going to get 4 days in at Chesterfield, unlikely, but I hope they get 3 days in, because yesterday it did seem as if, oh no, this is day 3, isn't it? So they have gone to the 3rd day, but after everything that happened on the first day, it looked like it was going to be a 2-day wham bam thank you ma'am.
Barnard once more, right arm over the wicket, no balls to Hamid. Hamid is driving square to that man that was put out on the point boundary, so he's only going to get a single. Return comes in with that takes Hamid up to 39. Score now to 61 for the loss of no wicket. And Notts really hoping that these two can take them through to the next break. Ideally the tea break. And if they can do that, then they have shown some level of fight on what is still a very good batting wicket. Barnard now bowls around the wicket to the left-hander Slater and bowls. And Slater's watchful in defence, just plays it out to extra cover, no run.
That light's on again, Roland.
Yep,
the back of the William Clark stand.
Yeah, I think it's that sunny light.
Wonder if the joy would be if it turns out that it's a solar-powered lamp. It's neither the sun nor an orthodox electric light.
61 without loss as Barnard in bright sunshine bowls, and that one keeps a bit low and really should have been a single there. It goes out to square leg. But he was looking for a single there, Slater, but for some unknown reason Hamid was still in his crease, perhaps not just watching the ball, but certainly perhaps thinking that one kept a little bit low. So Slater did well to keep that one out because it was 0 in on the stumps. Barnard once more in and bowls, and that's going almost in the same direction, but on this occasion he's coming forward, not very far forward. Ball comes off the inner portion of the bat. It's picked up there at mid-wicket. 61 without loss.
Poor old ground. Needs a drink, doesn't it? It looks very, very dry and parched in many places now.
In comes Barnard now to Slater and bowls. And Slater's running this one to backward point, but can't beat the fielder. That was the final delivery of the over. He stays on 2. Slater, it's on 22. And this opening partnership going along nicely for Nottinghamshire. 61 without loss.
Of course, we did have some rain yesterday, but it wasn't actually raining when the umpires took them off. There was clearly the threat of an imminent thunderstorm and with flashes of lightning around the ground. The umpires took the players off. The ground staff quickly got all the square covered and all the big tarpaulins and sheets out there as well, so none of the square obviously got any water on it, but some of it really looks in need of a bit of tender loving care, doesn't it, Rich?
It does indeed. Hassan Ali comes through a rather barren area to bowl and tucks Hamid up, appeal for LBW. That would again look to be a bit of a problem on height as far as Ali is concerned. I don't think umpire O'Shaughnessy had too much issue with that. Then goes and taps a bail as he ponders his decision. Wasn't a lingering appeal from behind the stumps.
Big club match tonight in the Kingdom of Newark Evening League. My local club, Cornton, hosting Claypole.
Oh,
let's try and wander down there for the last knockings of that one later this evening.
Back of a length, left alone outside off stump. Parking restrictions in the village for that one.
Get there early, folks.
Beer tent?
No, but it's only a 100-yard walk to rehydrate afterwards.
20 overs a side?
No, 12-8s they played.
12-8s?
Always played 12-8s in the Newark Evening League. 96
deliveries.
Yeah.
Or as it's known in the league, the 96. Yeah, it attracts a different quality of player. As he's gone, he's lost his off-stump shoulder and arms. The celebration is out for Hassan Ali. And he's left a ball that frankly was straight. I mean, it's not done a lot. It's angled in with the natural arm of Hassan Ali. And Nottinghamshire are 61 for 1. And just as Warwickshire were wondering where this first wicket was going to come from, it's rather been handed on a plate for them. Oliver Hannon-Dolby is just retrieving one of the bails 25 yards behind the stumps. Hamid gone for 39, is it? Or 38? 39. Not 61 for 1.
Yes, and Hassan Ali really, he would have grown up on these type of pitches where it's hard work, and he certainly has the skill to deal with this type of wicket. He just keeps it out there, doesn't try to do a great deal, just nipping it around, but the line that he bowls is always a threatening line. And on this occasion, Hamid just completely misjudging the line of that delivery. Just hoping that the replay can come up so that we can see.
I think we may have a damaged Bales situation as well. Umpire Hartley's had to come to look for replacements from the grandstand.
I would like to look at Hamid's bat up in the air, but can get no chance. As
it's always a bad leave, Roland, when the ball hits your stumps, but it never looked like a line of ball that you could leave at all.
Yeah, just a misjudgment in the line, I guess.
And we're joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra just as the first wicket goes down here in the Nottinghamshire second innings, 61 for 1. What have we just seen, Roland Butcher?
Well, we've seen a total misjudgment by Hamid, maybe expecting the ball to go away from him, but the line that Hassan Ali bowls, he keeps you playing, and with Hamid's technique, he doesn't get very far across to the offside, so he's always leg side of the ball, and he misjudged the length and the line of that one, and the off stump went.
And we have new Bales. Nice light coloured Bales on top of the stumps at this end.
New batter, Montgomery in, and this one is again outside the off stump and tailing back in. Hassan Ali on fire here as he comes into the attack, and suddenly the game looks a different game, doesn't it?
That's the second time today, by the way, the Bales have been changed. Richard Marshall this morning came on when there was who was bowled this morning? Might have been Tom Moore's bowled by Will Rhodes, but certainly there was a Bale snapped this morning. I just wonder if we can get the game abandoned due to the lack of Bales. If they continue to keep breaking the bits of
it. But you can play without Bales, can't you?
There's a certain excitement when Ali is bowling. He's in now and bowls, and strikes him on the pad and gets the affirmative. That's out. Beaten for pace. Ball nipping back in, struck plumb in front, and Hassan Ali's picked up 2 wickets in this over, and really very good signing, Hassan Ali. I mean, on flat wickets, he's still able to bowl good lines, good lengths, paces up there, and really beats him for pace here. And he doesn't even look at the umpire. He knows that that's gone.
Yeah, you never entirely like the celebratory appeal, but he knew. He's absolutely in front there, and he's continued his run past the stumps, past the slip cord, and he's still punching the air 20 yards on. Because he does like a celebration. Hassan Ali with his 5th wicket of the match, in addition to a half century that he brought up off 35 balls, claiming 5 sixes and a catch at mid-on. I mean, he's having himself a bit of a week.
This box office, isn't it? Absolute box office. During the luncheon interval here, we saw Shaheen Shah Afridi out there. Notts have got him for the duration of the Blast competition. He was bowling. I saw Zaman Khan bowling the other night. There really are some exciting young Pakistan international fast bowlers around at the moment. This bloke is right up there. Really impressed with what he's done in this game as Joe Clark makes his way out of the middle. Dismissed for 2 yesterday. Bowled, Roland, by Hassan Ali.
Yeah, he's not ultra quick, Hassan Ali, but he's quick enough. But what he adds with that is that he knows what he's doing. He doesn't just run up and let the ball go. He has a plan, and you can see it in his bowling, and he's it's quite a simple plan. He'll bowl outside the off stump, looking to go either way, and looking for the batsman to play at it or leave it. And he's skillful enough to bring it back as well. So he's a difficult bowler to face.
Similarities with the Notts first innings. There were 51 for none, 51 for 1, 51 for 2. Here, 61 for none, 61 for 1, 61 for 2. Second wicket has produced exactly 0 runs in both innings for Notts.
And Clark now finds himself faced by 4 slips in place to Hassan Ali.
You talk about his pace. I think he's fairly brisk, but I think I used the word that I used yesterday. He's slippery.
He's slippery. He's skiddy. He skids off the pitch. He's a shortish man, but strong. He's in now to Clark bowls, and Clark's going to get off the mark here quite nicely as he plays this one up towards mid-on. Should get 2. There's no mid-on in place, so he gets off the mark immediately, and that's the end of a very successful over there by Hassan Ali. He now has figures of 2 for 7, and has broken through the Nottinghamshire opening partnership and then dismissed Montgomery as well for a duck.
Yeah.
So at the end of the over, 63 for 2.
Poor game for Matthew Montgomery, 3-0. His scores. Hassan Ali loves a celebration. John Pearce has been in touch about the Asiba Mead dismissal. Never a leave ball, that one, Dave. Bad judgment. And Know Your Rights says, I was going to come and watch it tomorrow. Don't think I'll bother. Might not be any cricket on Know Your Rights, with Warwickshire 8 wickets away from victory. Going to be Ed Barnard to continue. Bowls, and this is driven away for 4 by Slater. Nice looking shot by Ben Slater, just to the left of mid-on, and he gets a boundary, so Notts can get up and running again. Slater is on 26, his shirt number. Always looked a tall order for Notts to be able to wriggle themselves through day 3 and at least to take it into day 4. 349 behind, and there are still over 60 overs left in this particular day. Just wonder if there will be any cricket for Know Your Rights or anybody else to watch tomorrow here at Trent Bridge. This Division 1 match between two sides that at the start of it were up towards the thick end of the table, with Warwickshire in 2nd place, Notts having played a game more, we're in 4th. Surrey in trouble, the leaders, so really good couple of days for Warwickshire as Slater goes to cut this one away. Didn't get up very high, too close to him to cut, and it goes through to Burgess, who takes it ankle height.
Do I say the unsayable at this point, by the way, Dave, about what could happen today? You do appreciate they could take an extra half hour later. I mean, it is one of those days where you could genuinely find that we're still playing at 25 to 8.
Yeah, the light is at its best, isn't it, round about this time of year, generally.
About a week away from its peak.
Barnard bowls again to Slater. Hit on the back pad here. It's a confident appeal from Ed Barnard. The umpire says, no, get on with it. And it remains 67 for 2. So we're already whittling our way through the Nottinghamshire order. Lyndon James, who only made 5 in the first innings, due in next. Then the skipper Stephen Mullaney, who was defiant when he came to the crease last night with a couple of sixes, but fell this morning early on for 16. Tom Moores made 42 in the first innings. Next one is eased into the offside, and presumably they'll all have the pads on ready to go. Second time around, 67 for 2 as Notts were made to follow on.
I felt that previous delivery of the appeal, for me, 2 sounds coming through an effects microphone was picking up an awful lot, isn't it? It's doing its job very effectively in this game. It sounded like a little nick onto his pads, otherwise he might have been in real trouble. So I think he was in front.
Here's Ed Barnard. To bowl to Slater, he defends. I feel like I've heard more from Josh the Bear this week than I have from my own family. Josh the Bear says, I usually dislike over celebrating or celebrating without appealing, but there's something endearing about Hassan Ali when he does it. What a player. Thank you, Josh the Bear.
Do you know what? I think it's because it's his personality is so full of energy and exuberance in everything that he does that it's kind of a natural follow-on. He doesn't feel like it's an unnecessary send-off when he celebrates.
Barnard down the leg side, fended away, I think off the thigh pad by Slater. They'll change ends and then we'll have a look towards the umpire, who taps the knee. Yes, so it is a leg by, so Slater will continue. 68 for 2. That means that Ben Slater's down this end to face Hassan Ali. Looks a very good pick-up to me. He's an exciting player. He's the sort that will drag him out of the hospitality boxes and the concourses. Just come and watch this fella bowl, because he's exciting to watch.
As things stand, he's got another month to play this year. Then a lot will then depend on what the Pakistan selectors are doing. But,
like I said, Shaheen Shah Afridi was bowling with a red ball at lunch.
Well,
so
Dave, I have a wonderful action here for you to look at.
Well, it doesn't watch Hassan Ali start this new over. Bowling to Slater, who pushes forward in defence. 4 slips, they are spread out a little bit. Will Rhodes is having a warm-up. So Having been golden arm in the first innings, it may not be long before he has a bowl in the second.
Doesn't make great radio, this. Roland showing me just a little video clip of an action. Where is this gentleman from?
Well, I would imagine he's from India or Pakistan, but it's quite an interesting action.
There's an awful lot going on, but
the gather is impressive.
The gather is impressive. the move of the arm from about 30 degrees to straight is a bit alarming, as this is driven by Slater, but it won't beat extra cover, although Briggs missed fields, and there would have been a fairly long run there in the end, because he's ended up 20 yards behind the umpire to pick it up. 68 for 2. He gathers the ball a bit like Paul Adams when he was bowling for South Africa.
What was that, frog in a blender?
Frog in a blender sort of thing. But I would have to say that arm needs a look at. I think that he'd have to go to the dubious action panel for what he's doing with that arm. But yeah, I don't know where I don't know whether there's somewhere that people can find that. I think it's maybe around on Facebook. Hassan Ali's in. Oh, that's an absolute peach of a delivery.
Rich.
It's a no ball being called as well. Yeah, it was a peach nonetheless of one that started on an off stump line and just offered out a little bit. But a no ball, he has a little dig around to see where he's overstepping.
Tell you what, if he hadn't nicked it, because he got a wicket in the first innings, didn't he? With
he did, yeah.
with a no ball, Hamid.
Didn't cost him very much, though. Hamid was out 4 runs later. See, this is frustrating for Notts, isn't it? Because Hasib Hamid has looked in good order in both innings to some extent. And it's very interesting what Roland says about how side on he is and how he's closing off with his front leg. But there's Slater, hammers it into the deck, and it's straight into the hands on the bounce of Ed Barnard at point. Saving 4 because it was straight at him. Looks like his spell of 3 overs is going to be it, because Will Rhodes is going through more warm-up exercises. We have a different substitute fielder out there in the at mid-wicket as well. A numberless 12th man, which doesn't do a lot for my chances of naming him. Snally in again. Forward in defence is Slater, who's got a bit of weight on his shoulders now after those 2 wickets fell in quick succession. 19 in the first innings, 26 not out in the second, but some better stroke play from Slater. Still not entirely convincing, but some better stroke play. And if you get to 30, 35 overs, you then give yourself a chance, like Alex Davis did in the first innings, to go on to make a score. That'll be what's in his mind. As he approaches once more Hassan Ali, and that goes past the outside edge of Slater's bat.
Yeah, terrific delivery there by Hassan Ali. Really, he's doing things on this pitch that a lot of other players are not capable of doing. And when he bowls, suddenly the game looks a different game.
Yeah. When I said you were going to be on the edge of your seat when he came on to bowl, and you are now leaning forward. That's great though, isn't it? Within a game of 4-day cricket, there are moments that spells like this one. As Slater plays it off his hip and into the leg side, it's picked up by the fielder there. And it's 70 for 2 Nottinghamshire. And a reminder, they are still 346 runs short of making Warwickshire bat again, as skipper Will Rhodes is about to enter the fray for the first time in the second innings.
Durham are currently 629 for 9 at Chester Street against Glamorgan, so Notts haven't gone for the most runs this week. Durham with that huge score centuries from David Beddingham and Ollie Robinson, 80 from Jordan Clark, and the Dutch international Bas de Leyde is 84 not out. 630 for 9 it is now. That's a lead of 240 over Glamorgan. Going to be that bowling change here, and it's going to be the Nottingham born Will Rhodes. I think it was Hucknall he was born, and then lived for a while in Papelwick before moving at the age of 5 up to Humberside. Got his first professional deal with Yorkshire. Been with the Bears a good number of years now. He bowls to Joe Clark, a man of Shrewsbury. Pushes us into the offside. Played minor counties cricket for Shropshire, did Joe Clark, along with a couple of his brothers as well, before starting at New Road with Worcestershire. Been at Trent Bridge since 2018. Can do with him delivering now. A good ball from Hassan Ali in the first innings, went on 2. He's on 2 now as Rhodes bowls. Clark pushes it back to Rhodes, who dummies as if to throw down the stumps, but doesn't. And it remains 70 for 2.
There's a tense struggle taking place here as Warwickshire probing to try and get another breakthrough. 2 wickets so far.
Comes skipper Rhodes, nice and full, dug out by Joe Clark, fielded by Danny Briggs. I wonder how long it'll be before Will Rhodes turns to Briggs. Might be a while, because of course Rhodes himself has just come into the attack. Briggs did bowl a couple of overs in the first innings and got the last wicket to go down, that of Dane Patterson, who picked out Oliver Hannon-Dolby in the deep, looking for a 3rd consecutive boundary. Next delivery past Clark and through to Michael Burgess, who's standing a respectful distance back. Rhodes just bustles it through, perhaps a little quicker than you'd feel at first sight.
Yes, Rhodes picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings. One with a very good delivery.
Comes in once more, this partnership worth 9 up to this point. Here's Hannon-Dolby, who bends down, and then a long barrier to prevent the ball going underneath him and away for runs. Hadn't been hit particularly hard by Clark, who then takes 2 or 3 strides down and taps down a little mark on the wicket. Strip is absolutely bone hard. Final ball of the 20th over. Rhodes to Clark. Elegant push into the offside, but straight to Danny Briggs. And there's no run, so Notts going along around about, well, exactly 3.5 and over. 70 for 2 after 20 overs. Tea will be quite some time yet. There's another 23 overs to go before the tea break, so we're around about the midpoint of the afternoon session. A long old day, this one. There are still 58 overs if we get them all in, or if there's the need to get them all in. Of course, potentially Warwickshire are just 8 good deliveries away from winning the match.
Yeah, standing in his way is Ben Slater, 26. He's facing Hassan Ali, wrong the wicket now and bowls, and he's forward and gets a good delivery, defends it into the offside. Ali gets some applause from his slips, and other fielders just encouraging him to keep running in. I don't think he needs any encouragement, because that's all he knows, Hassan Ali, is to run in. And when you bowl on wickets in Pakistan as a fast medium bowler, you know it's going to be hard work. As Hassan Ali's in and bowls, and it's looking for a single there, but there isn't one. He's on the front foot, just really targeting that outside the off stump there to Slater, running it away from him, and Slater defensively pushing that into the offside.
He's just got to be permanently on his guard now, Slater, because he's been at the crease for a long time, hasn't he? Had 20 minutes before lunch and has been out there for another hour and 10 minutes since lunch, so he's nicely settled.
As Hassan Ali bowls, again a repeat of the ball before. He's onto the front foot, and you could almost close your eyes and draw the map of Hassan Ali's deliveries. They're all generally around the same area, with tremendous consistency. And good man to have on your side. As he starts his run in now, he bustles in to the crease, gets there now, and that's a good delivery. You could see the movement away for the left-handed batsman, and well played there by Slater. He acknowledges also the movement, as he is showing that the ball has moved away from him, but good cricket being played at the moment, with batsmen having to defend for their lives, and Hassan Ali trying to get the breakthrough. He's already picked up 2 wickets so far, as he's into Slater once more. Slips go down as Ali's in and bowls to Slater. And he drives, and oh, what a super piece of fielding. That had 4 written all over it. A drive was going to backward point, and a dive and stop from that point position really prevented the boundary.
Just looking at Hassan Ali's bio here, 28 years of age, 22 test matches, over 300 first-class wickets, played for a lot of domestic sides in Pakistan. This is his first taste of county championship cricket.
Final ball of this over and bowls, and it's slipped away on the onside. He can't score because it's gone straight to mid-wicket. So end of another good over by Hassan Ali, survive by Slater at the end of the over, 70 for 2.
Also got a first-class 100 to his name. Having watched him bat this morning, or yesterday. If I'm going to do an update for Radio Nottingham. Yes, Nottinghamshire made to follow on, 416 behind on first innings after being bustled out for just 155 first time round. Notts had to follow on just before lunch, and since then they've lost a couple of wickets now. They're 70 for 2 with Hamid and Montgomery both dismissed by Hassan Ali. Warwickshire in the box seat. Notts 346 behind still at 70 for 2.
Weather dry, warm and sunny this afternoon.
New over starts with Will Rhodes bowling to Clark, blocks the first ball, so Rhodes has now bowled 7 deliveries, yet to concede his first run. Makes his way back to his mark. Chris Rushworth gave the ball a fairly close inspection before handing it to his captain, who lengthens his stride now and bowls ball from wide on the crease, angled in, which Clark helps up to Hannon Dolby at mid-on, and he's also eyeing the ball very suspiciously and gives it a bit of a wipe and a polish. Been a terrific visit to Nottingham so far for the Warwickshire side. They've dominated every session of this game, and Nottinghamshire with an awful lot to do even to take it into day 4. Next one is driven crisply up to mid-off, and there's no run. Hassan Ali with both wickets to fall in this innings, 2 for 9 from 4 overs his figures. Briggs, the spinner, is stretching, just moving his shoulders as well from side to side at extra cover as Rhodes bowls, and Joe Clark again defends. Different sort of challenge, of course, if Danny Briggs comes on. When he made his international bow, got to be 8 or 9 years ago now, I thought he might well be booked in for a long spell in the England side in all formats, but it was all too brief, really. But he's been a great servant to 3 counties over the years. Rhodes bowls again, and this one's worked up to mid-off, and there's no run. It's infuriating in terms of what he's done in the blast over the years, Danny Briggs, because he's taken more wickets than anybody else, and he always is just about 10 or 12 or 15 wickets ahead of Samit Patel, who's 6 years older. Patel will never catch him up, obviously, because of that 6-year age difference, but if Danny Briggs goes a blast game or 2 without getting a wicket, and Samit has a couple of 3-fers, you think maybe he will catch up. This is steered into the offside, and then it'll go the other way round, and Briggs will get a hatful and Samit will fall away again. But those two are a long way clear of anybody else in terms of blast wickets since the competition started in 2003. But Samit can never get more than about 8 or 9 within Danny Briggs, so he's never going to topple him. 70 for 2 Nottinghamshire after a maiden from Will Rhodes.
Good target though, isn't it? I've had an email from Adam, or Dr. Adam as I know him. He's an occasional correspondent, Dave. Headed jealous. I thought, oh, you could be jealous of us because we sat watching the cricket. No, not at all. Do you know, Richard, I'm getting put out by the superfan Josh. I thought I'd send a message to you just to say hi. And up the Bears. How they're dealing with that heat, I don't know. P.S. I'm not really put out by Josh at all. I just thought I'd say hello. P.P.S. I'm a doctor of ethnography, as you asked last week. So if somebody tells himself doctor, I want to know what they're a doctor of. Ethnography.
Oh, we knew that.
Yeah. Now, I feel there may be a follow-up question. As Hassan Ali comes in the bowl to Slater, who defends it out into the offside, and there's no run.
It's elephant breeding, that one, isn't it?
It's easy for you to say from your ivory towers. I went to a popular search engine, the one that I search for all of my engines, actually, and it's just led me down a rabbit hole where things get worse. Ethnography is a branch of anthropology and the systematic study of individual cultures, exploring cultural phenomena from the point of view of the subject. Short ball pulled round the corner very nicely there, in fact beautifully timed by Slater. That will do something for his confidence. He's got right on top of the bounce of that ball from Hassan Ali, and he moves on to 30, patiently compiled. Nottinghamshire 74 for 2. That was nicely executed.
Yeah, good shot there by Slater. He's been pinned down by Ali for a while, gets the first opportunity to score and puts it away. That'll make him feel a lot better.
Do you have any idea what ethnography was there? It was a new one to me. Actually the explanation only gets harder as Hassan Ali comes in, is pushed out into the offside, picked up at point. So I'm going to throw it back at you, Dr. Adam. If we turned up to your place of work, what would we actually see you do? There you go. You know, when Roland was playing cricket, I know what I was going to see him do. As a cricket selector, I know he's going to be watching people keenly, looking at their technique, weighing up whether they've got the mental strength to compete at the highest level. But what do you do, really, if I looked at you on a daily basis? Hassan Ali charges in round the umpire, round the wicket, Slater forward. It's the inner half of the bat on that, and it rolls gently up towards mid-on. 5th over this for Hassan Ali. Could well be his last in this spell. But, David, hold on. Yeah, ethnology. I just explained it. Honestly, it was a great explanation.
Well, I was busy at the back of the box, and I do apologise for not listening to you. That's why I wrote it down so the listeners wouldn't see me doing it. What was ethnology?
No. The explanation was more complicated than the word in the first place. Slower ball, full from Hassan Ali, tickled into the leg side, where it's picked up by the 12th man, and there is no run.
Run it by me again, then.
Oh, no, I'll take it off the screen now.
Oh, right, okay. It wasn't elephant breeding.
It wasn't elephant breeding.
Would you regards?
It's anthropology, and it's studying from the position of the subject. So you look at the subject and the world around it. But I've asked Dr. Adam to actually explain what he does when he's sat at the office or sat at home working, so I can understand. As Hassan Ali bowls full, driven into the offside, there'll be no run. You know, it's the same principle as on Friends, and love it or loathe it, it was there for a long time, that nobody quite knows what Chandler does. They know he does something with numbers. The only explanation we get in all those years is that he does something with numbers. And so it looks like we might be heading for a drinks break.
Yeah. When I was a lad, there used to be a programme on television where guests would come on and mime what they did for a living, and the celebrity panel would have to try and guess from the
What's
mime.
my line?
That was it.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Crikey, I didn't realise you were of such a vintage that you'd remember that, Richard, but well done. Thank you for...
They did bring it back in Technicolor. I think it was originally a black and white series, wasn't it? But it came back in probably the late 70s.
So what's your mime, Doctor? What's your mime? What would you...
Oh, yes! Yeah, what would his mime be? That would be fantastic. I mean, what on earth would we do for a mime on What's the Line? What's my line, rather? For what we do. You know, a big tennis commentator, you can do the whole head from side to side, which ignores the fact, ignores the fact you're normally behind the players. But nonetheless, we reach drinks with still 20 overs to bowl until we reach the tea interval, which will be at 35 overs remaining in an extended day, 104 overs on the day. Nottinghamshire 74 for 2 in their second innings. They still trail Warwickshire by 342. But I think it's fair to say, Roland, they are looking... generally, with the exception of Montgomery, who wasn't here long enough for us to make our mind up, but they are looking a bit more secure than they did in the first innings.
Most definitely, and it means also that Warwickshire have got to work harder than they perhaps had to do in the first innings. They're now trying to force the victory, so they're going to have to be the enforcers. Notts really know it's a long way for them to save the game, and perhaps the win is out of the window, but what they can be certain of is that the pitch is still very good, so that offers them a modicum of hope.
Handshake at 5:30 tomorrow, Roland. How about that?
Yep, yeah, I mean, could do that five down. That'd be a remarkable performance.
It would indeed. 74 for 2 is the score. They've meandered their way through a drinks break. One or two of the Warwickshire players actually laid down on the Trent Bridge turf just to have a little bit of a rest and a relaxation. I know you guys have been down on this cricket ground and many others. This really spongy. It always amazes me when I've been up here all day and I've had to go and walk across the grass, of course, round the square. Just how spongy it is here at Trent Bridge. It's almost like a little bit of a trampoline effect as you walk across the grass. I always love walking on the grass here. It's extraordinary. There we are. We've got through the drinks break. 74 for 2.
And Rose will continue. Just making a slight adjustment to the field. 2 slips in the gully. Backward point, extra cover, mid off. His right arm over the wicket now and bowls. And that's driven down the ground for 4. Lovely shot. Ball coming on into the right-handed Clark. And just with a full face of the bat, drives it on the onside of the pitch and out to the long on boundary for 4.
Get Rhodes off, it's too expensive.
That will do his confidence a lot of good. Clark, he goes to 6 for that 4. Score goes to 78 for 2. Over pitch delivery and just nicely put away. Let's see how Rhodes responds. Picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings. Really did bowl exceptionally well, and now he bowls and he's reaching out on the front foot. On the drive again, Clark. Bowler does the fielding, just knocks it down with his left hand, picks it up, hands it to the extra cover, who just gives it a polish. The ball is finally going to get its way back to Rose. He has it now. Gets to the end of his mark, turns, starts running in, approaches the umpire now, and bowls, and that's worked into the onside, but he won't get a run. It goes straight to Bethel there at mid-wicket. He does the fielding and there's no run.
We'd love to hear from you on the old Twittery thing at Brace Cricket, at Wilford WM, if you've got a message or just want to shout out, or if you've got any Roland Butcher memories or reminiscences. And Richard's got an email address as well somewhere, haven't you?
Yeah, richard.wilford@bbc.co.uk.
Thank you.
Rose in now and bowls, and that's driven powerfully up to mid-off, but he won't beat the fielder as he comes across to his right. That was an over-pitch delivery again. And Rose just a little bit too full in this over. Just need to pull that length back a little bit just to draw the batsman into it. But that was quite nicely struck there by Clark on the front foot. Rose, 2 balls remaining in his 3rd over. He's in now and bowls, and just falling over, he works that one up to mid-on. Can't score. Score stays on 78 for 2.
Lee's been in touch on Twitter to us both, Richard. I don't know if you've got that one.
Oh, let me have a quick look.
Yeah.
Oh no, cliche. Lee says, miming eating cake would be a dead giveaway on What's My Line for Your Job, Dave. Loving the commentary as usual, even more so on such a glorious day.
And Rhodes is in bowls, and that's driven for 4. Beautiful strike, this time on the offside of the pitch. Full face of the bat, between the bowler and mid-off, and out to the boundary for 4. So he finishes the over with the boundary. The score goes to 82, and that takes Clark's personal score to 10.
I always tell everybody how you folks are nicely treated at the tea interval here with
oh, do you know?
Scones and jam. Well, yeah, exactly, scones and jam and cream. But yesterday, the pair of you, what was it you had on your plate yesterday? That looked fabulous.
Strawberry something, wasn't it?
Strawberry and cream sponge. Let's tell you, it was nice.
A lot of the business, that did.
So there I am saying it's a cliche to talk about us having cake. And actually then you out us as having had cake. Thanks.
Some twirly-whirly stuff is about to be introduced. Danny Briggs. I can never get this. myself, I can never get this. Somebody comes on, has a little bit of success from one end, and then the next innings, there we are, we'll have a go from that end instead. It's sometimes when the quicks bowl predominantly in the first innings from each end, and then in the second innings they swap over and go through the whole rigmarole again from the opposite end to which they had success in the first innings. But Briggs, who bowled from the Radcliffe Road end briefly in the first innings to close out that Notts first dig, is going to bowl from the pavilion end to the left-handed Slater, who will just push this to point. Cry of wait there from one or the other. May have been Slater, may have been Joe Clark. This partnership worth 21.
He did only have to one over Danny Briggs. It's not a big sample size
for
which end he wants to bowl from. Harrison bowled from both ends, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Mid-off and backward point have just swapped over for reasons best known to somebody a little brighter than myself. Next one is just deflected wide of slip, no run. It remains 82 for 2 on a gloriously sunny afternoon in the East Midlands. Can't see a single cloud anywhere I look. Briggs in sunglasses bowls and Slater defends. It's not that deep blue. We did have, I think in the Essex game, was it a really deep blue sky? It is more of a hazy sky, but sultry warm conditions out there. Gentle breeze rippling the flags. A couple of sponsors' flags above the Hound Road stand. This one just pops a little bit on Slater, who does well to keep it down and help it as far as Rob Yates, who's able to stretch his legs for the first time. He's out of the slip cordon and he's in at mid-wicket. Briggs off a couple of paces, slow left-arm spinner. Played for Sussex and Hampshire for many seasons before arriving at Edgbaston. Bowls to Slater. Again, just pats it away. Briggs quickly through 5 dot balls. Will it be a maiden? It will indeed, as it's worked to Jacob Bethel, who is back on the field. Maybe is the sub for the sub. If you weren't with us, straight after lunch, first over after lunch, Sam Hain had a chase down to the third man fence. It was a successful one, wasn't it? He dived right on the rope, just clawed the ball back, and as he was walking back, it was fairly obvious he'd got a bit of a limp, and he stood the next over at slip, kept feeling it, kept talking to his skipper Will Rhodes, and at the end of the second over of the session he went off, and we've not seen him since.
No, but Oliver Hannon-Dolby, he also left the field at the end of the drinks interval, maybe to get some fresh clothes on, something like that. Wouldn't be surprised on a hot day like this. So
shouldn't be allowed. If you're forcing the follow on, you should stay out there.
Yeah. As Will Rhodes continues, pushed into the offside, Danny Briggs is the fielding in the covers. Now I have to say, I'm shamefacedly, I'll say this, that Kevin Howells did show me the name of the other substitute fielder, the one without a number, and I didn't write it down immediately thinking I'd be able to remember it. And I have a memory like a fly.
I'll see if I can wake up the headmaster in the box.
Yeah,
oh, he's not there. He's not there.
He did have it written on a piece of paper.
He's here.
And he's on his way
he comes
around
sprinting
straight away.
In. Here's the headmaster.
Thank you. Michael Booth is the lad's name. I'm sorry, Kevin, that I've made you show me that twice. And not the first time I've said that sentence to him either. But Michael Booth is on. As Rhodes is driven straight and hits the stumps, which denies them 4 runs. It remains 82 for 2. But Michael Booth is the 13th man.
He did well there. He's normally having his nap this time of day, the old boy.
Made him laugh as well. That's my day made. Ah, dear. He's keeping his baseball cap on this week just because it had a bit of shade, because you do get quite a sheen in here in this gorgeous weather from the position we're lucky to have here. Forward in defence is Clark. It's fielded by the short mid-on, who's almost got his left foot on the track. Marcus had tried sending me an email earlier, and I think he's missed out the dot in the Richard Dot Wilford. He said, I think I've spotted my lunchtime email didn't get through, says Marcus the Baggy Bear. He was saying that he did feel that there should be a follow-on. He has a lot of respect for you, Roland, and so he should, because you're the man. But he said he felt they should enforce the follow-on. As Rhodes is driven, will it beat Booth? It won't. The 13th man picks it up. He says, 416 the lead, 3 strike bowlers, who I know they can't bowl too many in the sun, but Rhodes had only bowled 4, Briggs had only bowled 1, Dan Mosley wouldn't be upset if the ball was thrown to him. That's not entirely true, but I'll come to that. I suspect that after 3 wickets go down, the rest will go like a pack of cards, says Marcus. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think they just felt they'd need a long time to get the wickets on this surface, as Clark is driving beautifully, but that is a tremendous pick-up, one-handed by a very experienced seamer in Chris Rushworth. I don't think I'm doing him really an unkindness, Roland, if I say getting up looked considerably harder than the way he dived to pick up the ball in the first place.
Well, it was a very good start.
It really was.
He's dived away there. I think a more athletic fielder couldn't have done any better, really. But as you said, trying to climb back up on his feet.
That looks stiff. Rhodes is driven again, and this time it will go for 4. It evades the outstretched hand of the short fielder, who is only 15 yards away from the bat, and he is trying to bowl very fully. He's enticing the drive, Rhodes, but Clark executed it with real aplomb there. Beautiful shot takes him to 14. Nottinghamshire 86 for 2.
Here comes Hannon Dolby. Just as I was about to ask you about young Master Booth, whether he was right hand or left hand, or what his bowling style was, or what else you could tell us, Rich.
Well, he is right-handed. He is right-handed. I can guarantee you that. That's only because I've seen him throw the ball while he's been on.
The last of the Duke Street Kings says, as a former MCCC member, I have an ROB benefit tie. It's tied to the handle of my bedroom door to stop it rattling.
Well, he's found some use for it, and it's out. And a soft dismissal there for Ben Slater, really. Just the shortest delivery from the left-arm spinner, and he just popped it up to mid-wicket. Gleefully taken, and maybe your friend, Richard, is going to be right. He says 3 wickets, and then they'll fall at 9pence. But that really was a very soft dismissal.
Yeah, yet another catch for Rob Yates. I think that makes it 20 championship catches for him this season. And Danny Briggs hasn't had to work very hard for his wickets in each innings so far, 1 in each, 86 for 3, Nottinghamshire. And the thing that will drive Ben Slater absolutely mad is that he's scrapped really hard to get himself to 30. He's batted nearly 2 hours, and he really gets himself out.
Yeah, he could have hit that ball anywhere, really. A more positive mind, he could have been hitting that over mid-wicket, but just trying to clip it, and he just really lobbed it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Straightforward catch, and he certainly looked a lot better in the second innings than he did in the first innings, but just couldn't go on.
New man Lyndon James. Ben Slater batted for an hour and 50 minutes for his 30. Lyndon James only made 5 in the Nottinghamshire first innings. Could do with a score here, but it's getting tougher and tougher, and there have been no free hits off Danny Briggs. Boxer Rob, thoroughly enjoying watching the live stream. My working day from home is passing by very nicely. Come on, you Bears. Thank you, Boxer Rob. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC 5 Sports Extra, BBC WM and CWR, and those of you watching on the live stream, you're all very welcome to the sunny part of the East Midlands, where second place Warwickshire are really laying down a championship challenge here, Roland. They're looking good, aren't they, the Bears, to be truthful?
Yeah, they're very much in charge of the game. Really, that first day got themselves in a good position by the way they batted, and really once they scored that sort of total, it meant the opposition were always going to be under pressure, even to just get anywhere close to it. But Briggs with his left arm around the wicket, and this one is keeping a bit low, and it hurries James as he goes onto the back foot to a ball that comes on with the arm. Just gets down on it in time. It's fielded at short leg. Slip and the short leg, those are the two close fielders, and the short extra cover, and Briggs bowls and he's forward. Flatter delivery, pushes it back along the pitch. Briggs does the fielding. It's 86 for 3. Nottinghamshire having been asked to follow on, and Briggs bowled, and that one runs off the face of the bat, but it's well fielded at short leg once more. He's on the forward defensive. Not looking to spin the ball, just, if anything, getting the ball to drift in with the arm. Bowls. Ooh, and that could have gone anywhere. James trying to turn that one past square leg, gets it, plays a bit too early, comes off the outer edge of the bat, flies out on the offside, but no one there, and this one is on a Yorker length. Dugout, good over there by Briggs, a successful one. He's now completed 2 overs, he's got both of the maidens, and he's taken 1 for none.
Lyndon James could really do with some runs. He went into this game only averaging 15 on the season. He's played in every game. Missed out in the first knock, dismissed by Annan Dolby for 5, and his top score of the season, 41 at Middlesex. This is a contrasting set of figures to last year, where he averaged well over 50 in Division 2, 3 centuries, some really big scores as well for Lyndon James. So not supporters will be hoping to see a return of form for him. Got an extraordinary field here with a silly mid-on and a silly mid-off, or a shortish mid-on and mid-off, very, very straight, to try and cut out that Joe Clark straight drive that he executed in the last over. Rhodes bowls to Clark, this time by way of variation he works it to Bethel on the onside, and there's no run.
If Will Rhodes has to step off the wicket on his follow-through, he could wipe Dan Mosley out here. He's running into a corridor as he approaches with those two either side, and there's an orthodox mid-on and mid-off as well. So, you know, the message is, I'm going to be pitching it up, I'm going to try and put it on the drive. Annan Dolby, I notice, warming up again, as if Rhodes' spell might be drawing towards a close. This is his 5th.
Rolls now and driven on the bounce to Mosley, so he was in the right position. Yeah, Clark pumped 2 down the ground in the previous Rhodes over, 1 through the offside, 1 just through the onside, so plenty of protection there to prevent that. And yes, as Richard points out, Annan Dolby showing every sign that it's about to be his turn once again. Remember, he's on 298 first-class wickets. Could make it a very successful day, not only for his team but for himself, as Clark again happy just to run the ball out as far as Bethel. 86 for 3.
2 catches for him in the field in the first innings today. One on the boundary down at long leg, the other at a deep mid-off. Both good catches, actually.
Yeah. Although he may have damaged his finger for the second one. Did seem as if he had to have a little bit of treatment. Rhodes runs away from his balls, and Joe Clark now really does need to deliver in this innings, not just this one. To a shortish mid-on position where Ed Barnard is doing the fielding. Notts got to 61, and they lost Hamid, and they lost Montgomery in the same over, and Ben Slater has just fallen. 2 balls left in this Rhodes over. His figures are none for 12. Balls now, and Clark works it to point. There's no run.
In terms of whether following on, enforcing the follow-on or not was the correct decision to make, it will help Will Rhodes enormously if Danny Briggs is able to bowl with control and be a wicket threat, because at that point you've got 5 seam bowlers that you can rotate in short bursts and keep them fresh. Still got some more spin up their sleeve in Rob Yates, who's a very decent spinner. Dan Mosley did say that he's not eager to bowl with the red ball at the moment. He's bowled very well with the white ball this season, though.
Rhodes to Clark. That's a maiden then for the Bears skipper. 86 for 3. Rhodes 5 overs. 3 maidens now, none for 12. And Nottinghamshire in a real old pickle here. Joe Clark's got 14. Lyndon James yet to score. 330 is the amount of runs required just to make Warwickshire bat again. We've still got 50 overs left today, and should that not be enough for the Bears, there's another 96 overs just laying waiting for them tomorrow.
I have an email question for Roland Butcher, which Michael attempted to send yesterday, but he thought I was a com, not a co.uk. And I'll let you answer it after I describe the next ball maybe, because Hannah Dolby's coming on, which would suggest a change of ends is imminent for Danny Briggs. But Roland Butcher said that Colin Bland was his boyhood hero. The South African, who amongst other things was noted for being a blindingly good fielder. How does he rate my hero Trevor Penny, the best outfielder I've ever seen since my first Edgbaston game in July 1945? Asks Michael. I'll give you a moment to cogitate on that one, Roland. Roland was a very fine fielder himself, so he's certainly a man who can judge. As Hannah Dolby is in to bowl to James, off the back foot, guides it down to point, where you might have found Trevor Penny back in the day. There's no run. What about Trevor?
Yeah, very good fielder, Trevor Penny. He's, in terms of level, as I said, I never saw Colin Bland, but what I've read and heard and people have spoken to suggest to me that he was the best.
And Dolby charges in past the edge of Lyndon James' bat. Lovely length and a good bit of lift and carry through to Michael Burgess. 86 for 3.
Nicely bowled. And I guess when it comes to fielding, you can have all-round fielders who's good in every department, or you may have good cover fielders. I would put Penny in the bracket as a good cover fielder or something like that. I would put him.
And Dolby in much better defensive looking shape from James. He plays it back up towards mid-off for no run.
So I'd put him, Randall, John T. Rose in that bracket.
Nice bracket to be in.
Not good anywhere. They're not good anywhere else. Good in those areas.
Yeah.
But for me, an all-round fielder is somebody who can field well in the covers, in the ring.
And Dolby in, defended again by James out into the offside. No addition to the score.
Good slip catcher, good outfielder, good arm. That's all wrong.
Oh, Trevor was a very decent slipper as well. He did early part of each day. That's where he would be. But certainly Derek Randall. When I was a kid, Derek Randall was great to watch. Absolutely wonderful.
But Derek Randall was limited in where he could field.
Wow. You set a bar very high, Roland.
The bar is very high. The bar is very high.
Don't send your complaints to us. Send to Roland.
Yep.
This is on a middle and leg and just turned towards the short mid wicket by James.
My laptop's just exploded.
Yeah, get those messages. Get those messages out to Richard and Dave.
Who knew that Roland was this controversial? Yeah. His fielding polemic is going to really hit hard on social media.
Derek William Randall was an ordinary fielder, says Roland Butcher.
No, he was a good fielder in his area.
He was a specialist position fielder.
He wasn't a great all-round fielder.
Well, as he got into his 30s, he went in the slip cord and he was a brilliant catcher.
And Dolby once more on a good lead. Could leave it on height that time. Through to the wicket keeper. Hannah Dolby returns with a maiden from the pavilion end. The change of ends has served him well. Nottinghamshire 86 for 3. They trail Warwickshire still by 330 runs.
Yeah, good over that by Hannah Dolby. He's been very consistent in the whole game. But getting back, Derek Randall couldn't throw the ball from the boundary. He was in the circle area. He was fine. Same thing with John T. Rose. Same thing with Trevor Penny.
But in one-day cricket, Trevor would be the guy who goes to long on and long off for the catch and the throw. I'm defending my man here. I'm defending him vigorously.
He was a very good fielder. I will tell you that. But there were some fielders for me. I am partial to all-round fielders.
Okay, no, good.
Right? Not just the specialists. Briggs he's changed ends and he'll come in on to bowl left arm around the wicket to Joe Clark. His first delivery is driven up to mid-off. He can't score, and there is no run. He's got a slip and a forward short leg. In place, he's got a straightish mid-wicket as he's round the wicket now and ball. Comes onto the front foot and just eases that one out to cover point. Gets an easy single. It's a good rotation of the strike. Just having a good look. Score goes to 87. Clark goes to 15.
You're getting it, Roland. You're getting it.
I have no difficulty in that.
Don't pick on Derek Randall when you're around here. Let me tell you.
As this one is coming off the inner half of the bat, goes forward. It runs out to backward square and will get an easy single.
One of your many Nigels has gone. Tell Roland I now withdraw my compliments. Randall was the king.
Well, he obviously didn't see a lot of good fielders. Briggs in now, and this one's pushed into the offside, and there's no run.
Mark the Mod is moving today from Stamford to Canterbury, but still says, what? How on earth can Roland besmirch Derek's name like that?
Briggs in, bowls. Defensive shot again into the offside. I will address his comment at the end of the over. As Briggs with 1 wicket so far. He's got 1 for 2. He's in, bowls, and that's driven firmly up to mid-off, but he won't beat mid-off. So that was the final delivery of the over. At the end of the over, it's now 88 for 3. I will now get back and answer your colleague's question. I am not smearing Derek Randall's. I've said Derek Randall was a fantastic fielder in his position. They categorise they're good slip fielders. Graham Gooch, fantastic slip fielder. That's his area. Cover, square leg, boundary, no. So good slip fielder. Randall, good in the ring.
Have you got an all-round number 1 then that you'd...
Colin Bland.
Could he throw it in from the fence?
Could he throw?
Who you never saw by your own admission.
Here's Hammond Dolby. Bowls, and this is pushed into the offside, fielded by Bethel. There's no run. 88 for 3. What I will always remember about Randall was the joy that he brought to fielding, and that joy transmitted itself from the field of play to the spectators. You knew he enjoyed every minute, because it doesn't matter how good a batter you are, how good a bowler you are, 99% of cricket, however good you are, is fielding. And if you don't enjoy fielding, you might as well not play cricket. And that's, for all of you out there who've got kids who are thinking of playing cricket to some level, if they don't like fielding, then cricket's not the game for them, as this is pushed into the offside, because most of your cricket, like on a day today, however good Warwickshire are, they've got an awful lot of fielding to do here.
Well, you're going to, and in your career you do more fielding than batting.
Exactly.
So that was always that's what I always thought about fielding, is that you might as well enjoy it, because you're going to be in the field longer than you are batting. So learn to enjoy it, and that's what I carried right through my career.
So Randall gave that off. He let everybody know what a joy it was for him to be out there fielding. Every single ball he expected to come to him, he was always ready. As Anna Dolby bowls to Lyndon James, who's just got 1 to his name, works this up to mid-on. And the other thing about Randall, I don't think I've ever seen anybody before or since who, at the point of delivery from the bowler, whoever was bowling, was practically running. He moved in so quickly. I mean, he was light on his feet, he was ready to move to his right or left, but he came in so quickly. He was almost running, wasn't he, to get in there, and there was no sort of drop downs in the general area of Randall to pinch a single. As Hammond Dolby is in, driven into the offside, no run.
But in terms of around the cover region point area, John T. Rose was one of the best in that area. He wasn't a slip fielder, he wasn't a...
Where are we putting Clive Lloyd?
Clive Lloyd's good all round. Good catcher, good in the covers, not a boundary fielder.
Amazingly agile for his height.
Not a boundary fielder, but good catcher and the cover region.
Here's Hammond Dolby in... Bowles, Lyndon James defends, and the other one, of course, was Viv.
And Viv Richards in that bracket too.
Was it 4 run-outs in the 75 World Cup final?
Again, a good catcher, good around the circle, not a boundary rider.
So in my mind, I can't really say where we're putting Chris Gale, but I'm just leaving that hanging. Don't answer that question.
Mid off.
Anywhere where the ball might not come.
Mid off.
I mean, Roger Harper was another fantastic cricketer, great long arms. I mean, there was that run out in was it the centenary test or some?
He ran good shout.
Yeah, that was a terrific bit of work.
But he was in the deep.
I can remember talking in the deep, I can remember seeing Keith Boyce here with some of his flat throws from the boundary in front of the old scoreboard away to our left as Hannon Dolby bowls. Runs at last for Lyndon James as he gets it through the offside. Couple of bears in hot pursuit, and Rowland's called it absolutely right. 4 runs, and he'll feel happier having got that one away. James matches his first innings score of 592 for 3 at Brace Cricket at Wilford WM. And on the email richard.wilford@bbc.co.uk if you've got anything for Richard, myself or Roland Butcher.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Just getting on top of the bunks and just getting it onto those used pitches, and as you know, once it starts running down that hill, there's no chance of catching it, so you feel a lot happier with that shot.
Danny Briggs will continue from this end. 1 for 2 in the second innings, 1 for 8 in the first, so he only came in with 1 championship wicket this season, but very lightly used, to say the least, prior to this game. And he comes in to bowl, just loops it in. That little bit of drift that Roland was referring to will help him, gets it pretty naturally, and it's defended out into the offside by Clark, who, apart from this array of straight drives against Will Rhodes, has been fairly calm so far. He's driving now towards extra cover, where Rob Yates stoops to pick up. And there's no run. I do have some more Michael Booth details for you now, by the way.
Right.
Yeah. But okay, I didn't know much about him. I'd seen his name, but around Warwickshire second 11. But I can tell you a bit more in a second, as this is just defended into the leg side. He's a young South African-born cricketer, Michael Booth. He's an all-rounder. Probably more of a bowler than a batter at this. Quite a lot of pace about him, it is claimed, as this is well struck out into the offside. Indeed, the boundary fielder gives that one up. It rattles away from Hassan Ali out there. Lovely drive through extra cover by Clark. Easton 19 and Nottinghamshire 96 for 3.
Yeah, just giving him a little bit of room outside the off stump, and Clark just latching onto that one.
Yeah, so 22 years of age, Michael Booth. He's been playing for Warwickshire seconds. Clark guides this through the vacant point area for a single, and that will bring him to 97 for 3, and he's also been playing for Durham Students at the start of the season, so clearly a player that the Bears are interested in developing. So quite similar provenance to Chris Benjamin, actually. This is fired round the wicket into the pads of James, and he clips it very neatly round the corner. That wasn't a great delivery, and he'll get a couple of runs, chased down by Jacob Bethel, the 12th man, and Notts are on the brink of 100 in the second innings. They're 99 for 3, and if you're marking your card for when you get a break from the action, we are 11 overs away from tea, so that's going to take us through to about 25 past. Well, you look downcast then, Roland. It's a long time for his copper and his cake.
It's a long time, and just imagine how those fielders are.
Have a break, Roland. Get yourself out of the firing line. The last of the Duke Street Kings. He was the fella who said he's got your tie in his bedroom. He says, I've got 2 things in my bedroom on the wall. One is Roland Butcher's tie, and the other one is an enclosed drawing of Derek Randall, which is sent through, which is wonderful. Well, you've sent a photo of that. I'd like a photo of Roland Butcher's tie, just to prove that you have got the ROB benefit tie. Before I get it, what colour was it? Can you remember your benefit tie?
It was blue. It was a blue, and had some red. The ball was red, and some white stripes.
We want to see a photo first.
Yeah, you want to see a photo, definitely. And this one is worked away out to deep square leg off Hannon Dolby.
And that's the 100 up for Notts.
Gets a single, yeah.
Just to say that Michael Burgess has donned the helmet, is standing up for Joe Clark with the helmet onto the bowling of Hannon Dolby. He's a very good wicket-keeper, Michael Burgess, but he'll step back for Lyndon James.
Yes, obviously making sure that Clark doesn't go out of his crease, but he's also quite brave, because Hannon Dolby gets the ball to come through at a decent pace and height. He's in now. Passes the umpire and bowls, and that's driven firmly up to mid-off. He's going to get a quick single. The return is on its way, but there is a misfield by the keeper and the fielder backing up. But it finally goes right up to the boundary. Is that Patterson there? But what happens is that there's just the one run. It doesn't. Keeper calls for the helmet.
Are there any Ian Terence Botham stories or anecdotes that are suitable for a broader audience from your time playing with Ian?
I think I will leave that one alone outside the off stump, as Hannon Dorby is in now and bowls, and that's beautifully driven through the offside. There's no point in chasing this. The ball is gathering speed. He's going to just beat him into the boundary, over pitch delivery, and Clark on the front foot and just easing it to the right of extra cover. Teased the mid-off fielder there all the way to the boundary for 4.
He was a good slip catcher, wasn't he? And I seem to remember there was a lot made of the fact that he didn't have his hands cupped ready. He had them on his knees, didn't he? Good reactor.
Excellent slip fielder. I mean, he took some amazing catches.
So he'll have been on your 81
West
Indies tour.
He was the captain. It was his tour. He was the captain. And then Dorby is in and bowls, and he's on the front foot, just defending a good length delivery on the offside, and there's no run.
This is 40 years later. We can rewrite history. This was Roland Butcher's tour, and Ian was with you.
Oh boy, that's such a long time ago.
So what sort of skipper was he in the dressing room? The Churchillian speech before you went out.
No, I mean, if you're going into battle, he's the sort of guy you want to be, because he's not going to stand a hill and look through the binoculars. You know, he's going to be up front. As Hannon Dorby is in and bowls, and again that's a good delivery, and he has to defend. The ball goes to cover. Bethel does the fielding.
At Brace Cricket, I've just retweeted the Roland Butcher tie, which has been photographed and sent to me. There we are, and that is a magnificent tie, Mr. Butcher, sir.
That is very elegant. Very good.
I've just popped it out there at Brace Cricket if you want to see it.
No, this tie was made by David Bairstow.
Was it, by Jove?
Yes, that was his business. As Hannon Dorby in once more to Clark, bowls, and Clark stands up straight to a shortest delivery, defends. The over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, it's 108 for 3.
Just imagine though, Roland, if you'd had the career that Ian Botham has, you too could be advertising a foot massaging product that makes it a lot easier for you to go out walking the dog. So
I think that at the moment I don't think Both would be able to do that. He's had some problems with his legs over the last couple of years, and it resulted in him being on crutches for 2 years. So
was he? Well,
he's just barely recovering now.
So that device not worked then? Is that what's got him back moving?
I think COVID was not kind to him in terms of having that problem and not being able to get out.
There's Danny Briggs bowling at our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end here at Trent Bridge. Is bowling to the big tall Lyndon James, 6'4", 6'5", something like that. There's one slip and a short leg in. That's 105 for 3, and Lyndon James goes back. Not much foot movement, just slightly rocked back, trying to cut it away square, missed it. And the ball nestles in the gloves of Michael Burgess, who joined the Bears 2 or 3 years ago from Sussex. This is drilled back to another former Sussex player, Danny Briggs. Fields off his own bowling, 105 for 3. Briggs quickly threw his overs in again, and Lyndon James this time leaves his crease but can't get a run, playing it back to the bowler, who, I guess if we put a clock on him, he's going to whiz through one of these overs in about 65 or 70 seconds. He's in again, and once more Lyndon James defends, and there's only the two of them playing. It's not as if the ball is going to a fielder to be thrown back to Briggs. Lyndon James with a straight bat, just nudging it back to Briggs, who picks it up, turns, goes back 3 paces, and comes in for the final ball of the quickest over ever bowled on record. It's down the leg side, but off the thigh pad. There's no run. 105 for 3. That's me done for 30 seconds.
Yes, and just before I slip out, also, Yeah, just to say it, Ian, both a long career, and then those punishing walks.
Those punishing walks.
Those punishing walks have finally taken its toll, and he's had to have.
But he earned
knees.
millions of pounds for charity.
He's walking is a problem right now.
He went with the elephants, didn't he? Was it the Hannibal walk with the elephants?
Yeah. I mean, he is my favourite ever cricketer.
There's not a lot that he didn't do.
Played football as well for Scunthorpe United.
For the mighty Iron. He did. But,
have a breather, Roland. You've been terrific this afternoon. More from Roland Butcher a little later, and if you have got any Roland Butcher memories or anecdotes or teasers we can fire at him after tea, then we'll be delighted to receive them. What have you got for us, Rich?
I've got Oliver Hallen-Dolby coming on. I mean, you think of somebody specifically my age, that Ashes in 1981. I was 11. Now imagine the impact Ian Botham had on my love for cricket at that point, as Hallen-Dolby bowls and gets a thick outside edge there. Clark, there is no third in position, so that will go for 4. 109 for 3. Clark to 29. And the first day of Test cricket, and people who listen to Warwickshire a lot will know this was true for me, that my first day of Test cricket ever was the final day of the Test match at Edgbaston in 1981. And my dad wouldn't go because it was the Test after Headingley, and he said lightning won't strike twice.
Roland, just before you go out the door, he was just going to disappear. Last of the Duke Street said, "You've got your Yorkshire players mixed up. Here's the back of the tie, made by Phil Carrick."
There we go. Hallen-Dolby in, and that's going to be 4 more through third man, but much more deliberately played this time by Clark. Hallen-Dolby not keeping things quite as tight as he usually does, but that was well executed by Clark. 113 for 3. So yes, my dad refused to go because again the Aussies only needed like 130 to win on what was really the 4th day. One of the first Sundays, I think the first Sunday of Test cricket ever at Edgbaston. So my dad says, "Oh no, I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it. Lightning doesn't strike twice." My mum, in fairly unbroadcastable language, said such and such to him, and I'll take him then. Took me on the bus, and you see a day's cricket like that, both of them 5 for 1 to secure victory in that final spell. Mike Brearley wasn't going to bring him back, and he insisted on getting the ball. So, and then the following year, the second day of Test cricket I ever saw, the first century I ever saw, was Derek Randall, which brings us full circle. Against Pakistan at Edgbaston in 82, he made a fine 100 opening the innings for England.
Speaking of Derek, William says Derek Randall, the best cartwheel on catching the Ashes, Leeds 1977. I saw it, but the television cameras didn't. Nice memories, William. Thank you for getting in touch at Brace Cricket at Wilford WM. Just another quick one from just a 51-year-old. What's Clark's there? Notts have still got hope. He, along with Hamid, are the only 2 batsmen in the 11 that I don't think look at least 1 place too high in the order.
Clark, 2 boundaries already in this over. Guides this one down towards point. Bounces twice before it reaches Ed Barnard. 113 for 3.
First Test century I saw was on this ground, 72 Ashes. Keith Stackpole, the Aussie opener. I've seen the Indians here, I think the year before, at the first century. That was the first Ashes match. Stackpole, the opener.
And Dolby will shuffle before he starts his run, and he comes and driven towards extra cover. Swiped up by Jacob Bethel, and there's no run. Rob Yates has done a little bit of loosening up, as if he might get a couple of overs in before the interval. There are 8 more overs after this before we get a break, and I think Will Rhodes is, other than Hallen-Dolby is bowling at the moment, saving up his seamers for them to have a right go in the final session. And he knows that that'll be another 2 1/4 hours of cricket. Dolby approaches once more. Clark on 33, and again pushed out into the offside. There probably was a single there. Barnard parries it, and it's picked up by Beth. And one thing I would say, by the way, with the weather forecast for tomorrow, if Notts were 6 or 7 down at the scheduled close of play, I'm not sure that Warwickshire would take the extra half hour. I think there's a certain amount of merit in saying no, we'll come back tomorrow fresh.
To do a lot of singing in the morning to try and make it rain if they're 6 or 7 down overnight.
You've got the voice of a classic crooner. And over to Clark, drives out to Bethel, an extra cover again, and there's no run. 113 for 3, Nottinghamshire. They have now got the deficit down to 303.
You'd have to be tone deaf to think I've got the voice of a classical crooner. 113 for 3 is the score as we move. What was it we had, Rich? Tea would be at 4 o'clock or when 35 remain. So we've got eight overs.
Yeah.
So we're nearly at 4 o'clock. So we're not going to troop off then if the information we were fed earlier is correct. So probably another half an hour or so.
Well,
maybe not as long.
And if Rob Yates has a bowl as well, which is not inconceivable.
There is Danny Briggs bowling to Lyndon James, and a little push and run up to Alex Davis at mid-on, and there's no run. There's one run. I beg your pardon. Lyndon James gets down to the safety end, moves on to 9, 114 for 3.
I think the talk of cake did for Roland.
He's put in a good shift there, the old boy.
That was a long stint. He just kept on wanting the ball back, so you had to keep on giving it to him. That's what you want. That's what you want from a teammate.
As Briggs bowls to Clark. Thanks to everybody for keep offering up little memories that we can inflict upon him and gently tease him. Clark on 33. How did that happen? This is pushed on the offside.
Well, the 2 boundaries in the last over were part of it. I know while he's out of the room, like I said, Roland did average 45 in first-class cricket. It's always anything over 40 is the mark of a pretty decent player.
Yeah. Oh yes, he was certainly that, wasn't he? This one's eased back to the bowler. That great Middlesex side with Gatting and Clive Radley, Tufnell, Edmonds, Embury. Spanned a couple of decades. This is pushed back to the bowler. Some wonderful players. 114 for 3. This is the score. Briggs again to conclude an over. Oh, there's going to be a run here as it's forced wide of Hannon Dolby at point. So one more to Clark, moves on to 34, end of the over 115 for 3. As we hit 4 o'clock, an update for BBC Radio Nottingham, I'm sure, in the fullness of time. Looks as if it's Sammy King out there with some supplies for Nottinghamshire. For Joe Clark and Lyndon James, fresh gloves, bottle of water, towel, all the other paraphernalia that will just make them feel a little less sweaty, a little less dehydrated. Going to be Ed Barnard to come back into the attack, this time from the pavilion end. 3 overs, none for 11 for the former pair. Hugh Lloyd lets us know that he's another one that's got the Roland Butcher autobiography. If you were with us on the first morning, Hugh, I brought mine in, and in the top corner of the first page it says £2. I did apologise. I did think I've obviously bought it on the cheap somewhere, probably at Durham. As you went into the reception area at Durham Cricket Club for many years, there was second-hand book sale. You used to always go and get 10 or 15 or 20 quid's worth of cricket autobiographies at £2 a piece. This is probably where I got Roland's from, much to his disgust. This is Barnard into the attack and deflected fine by Clark for 4. 119 for 3, and Joe Clark on to 38. Told him he didn't make much out of the royalties of that particular book, at least on the second-hand book market. But yes, it's Roland Butcher and Bridget Lawrence, done back in the day, I think towards the back end of Roland's career, if you want to look out for it. I think I've just got the capacity to reach behind me and get it. Yeah, next one's worked onto the leg side by Clark for a for a single. Just take a photo of it now and retweet it in case anybody wants to look for it. They've enjoyed listening to Roland over the 3 days and wants to get his story in full. Rising to the challenge, it's called, Roland and Bridget Lawrence. And like I say, there's lots of stuff that no doubt you'll have heard during the course of the commentary, and plenty more besides, as Roland describes and talks you through his first-class career in company with Bridget Lawrence. This has worked up to the offside, 120 for 3 is the score. So there we are at Brace Cricket. I've just put a picture of the front cover on, a very laid-back, chilled-looking Roland on the front cover. James has 9. Ed Barnard bowls to him. This one's helped up to mid-on, and there's no run. And going to do an update for Radio Nottingham. I'll take a picture as well of the front page in a moment. Where Nottinghamshire in their second innings, having been made to follow on, remember, are 120 for 3, still in a bit of a pickle. They trail Warwickshire by 296. They've lost to Seabermead for 39, Slater for 30, Montgomery for 0. Notts earlier in the day bowled out for 155, and second time round they're 120 for 3.
Nottinghamshire's weather, similar conditions this evening with spells of late sunshine for.
So there we are. We've just I've just taken a photo of the bit that Roland signed for me, and the bit where it says £2. So there you are. He's not going to make a fortune on the royalties from that one, as Lyndon James defends. But thanks to Hugh saying he's got Roland's autobiography. I hope you paid for Roland's sake a little more than I actually did whenever I purchased this. Richard's back alongside me. 120 for 3 at the end of the over.
I've got a copy of that as well. I think I paid less for it than you did. I've got a feeling it was a review copy that my mum brought home from work. She used to work on a newspaper and used to get offered stuff like that from the sports department, knowing that I was obsessed, and enjoyed reading about Roland's career because he was a great entertainer. So it's good to talk about him behind his back when we say nice things, which is the only way to do it, because he's really brought some insight to what we've been talking about in the last 3 days. Danny Briggs will continue.
He stopped us squabbling, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, there's that as well. Pushing forward in defence is Clark, who looks well set now on 39. Really taking his time to play himself in. He's driven the ball very effectively straight and through the covers. But Briggs has also got a decent little spell going here, and that's a thick inside edge that squirts away behind square. Will Rhodes has his hands on his head. Be a comfortable single. Jacob Bethel, the 12th man, comes round to do the fielding. Still on for Sam Hain. Bears will be hoping for good news about the injury that he's picked up. Single takes Nottinghamshire to 121 for 3. Briggs 1 for 12 in his 7th. He'll probably enjoy the opportunity to have a long bowl as it's driven back to him by James, which has rather been the trend when the two of them are facing each other directly. Approaches again past umpire Hartley. Left arm round the wicket, very full. This time clipped into the leg side. Barnard picks up at mid wicket. And there's no run. Briggs once more floated up and arcing in with the drift. Bowling pretty full because there isn't any prodigious turn there. This the odd ball that's gripping a little bit. Nothing too helpful as this is just defended out into the offside off the back foot. And another overdone. 5 to go till tea. Nottinghamshire will be determined to get there with 7 wickets intact. 121 for 3 they are. And they trail by 295 on a gorgeous afternoon. There's even a bit of a breeze, a proper little breeze that has led to more people staying in the sun. Not a huge number, but more people are in the sun at this point in the day than there were yesterday.
Still a lot of cricket to go. 40 overs to go in the day, so obviously the equivalent of a T20 match. A lot of cricket left, and Notts can only make 7 mistakes. That's how former Notts bowling coach Andy Pick always used to describe it. If Notts were in the field, they can only make 10 mistakes today, and you've got them. Well, they can only make 7 more. Clark is on strike on 40. As Ed Barnard bowls to Joe Clark, runs this out as far as Bethel. Almost ran into Alex Davis, or vice versa. Davis nearly ran into Bethel, but between them they stopped it.
I'm glad we're not held up to such a level of scrutiny that we can only make 10 mistakes in a day.
Well,
it'd be a short day.
It would. But that's it, isn't it, for a batter? You're very lucky if you get a second chance. As Barnard bowls to Clark, times this sweetly onto the leg side, and there's a single talked earlier in the match, and it was yesterday or the day before, about pink ball cricket, the brief and not lamented at all experiment to play pink ball cricket and extend county championship matches till late in the evening. One beneficiary of pink ball cricket was certainly Joe Clark, as Barnard, his former Worcestershire teammate, bowls to James, who works it on the leg side, because in the second of those pink ball matches, Notts were on top going into day 4 in a match obviously against Worcestershire, and Clark made 177 not out here, so he could certainly see and hit the pink ball. May or may not have been a deciding factor in Notts being tempted to sign him.
There were batsmen who literally couldn't really pick up the pink ball at all.
It's true. Clark pushes Barnard into the offside, and the boot of Alex Davis this time. You normally get the big fast bowler doing that, don't you? Plonking down the size 30, and that was a Luke Fletcher stop, but the diminutive Alex Davis this time stops it with his boot. 123 for 3.
I think Gary Ballance at Yorkshire at the time didn't play in the pink ball games because in the nets he couldn't pick it up at all. I think there was an issue he had anyway, which to do with spotting different colours.
Could be runs here as Clark guides it. Only a single. Good sliding stop from Bethel.
I don't know whether you had I think you might have had the red-green problem, and the pink ball just somewhere in that sort of sweep of colours was really hard to spot. 1 or 2 Warwickshire players found it difficult as well.
Certainly 1 or 2 commentators did. 124 for 3. Next ball is to Lyndon James, who blocks this one with a fair degree of force. The ball ricochets all the way up to Hassan Ali at mid-on. And there's no run to end the over. 124 for 3. What have we got? 4 overs before tea, and then maybe we'll get a bit more Hassan Ali afterwards.
Yeah, I think we will. And Chris Rushworth will have had a good long rest as well. Rob Yates is doing a little bit of warming up. I still think he might get an over or 2 in. Or certainly he's giving the impression that he'd like to, because there are going to be 2 more overs from either end. I think it was a laudable experiment, the pink ball thing, the idea of having cricket accessible in the evenings, because of the success of things like the T20 Blast. Would people come and watch in the evening? So Danny Briggs will come in to continue, forced off the back foot for a single by Clark. 125 for 3. The point was, though, that Test cricket in this country didn't need that, because the tickets get sold anyway.
Yeah.
Just didn't need it. Clark up to 43 now. James back on strike. Off the back foot, he pushes it out to extra cover. Picked up by Yates. And there's no run. James is going through the right motions. He wants to bat long, doesn't he? He realises that all the time in the world to bat here. Comes forward in defence. And Briggs has to step to his right to pick up. Rob Yates is doing more warm-ups. I'm sure Ed Barnard would be more than willing to let him have a go. It's quite a flat one for the seamers to bowl on. This is floated up. He plays a more aggressive shot this time, and he gets a single up to mid-off, where Chris Rushworth picks up. 126 for 3. The second new ball won't be available till the morning, so Unless we get an extra half hour. Don't say that. Don't say that, Dave. Don't say anything about an extra half hour. Brings in again, and Clark just rides the slow bounce on the back foot, guides it out into the offside. Over 8 has picked up nicely since Briggs came into the attack, and the final ball again is played defensively off the bottom of the bat by Clark, who has looked good so far for his 43. James is on 11, and this pair so far have added 40 for the 4th wickets. So Nottinghamshire 126 for 3 with 38 overs left on the day, and I think it's Rob Yates indeed making an appearance.
He's going to get one. Tea in a couple of Division 1 games at Canterbury. Surrey 88 for 1, so they require 413 more to win that match, and they're the leaders, remember. Warwickshire second. Tea at Southport, where Hampshire in their second innings 320 for 7 lead Lancashire by 88 with 3 wickets left, and the other Division 1 game is at Chelmsford, where Somerset are 60 for 1. They require a further 406 runs to defeat Essex.
You know, as much as Lancashire are in the box seat of that game, never trust a 4th day wicket on an out ground.
There's Yates then into the attack. Fairly gentle right arm off spinners, bowling to Lyndon James, drills it into the offside. Division 2 quickly. Yorkshire require 212 to beat Derbyshire at Queen's Park. They're 4 without loss. Glamorgan 44 without loss in their second innings at Chesterley Street as Yates bowls, runs for Lyndon James, square of the wicket on the offside past the diving Bethel. He goes on to 15. There we are, it changes over now. 130 for 3. So at Chesterley Street, Glamorgan still trail Durham by 196 with all 10 second innings wickets left. At Bristol, Leicestershire 233 for 4 at tea. They trailed Gloucestershire by 135, and Sussex in their second innings at Hove 238 for 5 at tea, leading Worcestershire by 176. All the scores and live text updates on the BBC Sport website and app as Rob Yates bowls to Lyndon James, who clumps this up to mid-on to Hassan Ali, and there's no run. So Yates halfway through his spell. He's had 3 balls and he's only going to get 3 more. Comes Lyndon James. Let's just go through to Michael Burgess, and that might have turned rather more than Lyndon James was expecting, but thankfully for him there was enough bounce to take it over the top, and Michael Burgess gathered it in the gloves just above off stump. Would have been a moment to forget had it clipped the stumps. James works this again up to Hassan Ali. 1 ball left. In fact, I beg his pardon, because Rob Yates is going to get 2, isn't he? Yeah, there's 2 overs after this one.
He's a perfectly decent off spinner. Rob Yates, good bowler.
Comes in again. Oh, short of a length, and Lyndon James could really have pulled that away to anywhere he wanted, but he's perhaps seen 1 or 2 of his teammates fall to an unexpected poor delivery and just played it fairly gently onto the leg side. 130 for 3.
Yeah, he's ended the over with an out-and-out medium pacer there. I think it was intended to be rather fuller. He dragged it down, but sort of ball that Jeetan Patel used to bowl with great consistency. The number of batsmen that got out to the ball that was fired in and didn't turn, quite often LBW. Jeetan's variation was so very effective. So 2 overs till tea. Here's Danny Briggs bowling to Clark, who's just easing himself into position, plays it out off the back foot, picked up by Yates, an extra cover. He just appears now to have that little bit more time, Clark. May have to wait until the evening session for his half century. That's not as convincing a shot, just off the inner half of the bat, rolls out to mid-wicket, and Barnard.
Williams says about 10% of UK males unable to pick up the pink ball.
Sweep here, beautifully dispatched by Clark. Just got down in a sort of matter-of-fact style, just dismisses it from his presence, just behind square, and he's to 47, 134 for 3. And that was a tremendous stroke from a man who looks in form. So yeah, about 10%. So Gary Ballance would have been in that 10%. So yeah. 1 or 2 others I remember around the Bears camp saying they found it quite difficult. you can't have something that diminishes players just because of the nature of the piece of the equipment that you're asking them to use. Next to Clark once more, pushed out square. Hannon Dolby stoops down to pick up.
When the idea is to introduce into the game something that's supposedly easier to see for everybody.
Yeah.
It just didn't work, did it?
Approaches once more. Clark off the back foot, looking to lash this through the offside, and that will be his 50 and the 50 partnership as well. But Clark has batted very nicely indeed for his 51 runs, growing in confidence as well, you might imagine, and his half century comes off 73 balls and with 10 fours, and the partnership, as I say, also beyond 50, and it comes off 94 balls between Clark and James. So he did want to get his half century in before the interval, and now he squirts the ball down towards third man, a chase that Oliver Hannon Dolby would quite like not to have to make, but he will reel it in about 15 yards before the boundary, and they come through for 2. So an expensive over for Danny Briggs. 10 came off it. He's 1 for 24 from 9. He's done a very useful job for Will Rhodes, and it will mean that he's got a fresher seam attack to turn to. Particularly Rushworth and Hassan Ali will have a decent spell in them for the session after tea, which is now only a single over away, so we'll be about 20 minutes behind schedule, which is not a bad effort in these conditions. We've had drinks breaks, we've had the disruption of the ball being changed again.
High percentage of fours then for Joe Clark. In his 50, 10 fours. What are we waiting for now? Is there
there's a fellow moving behind the bowler's arm? He's sat down there.
So Rob Yates, initial over went for 4 runs. He'll be bowling to Lyndon James, who surely has more than half an eye on the tea break. Defends the first ball. So this afternoon, Notts have lost 3 wickets after the openers put 61 on. It was Hasiba Mead who was first out, bowled by Hassan Ali for 39. Rob Yates bowls. Lyndon James will work this out to deepish mid-wicket, takes a single, gets down to the sanctuary of the non-strikers end, 141 for 3, James on to 16. Mead was out in the 17th over, and also a couple of balls later in that 17th over, a 2-ball duck for Matthew Montgomery, pinned LBW by the jubilant Hassan Ali, who loves a celebration. So that was 61 for 2. Just waiting for Joe Clark just to ready himself to face Rob Yates. Blocks this one. Ben Slater, he'll feel he's done all the hard work, or most of the hard work, at the crease for an hour and 3/4 for his 30, but then he just popped a fairly tame catch up to mid-wicket off Danny Briggs as Clark defends. It was Rob Yates who took the catch. That was 86 for 3 in the 27th over. 2 balls away from the tea break, and then the players will have 20 minutes sit down and a cuppa as Clark defends this one. We'll do the same. We'll invite you also to go and have a few minutes away from the cricket, whether you're listening or you've been watching on the live stream, and we can all join up again in about 20 minutes time to see if Warwickshire can go on and get the 7 wickets they need to wrap this up today, as Clark drives this back to Yates, who fields off his own bowling. So there we are, Nottinghamshire at tea on day 3, 141 for 3, trailing Warwickshire by 275. Thanks for your company this afternoon. As I say, we'll do it all again in 20 minutes time. Hey ho everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge as our umpires Messrs Hartley and O'Shaughnessy advance over the boundary rope to be followed by initially the Warwickshire players, the two Nottinghamshire batters, Lyndon James and Joe Clark. They're also following. A little bit of natter between Clark and James and the Warwickshire players. All know each other pretty well, of course. But battle will be resumed in a moment or two on this, the third day of the County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, BBC CWR, in and out of 5 Sports Extra, and also we're coming through hopefully loud and clear on the live stream, thanks to Kirsty and Aaron for looking after things on the production side and keeping the graphics going. That in itself is a full-time job, and to our fabulous camera crew who are out and about and here, there and everywhere, bringing you the pictures. Jono Spence and Finn on duty today, splashing on the sun cream. So Notts, say it quietly, it doesn't sound so many. They're only 275 behind, with a day and a session left. We've got 35 overs to go this evening. Can Warwickshire do it in this session and get 7 wickets? Will Rhodes, who's bowled 5 overs so far to start, and his first delivery arrowing in on the bat of Lyndon James, who's on 16. Joe Clark has played a very nice innings, just picking up really where he left off in the County Championship before the little break for the blast. Joe Clark still striving that really big score, but in recent games, 52 second innings against Middlesex, 42 second innings against Lancashire, 76 at Northants, and then 57 and 42 not out against Essex last time around, as this has pushed up to a wideish mid-on. And there is no run. The esteemed Mr. Roland Butcher isn't too far away. Last I saw him, he was having a well, I'm not entirely sure. They don't call it flavoured coffees, do they? But I don't know. He was going through the menu on the front of the coffee machine. A nice lady was helping him, and he was selecting him from a variety of chinos and mochas and all sorts of different things. I don't know what he ended up with, as this is pushed into the offside, and Danny Briggs fields. So Mr. Butcher's not too far away, and Mr. Wilford is even closer. Oh yeah.
Was he having a syrup in it?
Well, we'll have to ask him when he comes back, but
he'd be very guarded in his response.
He was enjoying the Trent Bridge hospitality during the tea interval. There may or may not have been a scone and jam and cream on his plate. I'm not at liberty to tell tales. Next one down the leg side, whipped away for a couple of runs by Lyndon James. They might push and come back for 3. They're going to push and come back for 3. Good running. 144 for 3. A gross on the board for those of you that grew up in the same era as I did and had to learn all that sort of nonsense. 12-12's 144, also called a gross. 22 yards. It's not the distance between stump and stump, it's a chain and all that sort of stuff.
It's true. I'm aware of both, even though decimalisation was rather early in my life, but yeah.
It's never called a chain, is it? You'd think cricket writers would, it was a tricky old chain to bat on today.
Yeah, it was a green-topped chain.
Number 35, Will Rhodes bowls, and Joe Clark on 53 pushes it back to Rhodes. You can only presume Will Rhodes was 35 at the start of his career at Yorkshire and just hung on to that number and kept it when he moved to Edgbaston. Joe Clark was the same with his number 33. Lyndon James first got in the Notts side up. I think he was 83. Obviously a young academy lad. Made his debut, I think, wearing 83, but has moved to 45. Michael Lum's old number. Over ends with a push into the offside. 144 for 3. It's a game of numbers.
Yeah, I think I'll let you contemplate what number you would choose if you were called back. It would maybe, the Italian veteran side get together, the team that you were part of. We'll let you consider that. I think Will Rhodes taking the first over after tea is a really good signal that he sends to his team, which is, I know we've been out in the field now for a whole day's play. I know it's really hot and we have to work really hard. We've got 7 bowlers that we can use in these 35 overs. But I tell you what, I'll do some of the heavy lifting for you. And he's bowled well today. And it's the most significant bowl he's had so far this season. The 2 spells that he's had in the first and second innings. But here comes Hassan Ali. This is a key moment. They're keeping some overs from Chris Rushworth up their sleeve. I'm sure we'll see plenty more of Danny Briggs between now and around 7 o'clock. But here comes a big moment with Hassan Ali having another probably 4 over burst. And that's one that Notts will be very, very eager to see off. Shadows starting to lengthen. I've now used the brace girdle measure of where the floodlight stanchion, the pylon to our right, how far it starts to get across the wickets, which run almost the entire width of the ground. And it's just now going on to 2 and onto the 3rd wicket, one of the practice wickets over on our right hand side.
Do you think you could reach that boundary?
What, me?
The one they're playing on, to where the rope is now. The one that the shadow's on.
I might be able to clear that if somebody bowled it on my pads. So here comes Hassan Ali to bowl to Lyndon James, who steers that nicely past the square leg umpire for a single. To Danny Briggs, who's fielding in the deep. Doesn't look like Sam Hain has returned. Jacob Bethel is still out there fielding. So the Bears supporters will be keen to get some news later on his condition.
Regular Notts listeners will have heard Grace Ballinger both last year and this year. She's come in and done some third voice in some commentary with us, plays for the Blaze, and Grace, left arm quick bowler, bats number 11, but she wears number 1 and she, put it out there, let's be number 1.
She does. As Hassan Ali bowls back of a length and turned behind square, this time by Clark for a single. He's to 54. 146 for 3. She's a former Warwickshire player, of course.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Of course, yes. She does. She does a bit of commentary.
She has done some commentary for us, and I saw her play for the first time when I went to the game between the Blaze and the Central Sparks.
You saw her hurdle over the fence as she starts her run.
Well,
there's a little bit of a.
She does have a bit of a hop and a skip, which it wouldn't do her any harm to not do anymore. However, that day she was getting some really good swing. As Hassan Ali is having the ball looked at again. Alex Davis is standing next to the umpire, who, to be fair, he's turning around and it's damaged again, isn't it?
Yeah, Hassan Ali models his celebratory appeal on Grace Ballinger, I've heard. She likes to.
Is that a rumour she started?
Oh, she likes to celebrate a wicket. Poor old Hassan Ali, who's bowling, he's been the one summoned with sprinting off the field to fetch the suitcase. And he's made a right old Horlicks of it.
He really has, because all of the balls have now fallen out.
Look at the screen. On the screen you can see him scrambling.
No.
It's like a taskmaster task, picking all the balls up and popping them in the suitcase in 30 seconds.
They're inadvertently going to bring out the red onion. And Alex Hall's going to stand there and not tell them anything. Oh my word. Well, whilst this happens, a couple of
let's hope they weren't in little pockets where it was labelled, 10 overs, 15 overs, 20 overs.
I think that's a distinct possibility. 1 or 2 tweets that I've had. You may have read out the one from Rob, because it went to you as well. Thoroughly enjoying watching the live stream. My working day from home is passing by very nicely. Careful, don't get in trouble with the boss, Rob, unless you are the boss. We were talking about first Test match 100 that I saw was Derek Randall in 82 for England against Pakistan at Trent Bridge. In your case, it was one of the Australian
Keith Stackpole, Aussie opener here 10 years earlier, 72.
Andrew Frank says, first Test match for me was at Trent Bridge in 76, and on day 3 I saw a David Steele 100. I actually watched the last 20 minutes of Edgbaston 81 on the television in the members at Trent Bridge in the company of Jack Richards, the Surrey wicketkeeper. Here's Hassan Ali with a different ball, not a new ball, but a different ball, and there's a lovely shape on that, and that is a tight lead from Lyndon James.
Well, 76 was the West Indies Test. Yeah, David Steele would have played, but surely it's not the David Steele memories from that game. It's got to be Viv's big double 100.
But he was only there on day 3.
Of course.
Come on, pay attention, Dave.
Yeah.
There are questions later. Have you made your notes? Yeah. No, he did specifically say day 3.
Right, yeah.
Oh dear,
Brian Close played in that. He was absolutely peppered. I think Roland's not in the room. I think Wayne Daniel was his former housemate.
Back of a length and defended out into the offside by James, using his height, gets it out to Bethel. 146 for 3.
Wayne Daniel absolutely peppered Brian Close in that test match, and of course that was the one that Tony Gregg had said, it was the first match of the 76 series where we're going to make them grovel, and the West Indies had other ideas, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I've read in the book, I mean Roland will confirm, that Wayne Daniel was a housemate of his, and he absolutely peppered Brian Close in that match here. If Viv got his big double 100, or after Viv got his big double 100.
He'll tell all at the moment. He's about to enter the confessional as Hassan Ali approaches once more, and James is looking to push that square on the offside, can't get it past Barnard, who picks it up running across from backward point.
What did you end up with then? A mochaccino or some such?
A cappuccino.
A cappuccino. I hate
Culture.
it when you have all those choices. Me, tea or coffee is it's a difficult enough one for me, as Rich found out this morning. Do you want a tea or a coffee? Either. Either. I'm not fussy.
I was going to bring one of each and make him choose.
Just grateful.
In the end, I was kind on him. We both had a cup of tea. As Hassan Ali down the leg side, and I don't know whether that's bat or pad, but it's going to go for 4. It's 4 leg buys that have come off the thigh of James, and the end of an over from Hassan Ali. He's taken 2 for 15 from his 6, and the Nottinghamshire 150 is up in the second innings, 150 for 3, trailing Warwickshire by 266 runs.
A correspondent was just reminiscing about the 1976 test match that he was at. I was here for every ball of that. Viv got a big double 100. It was the Tony Gregg grovel test, the first match of the series, and I remember Wayne Daniel absolutely peppering Brian Close. But wasn't he a housemate of yours?
Yeah, we had a apartment together, himself and Will Slack, the 3 of us.
What did they call him? Diamond, was
the
it?
Diamond, yes, a precious jewel.
There's Will Rhodes. Sorry, Roland. This one's driven into the offside. There's no run. It's 150 for 3, by the way.
Certainly saved 4 runs there. That was that was smashed through the offside, and terrific piece of fielding. 150 for 3, and Clark really has done well. He's 54. Played some nice shots, particularly straight down the ground. His drive-in's been good. Now James is also assisting on 20. Rose with 2 slips in place and bowls, and he's nudging this one down to third man. That will run away for 4. There's no point in chasing that. There's not a third man, so he's just opened the face, gets himself another boundary. He moves on to 58. Scored a 154 for 3.
Didn't play that many tests, did he, Wayne Daniel? There were just so many vying for those fast bowling spots, but that series he certainly made an impression, and he absolutely peppered Brian Close, who they'd brought back at 40 odd years of age. Incredible stuff.
Yes, I think between Daniel and Holden made it very difficult for Brian Close. This one's defended nicely, and that's another boundary. There's no point in chasing that outfield, far too quick. It's a defensive shot on the offside, just gets him behind it, and timing was such that the extra cover fielder just couldn't get anywhere near that. So back-to-back boundaries. He goes into the 60s now, Clark. He's on 62. Score now moves to 158 for the loss of 3. And that second shot there was a real textbook defensive shot. Just stand up and just present the full face of the bat. Let's see how Rose responds to that. He bowls, and he's searching outside the off stump. Adjusts the line and guided it into the backward point position where it's fielded, and there's no run. There's a huge gap between second slip and backward point where that first boundary went, so pitch now really there's not a lot of margin for error.
Quite an acceleration since tee. They've just got a few boundaries away.
Yeah, and no devils in this pitch, I can tell you. Rose is in and bowls, and that's 4 more. Lovely shot, just presenting the face of the bat. It's a check drive. It's not the full flowing drive. He's just put the bat on line with the ball, and it's gone through extra cover, sweet as a nut, and into the boundary for 4. So that's 3 fours in the over. Clark races on to 66, and this really is a textbook shot. Really, anybody who's wanting to play an extra cover drive with minimum effort should replay that shot. It really was a beauty. Rose is in and bowls. It's a bouncer, and it's pulled away. Didn't see that first of all. The deep square leg fielder, he looked startled, and then once realised the ball was going to his right, it was too late. So another boundary, so 4 fours in the over, and Clark really now taking it to Rose. I would imagine that would be the end of his spell. I would imagine it's just been taken out of the attack. He goes to 70 in this partnership. That's the 50 grand partnership as well. So good solid batting by Nottinghamshire, 166 for 3.
Yeah, fabulous stuff from Joe Clark, who's scored 17 in 3 overs since tea, 16 of them in that over. Ellie Mackin has been in touch, just listening and enjoying the commentary as San Ali comes in from the pavilion end, edged down into the ground, well fielded by Will Rhodes. Captain could have perhaps been just mulling over in his mind what went wrong in the previous over there where he went for 4 boundaries, but none of it. Wonderful alert fielding from Will Rhodes. Ellie says, listening to the commentary and hearing you talk about first hundreds witnessed reminds me my first day watching Test cricket was Headingley 2008, Ashwell Prince and AB de Villiers for South Africa. They both made tons. From memory, they batted most of the day. Great memories. Thanks, Ellie. As a San Ali bowls past Lyndon James through to the keeper. Brian Jackson, lovely day, Dave. Really nice day for cricket. This is an enthralling match. Please tell your colleague that on a visit to Trent Bridge, I witnessed Derek Randall fielding in the deep, catching a ball in his hands round his back. It was utter magic. Come on, Notts. Thank you, Brian. All the best to you. Thank you for your memories of the great D.W. Randall, 166 for 3. Still plenty of animation in the field from Warwickshire, as you'd expect. They're geeing each other up, lots of encouragement as Ali bowls wide enough for Lyndon James to leave it alone as it goes through to the keeper. Are we going to get to day 4, Roland, or not?
Oh, most definitely. I don't think. There's no devils out here, as you can see. The bowlers looking a little bit tired at this moment. The pitch is playing as good as ever. It really should not be a problem to see out the day.
Well, Notts have already gone past their first innings effort of 155. 166 for 3 as Hassan Ali bowls to James, and yeah, there's no devils, and this pitch he got in line, pushed it straight back with the full face of the blade back to the bowler. And it remains 166 for 3. Hassan Ali 2 for 15. He's got 5 wickets in the match. He's got a catch. He entertained us with a swashbuckling 50 in just half an hour from 35 balls. Contained 5 sixes in Warwickshire's innings. And a terrific game so far, with power to add as he comes in to James. And again, he's happy to defend, just emphasising Roland's point that it's a very good wicket to bat on.
Yes. The good thing for Warwickshire is that with a bowler like Hassan Ali, he's not going to be all over the place. He's going to be consistently around the offside, the off stump and outside. So you can almost set a feel for him. And
comes in past umpire O'Shaughnessy, bowls, and James again clips it out. You made the point many times in the Nottinghamshire innings that they were sort of setting the field for bad balls with a fielder out in the deep on either side. Warwickshire aren't doing that.
They're not, I mean, but it's when you've got bowlers who can actually bowl to the plan, and really the only time you'll hit Hassan Ali on the leg side there is if he bowls a short ball, and he's just concentrating on working away outside the off stump. And obviously a very experienced cricketer, as I said. Bowling in Pakistan is not easy. Those guys come up. Ed Bernard is going to come into the attack. But in Pakistan, on those pitches, you have to work really hard for your wickets, so he's used to bowling on good wickets.
Skipper's had enough.
Yeah, the skipper really was taken out of the attack by that. Those 4 fours he went for, so now he's asking Bernard to stop the flow. Clock on 70. 168 for 3. There's 166 for 3. There's 2 slips in place as Barnard is in and bows to Clark, and he's easing this one, just opening the face, and it's raced out to the man on the point boundary, but he gets a single. That was just a gentle push. Didn't really go through with a flourish, just a little push. He goes to 71. It's 167 for 3. Point fielder now has been brought into extra cover for James, who's just on 20. Also the short mid-wicket in place, catching Bernard in and bowls, and it's right forward comes James and plays that gently up to mid-off. Alan Dolby does the fielding, and there's no run.
This will just, of course, give a little bit of encouragement for those that are still to come. Stephen Mullaney, Tom Moores, Calvin Harrison. The next 3 due in.
Yes, I mean, obviously the ideal situation for Notts would be to go to close the play just 3 down. As Bernard bowls, and it's met again with a repeat of the previous delivery. 4 defence, goes up to mid-off, and Dolby again does the fielding.
Some of these won't want to be dismissed twice. That's always or it must be a terrible feeling to be dismissed twice in the same day.
It's not a nice feeling, as Bernard is in now and bowls, and that's eased back along the pitch.
In 2 minds whether to run or not, weren't they?
Yes, thought about a single. Ball wasn't travelling that quickly. Fielder was able to come across from that mid-on position to do the fielding, and there is no run. 167 for 3. James 20 as Bernard now bowls, and that's driven firmly, and it's a good stop there. They're going to get a single though. There's a slight misfeel by mid-on. He's a bit annoyed that he didn't feel it cleanly. It was a firmly driven shot by Robbie Yates, and just get the one. So it brings Clark on strike, as there is just 1 delivery left in this over.
I think Radio Nottingham are hoping to come to us for an update. 168 for 3.
Nottinghamshire's weather, similar conditions this evening with spells of late sunshine for all, overnight winds.
Barnard bowls, and it's played up to mid-on, fielded by Rushworth.
Rather similar to today, with highs of 24 degrees. We'll update any time. You can ask your smart speaker to play BBC News.
And it's the end of the over. 168 for 3. Still got 30 overs to go in the day, and there they go. Radio Nottingham from our ears. Lyndon James 21. Joe Clark's closing in on his highest score of the season, made 76 at Northampton. Played nicely today. As far as I can recall, a chanceless innings, 71 from 89. He's got on with it, hasn't he? He's not got tied down at any period of time.
Yeah, he's played well. He's played some good shots, particularly on the front foot. His driving has been quite impressive. Over pitch deliveries he's dealt with.
San Ali to continue bowling to Lyndon James, and again he'll feel he's missed out on a boundary. He's going to get 1 run. Dan Mosley at fairly shortish mid-wicket, saving 1, got down quickly to his right, got a hand to it, and they go through for the single after the ball was parried away. Brings Clark back onto strike. 169 for 3. Lyndon James 22. Partnership worth 83, as I said. Notts trail by 247. It's going to take a long old time, needing deep into the final day tomorrow, if they've got wickets in hand, to wipe out that deficit, as Clark on the front foot pushes this next one up
to mid-off. The men out are Mead for 39, Slater for 30 and Matthew Montgomery a 2-ball dug. Warwickshire very much in control of things through the first 8 sessions of this game. There's no doubt Notts haven't won a complete session yet, an entire session, but they've probably got to win 4 in a row here, starting with this one, if they're to get anything out of the game. Down the leg side, deflected by Clark, will get a boundary. His bat involved, just deflected it away, fine. Away from keeper Burgess, who didn't really have a chance, and Clark on to 75.
Yeah, just a little bit too straight. Hassan Ali on that occasion, and Clark just glanced it very fine. There was a fielder down at long leg, but he's pretty wide. So anything going fine gets to the boundary and gets there very quickly.
173 for 3. So Clark, one behind his season best score. Ali bowls, nudges this into the offside, fielded by Jacob Bethel, who's been on since the second over of the afternoon after Sam Hain went off, clutching the back of his right leg just behind the knee, chased a ball to the boundary and slid and got up, made it back to the slip cord and was clearly in some discomfort, had a chat with the skipper and went off, and Jacob Bethel's been on as a subfielder ever since. Two balls left in this alley over, his 8th. Bowls now, and Clark can't get this away. This times it. Get out as far as Bethel. He remains as we were. Nottinghamshire 243 adrift. 29 overs to go, so it's going to be 7 o'clock if we get through them all. You'd expect that, provided Nottinghamshire got wickets in hand, we're going all the way this evening. Can't imagine the light will deteriorate to that extent before 7. As Hassan Ali comes in to Clark, just nudges it out onto the leg side, fielded by Mosley again, and there's no run.
It's a much better show. I would imagine that we'll see Hassan probably having a break pretty soon, as Bernard will continue. He's now going to start his 7th over.
Coach has always taught Roland about the importance of making first innings runs. If Notts had shown this application in the first innings and battered deep in their first innings, they wouldn't be in this predicament, would they?
Certainly wouldn't, as Bernard is in and bowls, and is met with a 4 defensive shot there by James. He comes right forward and just plays the ball off the middle of the bat, straight up to mid-off, and it's Hallam Dolby, who we'll see at some point in time having another spell, who's working on the ball, trying to get any little bit of shine he can get on it, as Barnard with number 30 on his bat comes in now and bowls to James, and James plays that one to straightish mid-on, just coming in with the angle, just coming forward and just playing the ball gently into the onside. He remains on 22. With him Joe Clark on 75. It's been a good knock so far. He's faced 94 deliveries for his 75, but in the context of the game, really the occupation of the crease is very important. Bernard, and this delivery again is met on the front foot, plays straight back down the wicket. The ball hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. He stays on 22.
From our camera position high in the sky, where we're sort of at long on at the moment, you can still see tinges of green on the wicket. You look on the live stream and it does look very pale. You can't see the green on the live stream, but it's a little bit still there.
Bernard bowls, drives off the bottom of the bat straight to Hannon Dolby at mid-off, completes the fielding, and that was a full delivery, almost a Yorker length. James just dug that one out.
There's certainly not enough green there to assist the seamers. It's tough old work. You've got to be prepared to play the long game. Be patient.
And Bernard bowls. The slower delivery, and well spotted by James as he just plays a gentle defensive shot in front of him. And there's no run. Just taking the pace off that delivery. Batsman not deceived in any way, just gently coming forward. And so with one ball left in this over, it's 173 for 3. Barnard into James and bowls, and it's again James comes correctly forward, defends. An excellent over there from Barnard, really bang on target, keeping the batsman very, very defensive. But at the end of the over, it's 173 for 3.
8 matches began in the County Championship on Sunday, very often by this stage of day 3 we've perhaps had a result or two, nothing yet, playing all 8. And you talk about, well, which is the closest to a finish on? Possibly it's here at Trent Bridge, where Warwickshire needs 7 wickets, but there's run chasers going on at Chelmsford, where Somerset are 117 for 2, still requiring 349 more. Obviously Essex require 8 wickets there. Kent require 8 wickets because they've got Surrey 151 for 2 at Canterbury. Surrey require 350 more for an unlikely victory, as Hassan Ali, waving his arms around, comes in and bowls, and this is driven into the offside by Clark, and it's nicely fielded by Bethel. I don't know if you noticed Hassan Ali as he ran in there, he almost did a double windmill of his arms just to perhaps put the batter off, just try and do something a little bit different. It was a double windmill before he bowled.
Yeah, but that's excellent piece of fielding there by Bethel. Really, he's not that far from the bat, probably 20 yards or so, and he had to dive away there and stop that one. It was certainly had 4 written all over it.
He dived on the carpet. Might have been a softer landing on that matting wicket as Clark works this to mid wicket. The other Division 1 score is at Southport, beautiful Trafalgar Road, where Hampshire are now 350 for 9 in their second innings. They lead Lancashire by 118, so they could do with some more runs from 10 and 11. Division 2, Yorkshire 47 for 1 at Chesterfield. They require 165 more to win a right old topsy-turvy game there. Glamorgan 99 for 3 at Chesterley Street, trailed Durham by 141. And a lot of rain over the first couple of days at Bristol. Gloucestershire 274 for 5, replying to Gloucestershire's 368. The last one is at Hove, where Sussex are 267 for 6 in their second innings, leading Worcester by 206.
As Hassan Ali is in now and bowls. Oh, that's a beauty. That is an absolute beauty. Even on this flat pitch, he can still get the ball to lift and straighten. And if we could see a replay of that, you would just see the quality of that delivery. And he had no answer to that, Joe Clark, whatsoever. The best he could hope for was not to nick it, because it was such a good delivery.
Umpire Hartley has just let everybody know he couldn't see, so he's changed from square leg to point.
Ali again, and he brings a defensive shot from Clark. This is top class bowling here, really, and it's just running in Ali, hitting the crease hard, and that delivery, the previous one to that, really was just a reminder to the batsman that occasionally a good ball can come along, and that was it. But he survived it, he's still there. 75 to his name as Ali comes running in now and bowls, and that's flicked away on the onside. It's going up towards the square leg boundary. I think there'll only be just one. It's fielded, the return comes to the keeper. 1 run taken, but that was full length delivery and just clipped off his pads. That brings James on strike. He's been on 22, James, for a little while. He's not finding it easy to get off. Field stays the same for James, just a 1 slip. There's a man at 45 catching, and there's a short mid wicket. Ali final delivery this over and bowls, and it's worked into the onside quite comfortably there by James. The end of that over could probably be the end of Ali's spell. He's now got figures of 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21, so he's done some really good work for his team. I would imagine that would be the end for him right now.
So Joe Clark has matched his season best. He's 76 not out, same score he got at Northants, where Notts won a very short game there. Only needed to bat once and then polished Northants off twice. Could be role reversal here, but in the face of adversity, Joe Clarke standing tall, and fourth time he's passed 50 this season. He's on strike. His former Worcestershire teammate Ed Barnard bowls to him, and Clarke just eases it to mid-wicket, where Alex Davis grabs the ball and begins polishing it. 174 for 3. 28 overs remain in the day. 28 or 26. Get the binoculars, Dave.
26.5.
Eyes are going. 26.5. Barnard in again. Bowls slashed away for 4. It didn't go where it was intended by Clarke, who moves on to 80, trying to square drive the ball, and it flies away. There's a huge gap between the two slips, and there's nobody between second slip and point, and it raced away down over the rope and under the metal fence in front of the Larwood and Vaux stand, where it comes to rest. And Clarke on to 80, partnership 92.
Yes, maybe not where he intended, but he'd be happy with the result, that it gets 4 more to his total. And it was just short and wide by Barnard, and there's cut away.
There is Ed Barnard to bowl again, and they won't want to lose out to the other one here as Clarke works it to mid-wicket. Former teammates. Clarke won't want to get out to Barnard, and Barnard won't want to be hit for 4 by Joe Clarke. There'll be a little bit of fierce but friendly rivalry. Clarke within 20 of first century for quite some time, as this one is just defended on the front foot. Joe Clarke in his 114th match for 114th first class match. He has 18 first class hundreds, 5 of them for Notts. But since the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020, he's only registered 1 century. That was against Yorkshire in September 2021. More runs here, or runs singular, as he drives to Briggs on the cover boundary. 179 for 3.
Yeah, nice push drive again. Looking at Clarke, some of his mannerisms at the crease reminds me of Tim Robinson, who was an old Notts player, a very successful one too. There's lots of similarities.
I'm trying to think, when I saw Tim, was it on the first, I think it was on the first morning here, it might have been the last Blast match. Next one is pulled away by Lyndon James onto the leg side for a single. And we've got a darts maximum on the board, 180 for 3, as Lyndon James is on 23. Joe Clarke is on 81. James will keep strike. One of the Worcestershire backup members trots on with a bottle of water, and it's going to be Chris Rushworth.
Yes, Ali's done his work, and it's been some good work. He's going to leave the field also, so let's go and get a cold drink and maybe go and slip into the ice bath and let the youngster feel for the rest of the day.
Did you have that in your day, the ice bath?
Yes, towards the end. It wasn't as sophisticated as it is now. It was just throwing ice into a normal bath. These days, no, you've got specially designed ice baths.
Yeah.
So it's progress, as they would say. Rushworth comes back. He's bowled 7 overs so far for 19, and he's had 2 maidens. And Clarke is on 81 as James will take straight. He's got 2 mid-wickets catching as Rushworth bowls, and it's a very slow delivery, and it's met on the front foot by James. Back to the bowler. He's on 23. 2 slips. Backward point, almost could even be almost catching. Certainly not saving the single there. He's a little bit close, so it's more of an attacking position. And then those 2 mid wickets, one straight, one slightly square, both in catching positions.
I think they're going for a helmet, aren't they? That's the delay.
Probably for the keeper, I would imagine. Because the keeper wants to stand up. Yep, I think Burgess wants to get under the stumps. Obviously late in the day, you know, Rushworth will not be, and obviously the ball is softer, the pitch is flattened out as well, so he's not going to be as sharp as he was earlier on. So some extra protection will be given on the leg side, because one of the slips have been taken out and he goes into that short mid wicket. So there's 2 mid wickets catching, but then there's a man on the deep mid wicket boundary. Rushworth bowls down the leg side, and what a brilliant take that is by by Burgess. That is top quality. That was not just wide, it was full on the pads and wide. And what a take by the keeper down the leg side. Really, that deserved 4 wides. But the quality of that take was breathtaking.
Considering it was the first time he'd stood up to Chris Rushworth as well, the very first ball.
Rushworth once more. In and bowls down the leg side. There's a appeal for stumping here. A smart piece of work down the leg side there by Burgess. And certainly appealed to the umpire. That was taken down the leg stump. Bells were off at a flash.
How good was that?
And that was, I think 2 replays is certainly worth seeing. That first ball and the second one. First one for the spectacular piece of keeping, but the second one was a smart take and whipping the bells off. As Rushworth is in now and bowls, and that's driven up hard up to wide mid on. He's going to get a single. There's a slight misfield, but there was always a single on there. So James gets off strike. Brings Clark on strike. The score moves to now 181. Clark's on 81. James, he is on 24. No adjustment to the field, just maintaining the 1 slip, 2 short mid wickets. Then a point extra cover mid off. Mid on, fairly deep square leg. And Hannon Dolby down on the long leg boundary. Rushworth running towards us now and bowls. Oh, and he's played that one in the air for a little while towards one of those short mid wickets. Just taking a bit of the pace off. And he just held the shot back. Had he gone through with that, it would have been a straightforward catch. So 25 overs remaining after this one. So Dave, it'll be a late one for us tonight. I hope they don't lock the gate again as Rushworth is in and bowls. And it's defended on the offside. That was the final delivery of the over, and at the end of that over it's 181 for 3.
Interesting over from Rushworth, highlighted by those wonderful takes from Burgess standing up, taking them down the leg side. Terrific work. 181 for 3 is the score. Going to be Ed Barnard to resume. 8 overs, none for 27 for Barnard, doing a little bit of a holding job here really for second place Warwickshire. And then James on 24. This partnership worth 95 now as James works this behind square out into the deep for a single. Brings Clark back onto strike. And this partnership 4 away from a century. Considerably higher, or the highest partnership for Notts in the entire match. 61 put on for the first wicket in this second innings between Hamid and Slater. That's long since been overtaken. It's Barnard bowls again to Clark. Once more we've got the 2 former pairs in direct opposition here.
Yeah, slow ball again. Well spotted by Clark.
Again, a little bit of swapping over of the field as Will Rhodes is very keen in doing this. It'll just move one fielder from A to B and the other one from B to A from time to time. This one run away on the bounce. In fact, it goes to Rob Yates at a wideish sort of second slip position. He's the only slip catcher. He's guessing there, really, isn't he? When you just have the one slipper there and you're not standing at a regulation first slip. He's gone wide, but we know Burgess is such a good keeper. If there is a nick that would be going towards the standard first slip position, Burgess will go, and now Warwickshire say, there's something wrong with the ball, sir, as it's handed to the umpire. And yet again, we've got a moment or two's delay whilst they examine the ball.
Yes, that last delivery, Clark just opened the face of the bat, looking to run it down towards third man. Just played it into the ground, and that's quite a vacant area at third man, so it's a safer shot.
On this occasion, umpire had a look at the ball and said, oh, it's fine, get on with it. Next one is driven, but slightly mistimed, up to Hannon Dolby at mid-off. There's no run. Clark remains on 81. 182 for 3. Got within, I think it was within 5 of a century at Sophia Gardens last year against Glamorgan. Dismissed in bizarre fashion, really, with the wicket-keeper appealing to the square-leg umpire for a stumping, and the other umpire at the bowler's end gave him out caught behind. 182 for 3. But that's as close, or that was as close as he came to a century last year. It's within 19. Just pushed this latest ball out onto the offside, fielded again by Rhodes. 2 centuries on this ground in the same match in 2019 against the Bears. A match that was won by the visitors thanks to a double 100 and 100 by Dominic Sibley. Next ball just blocked by Joe Clark. Out as far as Alex Davis, the Bears vice captain, and that's the end of the over. 24 overs remain. Notts have had when did we come back out? They've had a pretty decent round, about 3/4 of an hour since tea now. 182 for 3, and again I think they're going to have a little look at the ball. Alex Davis, the Bears vice captain, has a couple of times been in the umpire's ear about the condition of the ball, and they've got one of those couple of rings, haven't they, guides that they pop the ball through, and if it goes through one and doesn't go through the other, it's okay. But this looks like it's going to be a fully approved and orchestrated drinks break, because 12 men from both sides are out there with the milk floats, and they are all going to have a drinks break. We've got a member of the Bears coaching staff again just wandering on with one bottle of water. Not sure where the destination of that is. You'd like to think somebody's bringing a drink out for the umpires as well. Ever done any of that at any level? Standing there umpiring all day?
No, definitely not. The boxer balls have been brought out, so change will take place.
Well, the last time it happened to San Ali, I think it was just straight after tea, just before you rejoined us, the San Ali went to face the suitcase of balls and dropped it, and balls went flying everywhere. Not sure whether they've changed it or not, but that's been a regular feature of the day, the suitcase full of spare cricket balls. It's always a difficult task, isn't it, to get one exactly, or as close to the one you're playing with as possible. There's no rush over this drinks break, so our optimism that we might be done by 7 might be a little inaccurate. Still 24 overs to go, and it's 5:30. I mean, they are supposed to bowl 16 overs an hour, so we are looking at the moment at smack on 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
But a few more drinks breaks and a few more change of balls. Who knows? Warwickshire, as they were at tea, still require 7 wickets to defeat Nottinghamshire. They'll be in a really good position after 6 games if they can leave here with the win. They should close on Surrey. Unlikely that Surrey, you'd imagine, will get the win at Kent, although right now they're going along nicely. 174 for 2. They have got Dominic Sibley 47 not out and Jamie Smith 65 not out, but still require a further 326 to beat Kent, and that's a huge challenge chase down 500. I think we're going to get going again. We're in danger of some cricket breaking out with Chris Rushworth and with Roland Butcher.
Yes, and he'll be bowling to James in long balls to James. Oh, and he beats him with a good one. That one's bounced and moved. It surprised the keeper as well. It was nicely taken by the keeper, but it certainly surprised the batsman. The amount of bounce that one got, the keeper standing up, and still took it cleanly. So change of ball. If that's indication of what's going to happen, then the batsman's got to reassess the situation and just get their heads down. Rushworth into James in no and bowls, and that was catchable just to the left of that man at short mid wicket, but he can't get down in time, and the ball goes up to the boundary for 4. And good timing, and that's that. Yeah, excellent partnership there. The 100-run partnership comes up here between these two, and they can be well pleased with the contribution of both of these players. James boundary goes to 29. That was eerily, obviously bowling for that. Played it firmly, but it was timed well enough to get to the boundary in now. And bowls Rushworth, and he's caught that slip. Excellent piece of bowling. That's a very good catch, because the keeper is standing up, and first slip had to go to his left, so he probably didn't see that until very late. But it finds the outside edge, and Rushworth has done the trick with this change of the balls. The 4th wicket goes down, caught. Lyndon James caught by Yates that slip, just pushing at a delivery from Rushworth. He goes for 29, and the 4th wicket. Let's have a look at this here. Yeah, that really is a difficult chance, but it's taken quite easily by the slip field, and they've been good in the field. Needed to be, because they've had to work very, very hard for this 4th wicket, but the breakthrough has finally come.
Yes, out for 29, batted for an hour and 3/4, faced 84 balls, hit 3 4s. Did Lyndon James. Again, got a start and not gone on. Here is the not skipper. We were talking earlier about being dismissed twice in a day. So far, it's not happened to anybody, but Stephen Mullaney was the first wicket to go down this morning. When Notts resumed on 82 for 5, Stephen Mullaney was 13 not out. He only added 3 to his overnight score, and then he was first to go. Court Rhodes bowled Haseen Ali for 16.
Well, Dave, I'm going to give you a challenge to find out whether this has happened before and who were the participants. But I can remember Monty Lynch getting a pair before lunch.
Good grief.
In the championship game against Middlesex. So there's some homework for you. 1, to find out what year that was, and 2, if anyone else that you know of.
A pair before lunch.
A pair before lunch. Yep.
That's extraordinary.
With the new batsman, the keeper goes back. It's 186 for 4 as Rushworth in now to Mullaney, and he beats him, just squared him up outside the off stump, and it appears as if this change of ball is suddenly started to do something, but it may just be the skill of the bowler. But that one's gone past the outside edge. First up.
Just help me, a little bit of information. Was he playing for Surrey or Gloucestershire at the time?
Surrey Middlesex.
Surrey Middlesex.
At Lords.
At Lords.
At Lords.
I'm on it.
Monty Lynch. 2 ducks. Pair before lunch.
That's extraordinary.
Rushworth in now and bowls. And what an excellent take again by Burgess down the leg side. This time with the left hand. Diving away to his left and clutching it with one hand as that ball was angling down the leg side. And terrific take.
If say wicketkeeper and slips are backing up their bowlers here in these very difficult conditions. You've got to make the most of what you can get out of anything here today.
We've just been joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra.
As this delivery now is screwing him up, but he gets the bat on it. Bethel comes in from extra cover, end of a successful over there for Rushworth, and at the end of that over it's 186 for 4, and I think Dave's probably got his information already.
Well, just before the new listeners rejoined us here at Trent Bridge, where Notts are 186 for 4. Remember, Warwickshire now second in the table. They only need 6 more wickets. Notts are 220 runs away from even making Warwickshire bat again. This has been a match heavily dominated by Warwickshire. But just before you joined me, we were talking about being dismissed twice in a day, because Stephen Mullaney was the first Notts batter to be dismissed this morning as their first innings drew to a close. He's now out there in the middle, and Roland Butcher, who's with us for this match, former England batter, recalls an occasion, he said, when Monty Lynch was dismissed twice for naught before lunch in a county championship match. I've just been pulling up the details. We've also got Richard Wilford with us from BBC WM and BBC CWR, and it's your man Ollie who's having a bowl, Richard, whilst I find this.
Yeah, Oliver Hannon Dolby to come on. At least Monty Lynch was secure in the knowledge he was going to get a great lunch after he got his pre-prandial pair. But here's Hannon Dolby to begin a new over to the excellent Clark, who drives him straight, and that's going to be 4. And Hannon Dolby has not been his usual accurate self in this innings. He's been going for 4.5, nearly 5 and over, and Clark continues to drive majestically. He's to 85, 190 for 4.
So just to rub salt into the wounds, it was only Monty Lynch's second first-class game. I found it 6th of August 1977. Surrey bowled out for 49. Lynch caught Gould bowled Daniel Norton. Extraordinary. You'll have to tell me why and fill in the details in just a second. But then Middlesex, 0 for 0, declared after 1 ball.
As Hannon Dolby draws Clark forward in defence, pushes it out to the offside, no run.
Surrey batted for a second time and were all out for 89. Monty Lynch bowled Mike Selvey for 0, and then Middlesex 142 for 1, won by 9 wickets. So was there a lot of rain or some such? Why would Middlesex declare on 0 for 0 after 1 ball?
It was quite a difficult pitch, and we figured that's our best chance of winning, was to declare, and it proved to be the case.
And Dolby, back of a length, guided off the back foot by Clark for a single. 86 for him, 191 for 4. 77, that wouldn't have been a year with uncovered wickets, would it? I wouldn't have thought so.
It may well have been, I can't remember.
What a need to... Oh,
that's spectacular.
No play on the first day, so this was day 2.
Yeah. So let's assume it was a bit damp. Maybe.
So having bowled them out cheaply, we felt that it is best to start the innings, declare, stick them back in, bowl them out, and knock them off. And that is exactly what happened.
See, it feels like an innings victory without being an innings victory. That's very strange. Football does football. Cricket throws up all sorts of curious things. You can tell I've been doing something else for the last half hour. As Hannon Dolby bowls and is defended out into the offside by Mullaney. It's like seeing today on the scorecard for Leicestershire that there's an obstruction. I mean, you don't get them very often, but Louis Kimber given out for obstruction today.
Crikey.
It would have been, in the old days, it would have been given as a handled the ball, but now that doesn't exist. So as a dismissal, it's now listed as obstruction. He defended it into the ground. It was coming up near his thigh. Potentially it could have spun back onto his stumps, and he's just tried to catch the ball. And he's been given out.
Late of this parish, of course, Louis Kimber went through the Notts Academy.
And Dolby onto the pads of Mullaney. Steers it round the corner for a single. And to long leg, Hassan Ali down there.
The last one to be given out handle ball in the county championship was Sean Dixon, because every time Notts have come up against him, be it for Kent or then he went to Durham. He had a few years at Durham. He's just moved to Somerset. That always gets brought up, but playing for Kent against Leicestershire, he handled the ball, and he's the last to be given out handle the ball, because then the rule changed straight after that.
A few years before that, towards the end of his career, Mark Ramprakash,
yeah,
I remember, suffered that fate. And Dolby to complete his over. Clark off his pads, but can't beat the man just in front of square by the square leg umpire Dan Mosley. End of the over, 192 for 4, that key wicket just before listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra joined us, breaking up a stand of exactly 100. Lyndon James caught at slip by the prolific this season Rob Yates. I think that's now 21 championship catches, most in the slip cordon, but 1 or 2 elsewhere, like the one he took at mid-wicket, giving Chris Rushworth his first wicket of the second innings.
For listeners who've been with us throughout much of the contest, we're into day 3 now. We've discussed an awful lot of things and anecdotes from Roland Butcher's career, and we mentioned a time or two that we've got a copy of his autobiography in the box here. There's a photo in here of you, well, being run out, but that's not what I'm going to bring up, or the reason why. Being run out in an indoor tournament in Brighton. What was all that about? An indoor cricket tournament in Brighton? Do you remember?
That's a good question. As Rushworth starts his... and it's driven up to mid-off. He's looking for a single. There isn't one there. Smart piece of fielding at mid-off. Just pushing that one, and Mullaney going after that one. He's got 2 slips in place for Mullaney. He's on 1. And just trying to get himself settled. And Rushworth coming back to replace Hassan Ali, picking that wicket up. He comes now in his 10th over and bowls, and that one's just short of a length, and he gets nicely in behind it. Mullaney plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
So which of the many indoor arenas in Brighton, can you remember anything at all about it?
Is there a Brighton indoor arena? I think it may well have been that. There was
it's your book.
Yeah, but that was I think that no, it was a county indoor, because that was against Gloucestershire. That was Phil Bainbridge who ran me out. So I think that was either the final or semi-final. Rushworth in, bowls outside the off stump, offers no shot, just slightly with a shape on that one as well, but cleanly taken there by Burgess.
There's also a bit in there about where you took part in some double wicket competitions. You and a partner would play against other players. That seemed to happen quite a lot then. It's something that we don't hear of nowadays.
Yeah, it did. I mean, the double wicket I played in Calcutta, and I partnered Richard Gabriel from West Indies. As Rushworth comes in now and bowls, and that one's just straightens a little, and it's played up to mid-off as he's going forward, not right forward, just slightly taking a little step forward, but perhaps need to get a bit further forward if you're going to get out there. He's just pushing his 2 slips weight in there just for anything that comes off the edge. And Rushworth very accurate. Not trying to bowl as fast as he can, just really putting the ball in good areas and asking the batsman to defend, and he bowls. And that's driven through extra cover for 4. Pleasant shot by Mullaney to get his first boundary. Wasn't a half volley, just played it on the up with good timing and good placement, and he gets a boundary. So total goes on now to 197 for 4. Mullaney goes to 5. Field's changing the field now. The short mid wicket is going to go up to deep mid wicket, and there's a deep square leg, so maybe they're going to go to the short ball tactic again, as Rushworth is in and bowls and hits the wicket hard, but he defends it out to extra cover. End of the over, and it's 196 for 4.
So those competitions, you and your partner would play against another couple, and you'd have what club fielders? They would do all the donkey work essentially.
Yeah, well, they had proper fielders. That was an international double wicket that I played in. I think in the end, Michael Holden and someone else won the tournament, but Dennis Liddy played in that, Jeff Thompson, Imran Khan, Javed Miandad, remember Joel Garner. But it was big. I mean, there was about 90,000 people in the ground.
Good grief!
Calcutta for a double wicket competition.
It was in Eden Gardens.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find evidence of these indoor matches. I'm finding it very hard online. Ollie Hannon-Dolby to continue, and that's at left. It was a short ball going down the leg side, and Michael Burgess, even he doesn't stop it cleanly this time. He parries it down, and there's no run. 196 for 4. We've still got one ball shy of 21 overs left in a slightly prolonged day. We're making up 8 of the overs that were lost yesterday, so that will take us through to somewhere just after 7 o'clock.
Richard, you won't be going out too early tonight. You'll still be here.
Well, yeah. Short ball again going down the leg side, left alone. Yeah, by the time we got the interviews done and edited those for tomorrow's breakfast bulletins, then eventually back in the hotel, hopefully by 8:30, Roland.
Yeah, we just got to hope the gateman doesn't decide that he's got to go early. Well, you too may have to scramble over the wall.
Yeah, the legend has it that Kevin Howells from 5 Live Sports Extra climbed the wall to get out last night because he was locked in. Let me tell you, if there's any climbing that needs to be done, I'm going to be sleeping here. As Hannon-Dolby, back of a length, is pulled nicely by Clark. He's picked the gaps beautifully so far in this innings, and he does so again. He's up to 90, and that brings up the Nottinghamshire 200 in their second innings, going rather better than they did in their first, not when they were bowled out earlier today for 155. They're now 200 for 4. They still trail by 218.
Yeah, nicely controlled pull shot, as Hannon-Dolby has now started to go the short ball tactics. He's obviously going to run in for a few overs and try and bang it into the turf. First 2 balls were a bit wide down the leg side. That one didn't get up much, but put away for 4.
Well, Clark seems to be enjoying the shorter ball, and he'll pull this one as well, but this time he won't find the gap, and Hassan Ali comes in from underneath the Batman scoreboard, and its ears bricked upwards into the sky. 201 for 4. Clark now within 10 of his 100, so we'll have to make sure that very soon we have Dave primed to maybe steer him over the line, but he's okay from now. He's on 91, but we always like the local base commentator to enjoy those landmarks, as was the case with Sam Hain earlier in the match. The only Centurion in that big Warwickshire first innings score of 571 for 9 declared. Hannon-Dolby receives a bit of advice and instruction from Alex Davis, who then is wandering back into position. I think that's the reason that the batsman comes out of his stance, Stephen Mullany. He claims that Alex Davis is moving, and Davis has taken a bit of umbrage at that and says, no, I'm standing here, I'm standing nice and straight. He even changes the line that he walks in there as the bouncer comes in from Hannon-Dolby past Mullany. A little bit of interplay between 2 former men of Lancashire, Stephen Mullany and Alex Davis. As Dave made the point earlier, that they'll always be men of Lancashire, the pair of them. Former Lancashire players. Davis, the vice-captain, who stands even straighter now and claps his hands. I think he'd quite like to be in the eye line of Stephen Mullany. Anything you can do on a long hot day in the sun. Let's see how Mullany reacts. And he's backing away here. And he's going to claim that Alex Davis has moved us here, or is he saying that there's some movement behind him this time in the stand? And Davis is looking over his shoulder.
Shouldn't be anybody down here, I don't think.
Well, there are people in the lowest tier, though, aren't there, I think? Sitting.
I would imagine there'd be a screen across at this end. He's very straight, isn't he, Davis? He really shouldn't either have to stop the ball or get a catch there, because Mullany's got to hit it through Hannon-Dolby to get it to Davis.
Well, Rushworth is very straight at mid-on as well. Hannon-Dolby in, it's full, and Mullany defends it out into the offside. So after a little bit of extracurricular shenanigans, we do get to the end of that over. 201 for 4, Nottinghamshire, with Clark 91 about to take strike and Mullany on 5.
Still 20 overs remain. The umpires are getting together again. Now what? God grief. Not helping the over 8, not helping play just to go along at a nice timely manner. Had no end of stoppages for the ball. Just wonder if it's been a bit of chat out there or not. Difficult to tell. Like I say, both sides get on very well with each other, but in the heat of battle you can have the odd chirp, can't you, that the umpires can misinterpret.
Yeah, I get the feeling there's been a message passed to Alex Davis that there's no need to indulge in any daftness.
Say, he keeps trying it on with the ball, Alex Davis. I know he is the vice captain, but you can't just keep asking. There's Rushworth. Balls to Joe Clark. Just helps it out onto the offside, and there's no run. It's been...
You say that, Dave, but in every case bar one today, the ball has then been changed.
Yes, yes.
So it's not it's not tactical. It's the fact that whatever the batch of balls is for this game, it's not equipped itself very well, has it? In that the ball has been, we've had probably 5 ball changes there.
There goes that batch klaxon again. The only time we mention the word.
That and bakery. Remember that and bakery. Bakery is batches.
2 slips. Captain Rhodes at second. Yates has just recently taken a catch at first, and Clark again just helps it out as far as Jacob Bethel, wearing squad number 2. There's lots of clapping and applauding out there. They're all just geeing each other up. One more wicket, fellas, and one more hour. Another field change from skipper Will Rhodes. He doesn't let things drift. It's very, very rare that we'll go through an entire over, unless it's one bowled in 60 or 70 seconds from Danny Briggs, that we won't have changes to the field. Mosley's come across from mid-wicket to you'd say a gully position, wouldn't you? And the man at backward points dropped out deep. Huge gap at mid-wicket. If anything's pitched up by Rushworth as he comes into Clark, who forces it away square of the wicket past the umpire, who's standing at point, and they do take a single as it's fielded out there by Barnard.
I have had an update from our correspondent, Dr. Adam. Now, you may recall I asked him what sort of doctor he was, because I'm always suspicious of the title. And he said that he was a doctor of ethnography. And I then tried to explain, using a popular search engine, what on earth ethnology is, and said, well, look, you explain to me what you would be doing if I turned up where you're working. Of which more after this delivery.
Comes Chris Rushworth. Clark shoulders arms, goes through to wicketkeeper Burgess.
So he says, I research people and learn more about their experience based on interview, observing life in their environment, whether it's sitting in their living room at a sports event or in a coffee shop, and collecting images and stories from them about their lives. And I use those insights in improving healthcare patient experience and also for brands that want to make customers happy. I won't expand on other methods I use like behavioural science, semiotics and psychology, as that is far more detailed. There'll be one other line that I want to read in a moment.
202 for 4 as Rushworth bowls a bouncer. It goes through to the keeper. It makes sitting watching cricket for a living, eh?
Well, he says, one of the reasons I love cricket is that it represents the slow but compounding interest of time, whilst also hearing the reflections of the commentator on the game and of the experience at that moment. So, to be honest, he's listening partly for the cricket, but at the end of this he'll have a really good analysis of Roland, Dave and me.
Dear oh dear.
Yeah, we get locked up.
Next ball is short, pulled away by Clark. Cries of catch. It wasn't in the air for long enough. It's gone for 4, bisected the 2 fielders on the fence. Stephen Mullaney, we know he likes to pull the quicks, anything short, and he gets that one away. He helped Rushworth over the rope. I was going to say this time yesterday. It wasn't. We went off about 5 o'clock yesterday, didn't we, when the thunderstorms eventually arrived in Nottingham. But yesterday evening, Mullaney was batting it. Rushworth away for a couple of big blows. 206 for 4 at the end of that over. Focus back on Clark, who's on 92.
Yes, he'd be quite happy to get to his 100. Clark, he's batted well today. Came in, team in a little bit of trouble. They're still in trouble now, but just baffled away. Now there's 3 men on the hook now for Alan Dolby. He's in now and bowls, and that's a length delivery played up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Listeners to 5 Sports Extra have had enough of our nonsense. They've gone off to another game for a few minutes.
It was that explanation that just did for them, wasn't it?
Probably was. Producer Kevin has decided we're about to find some cricket.
Dr. Adam has set us too highbrow.
It's Dr. Adam, is it? Did you say?
I think that's what I said, yeah. That's his first name.
Yeah.
Clark on 92, Helen Dolby bowls. Ooh, and that one's tickled away down towards fine leg. He should get 2 here. It's going very fine. And Ali has to come around from that long leg position, so he gets 2. Just jumping inside the line of it and gliding it down to the fine leg, so he goes to 94. Clark and Adam Dolby maintaining this short pitch barrage right now. He obviously believes that this is the best way of getting Clark out.
3 out on the leg side now for him.
Yeah, makes it difficult to pitch it too far up because he could be just eased through the offside. As Helen Dolby is in now and bowls, and that one squirted away down to cover point on the boundary. There's a man there to prevent the boundary, so he gets a single, just slightly short of a length and coming off the bat nicely. It makes a nice sound when the ball comes off Clark's bat. It tells the sort of form that he's in, that even a defensive shot gets to the fielder very quickly.
I think I can guess where Sports Extra may have gone. Lancashire only needed 140 to beat Hampshire, but they're 7 for 2. Ooh.
Yes, and Helen Dolby is in now and bowls, and that's very watchful there. Mulaney goes across and just eases it out to cover point, and there's no run.
Small target on an outground can be a teasing combination, can't it?
Helen Dolby, who's bowled well in this game and in this second innings, in the context of the innings, he's been quite expensive. He's going at over 5 and over, so yet to get a wicket, so he'll love to get one. Mulaney on 9, 209 for 4 as Helen Dolby running away from us now, in and bowled, and that's whipped off the pads. It's going to be just the one. There's a man stationed out on the square leg boundary. Return comes in, he gets 1, where it takes the strike. 210 for 4.
Nearly got the deficit under 200 of knots. They've worked hard today. They've shown a lot more resistance in this second innings. They've restored a bit of pride.
Saying earlier to Roland there, that's what infuriates spectators and the coaches, because it's first innings runs that keep you in these contests. Otherwise you're continually playing catch up, and you can't always do that.
But in the game you can also understand collapses when you've had nearly 600 run scores, as Helen Dolby bowls, and that's played off the back foot. The ball's running up towards the boundary. I don't think it will get there. It should be pulled up just inside. In the meantime, we'll come back for the second. The return is at the non-striker's end, so just to finish the over, he gets 2 more, Clark, and he now goes on to 97. So at the end of the over, it's 212 for 4.
Yes, this will be very decent century should he get there, not tempting fate on Joe Clark's behalf. 126 balls faced for his 97 not out. Still 18 overs to go this evening. 212 for 4 Nottinghamshire. Beyond the halfway of their deficit. They've got to a position now where they're only 204 behind. They've lost 4 key wickets. Hamid for 39, Slater for 30. Montgomery got a duck today, and Lyndon James out for 29. It's going to be Chris Rushworth to bowl to Stephen Mulaney on 10. Again he's taken on the short pitch delivery, rolls the wrist this time out to Danny Briggs, who throws it quickly to the non-striker's end, and backed up there was Davis, who then spears it down to this end. There's a little bit of a baseball feel about the way the Bears are pinging the ball around from one to another. All, I guess, pretty needlessly, but no harm done, and everybody's just about ready to go again, with Clark back on strike on 97. 2 slips at the moment, but again Rhodes is having a little look at his field and bringing mid-wicket over onto the leg side. That's onto the offside. That's Mosley, come from mid-wicket and is in at gully. So here's Rushworth to bowl to Joe Clark on 97, comes down the track, pushes it towards mid-wicket, won't go all the way to the fence, but they will come back for 2. He's now within 1. 215 for 4, and Joe Clark on 99 not out. Seen a century in this match from Sam Hain for Warwickshire on the first day. We had 4 other Bears half centuries. Now then, will Rhodes, the Bears skipper, bring the field in? Yeah, understandably. You've got to try and save the single here. You can't just let him drop and walk down to the other end for the run he needs. So we've got 2 slips of gully, 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 saving 1 on the leg side, and man out behind square as Rushworth in to Joe Clark. Keeper stood up and Clark goes to swish it away on the leg side and misses it. And I don't think it cleanly went through to Burgess, or did it? But Burgess standing up
he took it very well indeed, because there was a lot of activity there, bat, hands and everything, but it could also have been very close to the stumps as well.
Could easily have been distracted there, as Roland said.
Very good take.
That's the gap open to him, isn't it? They just want him to try and pull something to leg. 215 for 4. Here comes Rushworth in again to Joe Clark. He'll work this onto the onside, but straight to Danny Briggs, and there's no run. For Joe Clark, but I imagine when you're on 99, there's adrenaline going, there's blood pumping, there's just that desire. You forget all about the 99 wonderful runs you've got. It's all just about getting the next one, and suddenly there's all sorts of doubts creeping in. Maybe Rushworth into bowl to Joe Clark. He's on 99 now, and we'll push it again out to Briggs, and there's no run. Going to do an update for Radio Nottingham in a moment. I wonder if they'll come for the big moment, with Rushworth walking back to his mark. 1 ball left in this over, but then 17 overs left in the day.
I think everyone in our city will be absolutely devastated to hear the news of the deaths of
Here comes Rushworth.
people.
Clark on 99 pushes it back to the bowler, and there's no run. So Chris Rushworth kept Joe Clark nice and quiet for the second half of that over. Rushworth 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 36. Oliver Hannon-Dolby is going to continue. His figures 13 overs, 1 maiden, none for 65. Still waiting for that update for Radio Nottingham. Then we'll bring Roland back in to join us.
In their county championship game against Warwickshire, they brace girdles at Trent Bridge.
Another hour of cricket today will go on until 7 o'clock, unless Notts are bowled out, of course. They're 215 for 4 following on, so they've only got 6 wickets left. They're still 201 runs behind, but a big moment possibly here for Joe Clark. He's 99 not out, played absolutely beautifully. Earlier in the day, Notts bowled out for 155, been asked to bat again, and it's Joe Clark leading from the front. Notts 215 for 4.
Finally, Nottinghamshire's weather, similar conditions this evening with spells of later.
So Hannon-Dolby, Mullaney on strike on 11, the Notts captain, and he will push it through the offside. And with the field up, Roland, that's help yourself.
That's for a lovely shot there, just easing the ball gently through the offside. Once it goes past the infield, and just raced away to the boundary there for 4. So score moves to 219 for 4, and Mullaney goes to 15.
Unforgiving short boundary. We're joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Joe Clark's at the non-strikers end here. He's 99 not out, but it's Stephen Mullaney on strike at the moment to Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
Yes, and changing field again. The cover point goes up to the boundary now. There's an extra cover comes in a catching position. So Hannon-Dolby is into Mullaney. He in and bowls, and he's forward. He just defends straight to extra cover, and there's no run. And Hannon-Dolby now decides if he's going to go back and bowl length. But I think it's worth giving Maloney a couple of short balls, because he likes to take on the hook. He's got 2 men back, so I think at some point in this over he will get that bouncer. It's just a question of when. And he settles down, so does the slips, as Alan Robbie bowls, and that's cut away powerfully down to the man stationed on the point boundary, so he gets a single. Brings Clark on strike, just 1 short of his 100. He'll be looking to get it sooner rather than later. The field all comes in apart from the fine leg, just trying to prevent that single. And question is, will he try and bowl a length ball or try to get a high bouncer? See whether they will take it on.
Game within a game here.
But let's see what happens. Anand Dolby to Clark, he's in and bowls, and it's a slower delivery, crafty, and he's very watchful, just plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Still probably got an hour's cricket left here, 16 overs after this one. Joe Clark, as far as we believe, a chanceless innings.
And there's probably another drinks break as well, isn't there?
I'm sure there will be.
So that's Richard, it'll be 7:30 as Alan Dolby is in now and bowls, and that's a good one. He's looking for a single, but there isn't one there. It's tight ball in and backed up in the field on the length. Just played out to cover point, and there's no run.
So, as per tradition, should we get Dave on this ball to see if he gets his 3 figures as the local man?
Well, the last over.
Always happy to make way when somebody's so close to a landmark for their team like this.
The last over he was on strike, couldn't get it away, and it was a maiden. He remained on 99. He's facing Hannon Dolby.
Yep. This could be the short one now. I think Alan Dolby's gathering his strength up as he runs in now and bowls, and can't get the single. So the over comes to an end. There's balls played up to mid-on, 220 for 4.
Yeah, they're keeping Joe Clark nice and quiet. He's come close in recent times, or certainly last year when he got a 95 against Glamorgan, but it's been lean pickings, relatively speaking, over the last 2-3 years for Joe Clark. He got 1 century in the Bob Willis Trophy, the behind closed doors year of 2020. Got 1 against Yorkshire in 2021. That was here at Trent Bridge, and he's not reached 3 figures in the county championship since then. May have to do it against the increased pace of Hassan Ali, who's coming back into the attack from the pavilion end. Hassan Ali, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21 in this innings. He picked up the wickets of Asiba Mead and Matthew Montgomery in the self-same over. The 17th over of the innings has not slid from 61 without loss to 61 for 2. Mullaney, the not skipper, on 16, and we had lightning and thunder over the ground yesterday. Mullaney will be hoping lightning doesn't strike twice in the same day, because he was dismissed this morning in Nott's first innings for 16, as Hassan Ali comes in and bowls to him, and Mullaney works it to point, and there's no run. And just to compound that, Mullaney was dismissed this morning by Hassan Ali. Good catch by Will Rhodes, the keeper, at mid-wicket. Mullaney just trying to clip one away. That's 155 all out in the first innings. Sailed past that without too much difficulty, but you sense the damage might have been done. As on a beautiful evening in Nottingham, Hassan Ali bowls again. Mullaney will take this on, pulls it out onto the leg side. Danny Briggs makes a sliding stop, and I think the spectators will be pleased that they only took a single, because that does mean Joe Clark's back on strike, and I'm sure Will Rhodes, the Nottingham-born Warwickshire captain, will again ask his troops to come in and sit tight on Joe Clark to prevent him getting to 3 figures. He's been on 99 now for 8 or 9 deliveries, but it's all about getting there. It's all about arrival rather than the journey. chat between Alex Davis, who seems to enjoy a little bit of a natter to hold play up. He's gone over and passing on some words of wisdom to Hassan Ali. Don't know what he's recommending that the Pakistan Test international bowler should bowl this time, but Alex Davis keen to pass on his thoughts as Ali into Joe Clark on 99, works us into the offside, and Jacob Bethel doing the fielding on as a sub-fielder for Sam Hain, who left the action second over after lunch, chased a ball down to the boundary and was feeling the back of his right knee and went straight off the field. 2:21 for 4.
Danny Briggs just doing a bit of stretching at the moment. I haven't seen him since the tea interval, but it may be time to have another look at the slower bowlers. It's just been a case of really being careful about the workload again in this heat right around the country, but particularly here.
Clark's on 99. Hassan Ali bowls to him, drives it away handsomely for 4. A roar around Trent Bridge as Joe Clark advances to his 19th first-class 100, his 6th for Nottinghamshire, and indeed his 3rd against Warwickshire. Gets there from 136 balls, 19 fours, and exactly 3 hours at the crease. Well batted, Joe Clark.
Yeah, very good innings. Has been good, particularly on the drive. Straight driving has been good. This one went through extra cover, so he's doing a good job for his team, and an excellent innings.
Strange little mini stat there amongst all that. 600s for Nottinghamshire, 3 against Warwickshire. It's not a fixture that traditionally over the last decade not have fared particularly well in, but Joe Clark again has risen to the occasion. Hassan Ali bowls, and this is played down on the leg side. The one thing Nottinghamshire supporters might be a little fearful of, it's the 2nd century we've had in the game, and immediately after reaching 3 figures in the Bears innings, Sam Hain was then dismissed. Maintain concentration, Joseph.
The other quirk, of course, as you mentioned, he's got 2 others. They were both in the same match in 2019, and Warwickshire won.
Thanks to predominantly somebody else who got 2 centuries.
A double and a single for Dominic Sibley.
Was indeed. Hassan Ali bowls to Clark. Relieved to have got 3 figures, no doubt. Works it up to mid-off. No run there. Lovely looking scoreboard for Joe Clark, who asks for a change of gloves and a drink, and I think nobody will deny him. He's 103 not out. 19 fours. What's he got there? 5 twos and 17 ones as we see a wagon wheel. He's scored, I was going to say, all round the ground. Nothing really through extra cover. Just 4 runs out of 100 through extra cover there, Roland. I don't know what that tells us. Probably nothing. Or is it the other way round? It might be through square of the wicket on the leg side. It was difficult to work out that wagon wheel, but he won't care. He's 103.
It looks like mid-wicket to me.
Yeah.
But 100 is 100, and so back to the wall 100.
He's played quite attractively, hasn't he? I think he's been pretty positive about the way he's done it. He's driven the ball very well. Hasn't taken too many risks when he's played the pull shot. He's played it with confidence and with placement. And then we'll see Danny Briggs with 15 overs left in the day. No surprise that Will Rhodes turns to the slower bowler. 1 for 24 from his 9 overs in the 2nd innings. And he bowled the 1 over in Nottinghamshire's 1st innings, but claimed the final wicket, that of Dane Patterson, who hit him for 2 fours and then holed out. As his first ball is left alone outside off stump. Goes through to Michael Burgess. 225 for 4. The deficit, of course, is under 200 as well now. I hope to make Warwickshire bat again tomorrow as this is driven into the offside. Hassan Ali comes off the cover boundary. Another single to Mullaney. He's 18, 226 for 4. It's been much improved 2nd innings this from Nottinghamshire, but largely down to the efforts of Joe Clark. It goes to show how hard it is to find a wicket out there. It's floated up onto the pads of Clark, who squeezes it under the body of short leg, and they'll come through for a single, scattering 4 pigeons that were on the outfield. 227 for 4. Rushworth at mid-on with his hands on his knees. It's been a long day for the Bears. They've taken 9 wickets on the day, though, for I think it's exactly 300 runs now. Floated up to Mullaney, who just gets a good stride in forward and shows the full face of the bat. No run. You're practicing left arm spin now, Roland.
Yeah.
So again, just drifting in towards Mullaney. Is he getting any grip? Not a lot, certainly not
Well,
at that length.
he's not trained. You can see he's just really just trying to get it on a good length. If you just get one to go, that will put a little bit of doubt in the batsman's mind.
Final ball of the over, and Mullaney again is steadfastly forward, ended over 227 for 4. There was one delivery that Rob Yates bowled that turned quite a lot, but it turned from quite a wide line. It might have hit some bowlers' footmarks or something like that, but not in sort of area that normally causes you too much trouble. 14 overs left in the day. Hassan Ali's having his little burst at the moment. He'll maybe 2 or 3 more overs. But Notts will feel if they can get to the end of the day with 6 wickets intact, they've got an opportunity to make life increasingly awkward for Warwickshire tomorrow.
Well, yes, tomorrow will still be a tall order for them tomorrow. Obviously, you'll have to start again. Bowlers would have had a night's sleep. That first hour again will be pretty important. So, if they can get to close with just 4 down, that would give them a bit more confidence, particularly if Clark's still at the crease. If he was to go, then perhaps it would be less difficult, as Ali's in and bowls, and that's on the stumps, and it's defended by Joe Clark up to mid-on, and there's no run.
The other thing that Warwickshire will have tomorrow morning will be the new ball, which will be due 2 overs into tomorrow. Assuming that there isn't a little rattle of wickets and we find ourselves getting an extra half an hour today. But, it might be that they wouldn't even choose to take it, actually, knowing that the weather forecast is good for tomorrow. They might not want to lug themselves around for another half an hour after a sapping day.
Hassan Ali's in bowls and trying to pull that one down the leg side. Clark not really in the best position. He's almost looking to go forward and then trying to help it round. There's a change in the field setting for him. There's almost like a fine leg catching. It's very, very fine because it's tickled a couple of balls in that area. So just the one slip in place as Hassan Ali in now and bowls, and Clark's forward and defends up to mid-off. Can't score. And what a marvellous day this has been in terms of weather. It's been absolutely superb, and most of the spectators, I guess, would have left by now. They would have had a good day's cricket, good day's weather, but it's been a good day to be out in the open as Ali's in and bowls. He goes for the pull, and this one is getting it down to long leg, and Alan Dolby does the fielding. Well, a single taken. He goes to 105. The total moves on now to 228 for 4.
Charlie's been in touch. Joe's so good to watch, pure class. Watching him is worth my membership fee alone. John Pearce, so pleased for Joe Clark. Hope it gets him going again with all the confidence from this innings.
Then he comes on strike, and they have now got 2 long legs and a square leg halfway to the boundary, and just 1 slip as Ali is in and bowls to Mullaney. It's a bounce, and he ducks under that one, obviously expecting that delivery. Gets under it, goes through to the keeper, taken cleanly by Burgess. 228 for 4.
Charlie again. What's my favourite thing to watch at Trent Bridge is the question, the answer. Joe Clark batting, especially in red ball cricket. Thank you, Charlie.
But for the moment, Charlie's got to watch Mullaney. as Hassan Ali's in and bowls. And he struck on the pad and going down, I would imagine, as a stifle appeal, but stuck on the crease. Over comes to an end, 2:28 for 4.
Yeah, that would have missed leg stump by a distance. Just looking at the pictures that we get from the ground, that was. If there'd been another stump, it might have just clipped to the edge of it on its way through. Clark, first 10 runs, he was very careful, very steady, gave himself a bit of time, because the one thing that you knew you had as a batter coming in this situation is time. And gradually went through the gears. Some of his driving, the one over from Will Rhodes where he punished him with 4 boundaries, guided a few through third man, played the pull immaculately. Excellent knock. As Briggs is going to continue round the wicket to Clark. I didn't know whether you were going to go there or I was going to go. There was a pause, Dave. Do pick up, though. Do pick up.
Briggs bowls, and this is chopped away for 4. Nice wristy looking shot from Joe Clark. Moves on to 109. 2-3-2 for 4. It was a moment last night where I saw Joe Clark and Sam Hain at close of play together having a bit of a blather. I wish I'd got a photograph of the pair of them together. Would have been nice. The 2 Centurions from this match, as Danny Briggs round the wicket bowls to Clark. Helps this on to the onside, fielded by Alex Davis, whose shirt is outside his cricket trousers, his cricket flannels, and goes almost down to his knees. Briggs bowls. Is that a full toss on the leg stump? Tempted sweep by Clark. He's going to get a couple of runs, and it buys against Michael Burgess, who will be a little disappointed because he's been excellent, Michael Burgess, especially standing up to Rushworth. Some really good leg side takes. Clark swishing his blade in front of him there, and that just got through both the batter and the keeper for 2 buys. 2-3-4 for 4. Danny Briggs in again, floats it up, and Clark happy to defend. And it remains 234 for 4 here at Trent Bridge. Still can't see a single cloud anywhere, or certainly nothing that. Well, again, it's gone down the leg side. Burgess got his head in his hands. He's looking towards the ground. Oh, hang on. What's the umpire going to signal? He's going to signal buys. Yep, 2 more buys. So 2 lots of 2 in that over, and Michael Burgess is maybe saying, for goodness sake, Danny, can you bowl on the stumps or outside off? That's the 50 partnership brought up from 69 balls. And Joe Clark slightly outscored his captain. Clark 28 of this 50. Mullaney 18, and of course there was those handful of buys in that over.
I wonder whether is he bowling for a leg stump, for a leg side stump in there. Those 2 deliveries, they're very, very full. They're speared down the leg side. Is that what he's trying to do? Is he trying to see if Clark will overbalance? They've tried all sorts of different things against him, but they, there are oohs and ahs after each of those deliveries, which just, to the naked eye, look like bad balls.
I think if it was a plan, Burgess would have been in on the plan and would have been expecting it down the leg side. It didn't seem like he was.
So, Hassan Ali now start a new over. He's driven by Mullaney towards extra cover. It's gathered there by the 12th man, Jacob Bethel, who's been on ever since that injury to Sam Hain that Dave was talking about a short while ago. 236 for 4. Beautiful evening for cricket. Wherever you are around the country, there'll be local club sides playing midweek games like yours are, Dave. So.
Yes. Cornton versus Claypole, the big one. It'll just have started.
12 8-ball overs. Short ball does well to get above that and guide it down towards third, does Mullaney. Chase is on for Yates, and they'll come through comfortably for 2. Mullaney will go to 238 for 4, 178 runs behind, and that number is coming down quite nicely now.
And on my on Cornton Cricket Club's WhatsApp, just heard that Braces has been giving plugs today for tonight's match versus Claypole on the BBC Radio Nottingham cricket commentary, and he'll be coming down later. So there's a few comments underneath that.
He's signing autographs. Short ball pulled in towards the leg side, and it's beaten the fielder Mosley, who was set there for it, and Hands on heads, because for a moment it looked like Mulaney might have fallen into a trap there. How far away was it, Roland? That's the question.
I lost sight of that ball actually. I saw the shot played, but I didn't see the direction of the ball.
After Mulaney had got the 4, he walked back to his crease like a man who knows he probably shouldn't have played that shot. Whether he wants to put that club back in the bag or not, I don't know. Danny Briggs is moving closer to square. It's a deep backward square leg. Mosley is 3/4 of the way back in front of square. And Hassan Ali comes charging in again, the 4th ball of his 12th over this innings. It's going to be pulled fine for 4. So the scoreboard rattles on some more. Mulaney up to 28. 246 for 4.
10 off 3 deliveries. Just deteriorating Hassan Ali's figures. Still pretty good. 2 for 37 in his 12th over.
Yeah, 5 wickets in the match for him. And they've all been top 6 batsmen. It shows his value. Rob Yates is just having a whirl of his arms. Suggests we may go twin spin sometime between now and the end of play, as we did briefly just before tea. Hassan Ali in, short ball, pulled again by Mulaney, but this time along the deck to Briggs at deep square leg for a single. 247 for 4. They persist with the tactic.
Not a lot of pace in the wicket, is there, if you can get into that sort of position to pull Hassan Ali away like that?
Only really seen added bounce when the ball's in its first 10-15 overs, really.
Yes, wickets feeling docile.
Every victim is going to be hard earned in this match. Will Rhodes is stationed at leg gully now for Joe Clark.
Another bouncer?
Could be. It's walking in from that position, but it's steered around the corner by Clark. It's snaffled at short mid-wicket by Mosley, and that is the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 247 for 4. They trail by 169. There are 11 overs left in the day, and Rob Yates is going to come on now for Danny Briggs, which I suspect will probably mean a change of ends for the slow left armour, because I think Hassan Ali might be done for the day.
Couple of parish notices here at Trent Bridge. If you've been watching the live stream and think, well, I'd like to go down and have a little bit of a look at the cricket at Trent Bridge, the Women's Ashes, and it's going to be a great occasion, folks. Starts a week on Thursday, 9 days time here at Trent Bridge. England women versus Australia women, 5-day test match. There are a few tickets still available if you go on the Trent Bridge website. And the other thing, for extreme sport junkies, here on the 16th of July, they're setting up, they did it last year, raising funds for dementia awareness. They set up a zip wire which will enable you to zip right the way across the ground. I think it's from high outside the William Clark stand right the way across the other, and those that did it certainly said it was an experience not to miss.
Yates is in bowls, and that's cut away down towards third man. There's a long chase there, and he will lose the chase. So that's a boundary to Mulaney, short outside the off stump, and just cut away down to third man for 4. Score now goes to 251, and with that he moves to 33. Mulaney offering good support here to Joe Clark, who's on 109. So 10.5 overs remaining today. Yates in bowls, and that's driven out to cover point. The boundary is just going to get the single, so brings Clark on strike. And that's just an over pitch delivery, just driven off the bottom of the bat. Didn't quite time it. Feel fairly defensive right now as Yates is in and bowls, and that's short of a length and forced off the back foot, straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. 252 for 4. We are coming in the home straight on day 3 as Yates bowls, and that's eased square the wicket. There's a cover point on the boundary. easy single. Just rotating the strike. It's very simple at the moment. So Clark with that single goes to 110. Yates, and this is short of a length and defended up towards mid-on. Bethel comes across from mid-wicket, tidies up, and there is no run. And just really Warwickshire now trying to really buy a wicket, and that one defended to point. End of the first over there from Yates. At the end of it, Nottinghamshire in their second innings, they're 253 for 4.
Games around the country starting to reach the close of day 3 at Chelmsford. They've just gone off. Somerset in their second innings, 172 for 4. Somerset requiring 294 runs, and Essex, like Warwickshire here, require 6 wickets to win the match tomorrow at Chelmsford. Still playing Surrey, 231 for 3 in their second innings. Jamie Smith's just fallen for 114. Surrey require 266. Kent require 7 wickets, and the other Division 1 matches at Southport, where Lancashire 42 for 2, requiring 98 more to beat Hampshire. We're going to get Danny Briggs from the far end. They finished for the day at Chesterley Street, where Glamorgan are 159 for 4 in their second innings, still trailing Durham by 81. Yorkshire 140 for 4, requires 72 more to defeat Derbyshire at Queen's Park. That could be a good finish tomorrow, as Briggs bowls to Clark, defended. Leicestershire 342 for 9 at Bristol, trailed Gloucestershire by 26. And Sussex 359 for 6 in their second innings, leading Worcestershire by 267. 253 for 4 here as Briggs bowls to Joe Clark, who's 110 not out. Those 2 previous centuries against Warwickshire in 2019 in the same match, 125 in the first innings, 112 in the second. Briggs bowls, he goes on the sweep, made connection, and will go to 114 with that fine sweep. Moves the score on to 257 for 4.
Badly lined delivery there by Briggs, really just going in with the arm, and the batsman who's been there for this length of time, century to his name, he's not going to miss out on that. Alan Dolby's at square leg, so he's played it fine and gets the boundary.
257 for 4. Joe Clark 114 not out. Donny Briggs bowls. Clark leans forward, defends. Talked about weariness with the Notts bowlers and fielders out there for a day and a half. It's just about the same length of time now for Warwickshire. This one's steered to backward point. It's not the same sort of weariness though when you're well on top, is it? But nonetheless, Warwickshire will still be glad to get in there, get the boots off, get a glass of something cold as Clark defends. End of the over, 257 for 4. We've had 69 overs. There are 9 left today, so as Rich mentioned earlier, a couple of overs tomorrow morning, Roland, and then Warwickshire can have a new ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And what they'll need to get right is they'll need to get their bowlers fresh, and hope that they're fresh in the morning, that they can get a good night's sleep and come up firing with that new ball, because just that first session could very well decide whether they're going to win this game easily or whether it's going to be a hard battle throughout the day. Yates will continue. He's got none for 11, and his first delivery is driven up to mid-wicket. Just used a bit of bottom hand, but it goes straight to Bethel. He does the fielding, so Mullaney on 34 as Yates is in now and bowls to Mullaney, and he's forward. Plays the ball back along the pitch. Yates comes across and does the fielding. And there's no run. 257 for 4 as we're coming down to the final furlong, as this delivery now is shorter, flatter, just defended into the onside. And the only good thing, Richard, is that the spinners are getting through the overs quickly. So
yeah, I think we'll get through by 7. I think if you're not, you don't take any risks now. Just take what you're given, really.
Yes, and that's driven through the offside. He's only going to get a single because there's protection on the boundary. Returns comes to the keeper. One more. Laney goes to 35. 258. Clark comes on strike now. He is 114. Clark really looking to be there at close of play. Yates bowls, and that's worked to square leg, but can't beat the fielder. 258 for 4. Still a long way behind, and Yates very gentle, and that's worked to Bethel, and there's no run. That's the completion of the over. 258 for 4. Mulaney is on 35, and the Centurion Clark is on 114.
Yeah, if they continue scoring at even at this rate, it's going to be middle of the afternoon before Nottinghamshire got ahead. So that's asking an awful lot of this pair and those that have come, just to stay there and not get bowled out and keep the same rate of scoring going. You can imagine this is going to be nailed on for a Warwickshire victory, but they might have to just be patient. But they should be able to get the 6 wickets in the time remaining this evening, and in the plenty of time that we've got remaining tomorrow.
Briggs to continue from the pavilion end. Crowd thinning with each over now as they wend their way home. And that's just padded away. So he's bowling left arm over the wicket here. And Mulaney's going to pad away. The Warwickshire tactic will, amongst other things, to be get through these last 8 overs with as few runs on the board added by Nottinghamshire as possible. So slightly negative tactic, the left arm over. Next ball is defended by Mulaney. By the way, a word from your cricket club, just a message now that people know that we're going down, Dave. Just saying, can you avoid parking over people's drives? Anybody who's going down to meet Dave later. This is down the leg side and off the pad of Mulaney. Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Because it's...
I mean, Dave, are you one of those guys that always got the kit in the back of the car?
No, not anymore.
Not anymore.
No, I've given all my kit away years ago.
Briggs once more. Mulaney just padding up again. Can't take the leg by because he's not playing a shot. Bethel picks up.
Any chance of making up the numbers, Dave? No. Any chance of making up the numbers, Dave? No.
Briggs once more, pushed into the offside, and they'll take a single. 259 for 4. Any chance of standing at square leg, Dave?
Well, I get roped in for that occasionally, but yeah, no, I gave away a couple of bats and a new coffin and a hold all and about 15 shirts and sweaters and pads and all the rest of the paraphernalia, just so I didn't get tempted into playing ever again. I've got no kit, I've done.
That's the best way, go cold turkey. Briggs in to complete his 13th over, and Clark will pad it away as well. And Rhodes applauds the over from Briggs. Each of the last 2 overs, one from Yates, one from Briggs, have just cost a single. 7 to go in the day. The gap between the sides is 157. That's how many Nottinghamshire need to make the Bears bat again tomorrow, and they have 6 wickets standing. And that other key stat, I just think, is the reminder that 2 overs into tomorrow, the second new ball is going to be due, and that's going to be quite a significant moment.
Weather permitting.
Oh, I see. See, the man who's denying rain when you can see it's about to hit us.
Just saying. Sometimes they get it wrong.
Yeah. You think it's sea fret tomorrow, are you?
Here's Rob Yates. He's had a good catching match for the Bears. He bowls to Mulaney, who eases it back to him, but he will feel he missed out with the bat, and he made 13 on the first morning. It was the 1 wicket to go down in that opening session, which was only on Sunday. It seems like about a week and a half ago that we started this match. This one is defended. That's not a reflection on the company, I should hasten to add, but it just seems like we have been sat here for rather longer than a couple of days.
The fact that you even thought we'd interpreted it that way is a bit damning.
Yates, we're 17 and it's defended.
Well, we've seen a few runs.
Yeah,
we've had to.
570, 670, 720, 920, 980-ish, 980, 990. Next ball is defended. How close are we to 1,000 runs, Rich? I'll let you work that out.
So 300 a day we've had so far.
15 more. 15 more.
15 more for the 1,000 in the match. Don't know if that's good or bad. Next ball is turned away behind square, fielded by Davis. That's. I think I'd have the shirt just sort of tailored a little bit, or even perhaps get the scissors out myself and just take the bottom 6 inches of my shirt off if I was Alex Davis. It's right down to his knees. This one popped a little bit from Rob Yates, but nicely played by Mullany, who I think has played really well in this innings. Of course, a lot of the focus has been on Joe Clarke, particularly when he went past his season's best and then got closer and closer to his 3 figures. But Mullany's done another really good job at the other end, the skipper, and he'll be desperately keen just to make sure they get through to the close. 6 to go, 259 for 4, 157 runs is the difference. Looks rather better than the 416 was it at the start of the innings, and we need 15 more for 1,000 in the match.
Briggs will continue bowling over the wicket, and last over we saw him bowling outside the leg stump, and both Mullany and Clarke just padded him away most deliveries as Briggs is in now and bowls, and that's he just padded that one away. It goes to slip.
You just got to remember to keep your gloves out of the way, haven't you, when you do that, if it goes through the slip.
Yes. 259 for 4. Briggs left arm in and bowls, and it's met with the 4 defence straight back along the pitch and fielded by Briggs. He's in his 14th over. Briggs, he's got 1 for 35. Just at the end of this day, he's in now in bowls, and that's padded away once more.
So it's not something batsmen probably practice as much as you used to, in that you don't, you're not going to have a day of Derek Underwood bowling 40 overs at you anymore, and some of that being over the wicket. You just not in the habit of padding batsmen bowlers away.
And boy, a quicker delivery there, nearly got through, but it's fielded by Bethel at that short fine leg position. But it's a safe bet once he's bowling over the wicket, really. The chances of getting LBW from there is very, very difficult, and that one does go past the edge, slightly unsettled by this plan of bowling at the pads and then that one going across him slightly quicker. Don't think there was any turn there, but he bowls now and it's forward. So the end of another over by Briggs. I think that was a maiden, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think we're seeing back-to-back maidens from
So
these two now. So 5 left
35 now, and I think what Warwickshire wants to do now is really they're just rushing through these overs to just just get off the field, get some rest, and come up tomorrow.
You know, there's not a lot of action in the middle because the pigeons are becoming more and more plentiful, and they're getting closer and closer to the strip they're playing on.
That's true.
Nobody disturbing them.
See, the commentator's curse works with pigeons too. They've flown about 25 yards just because Dave said that. It's fascinating.
Everybody loves a mention on air, even the pigeons.
Give us a mensch, Dave. Give us a mensch. Just forget his field right here, Rob Yates.
We used to have a white one come about this time every evening, but don't know what happened to him. We've not seen him for a long time.
A pigeon who does cosplay dressed as a dove. Forward in defence is Mullany, first ball of a new over from Rob Yates. 259 for 4. Lovely long shadows now. This is left alone outside off stump. Oh, he's gone through Michael Burgess. That bounced. Rob Yates has got a few to do that. They'll come through for a couple of byes. That is a good ball from Rob Yates, and
it may have turned. It may have been the only one that's turned, but the height surprised the keeper.
So if Notts end up with 150 lead at tea tomorrow, that could be very interesting. Could be very interesting chasing that if the ball gets slightly more unpredictable. It will be a 4th day, and it has been baked in the heat, this surface. So as much as it's pretty true now, You don't quite know what you'll see on it tomorrow. Fuller delivery, pushed out into the offside and picked up. You talk about, you know, the over-familiarity of the commentary team 3 days in, Dave. I mean, you raised it. You raised that you were fed up with the company that you're keeping. As Yates bowls, and it's dug out. That was a good Yorker-length delivery that Mulaney's able to deal with. Well, I mean, bear in mind, Roland and I have gone to the trouble of staggering our breakfast times each morning because we're staying in the same hotel, and we don't want to. We don't want to steal our own thunder by getting a good conversation going on at that time of day. Yates full again, forward in defence. There's Mulaney as the pigeons arc in front of us, and they're going to go around in a circle and probably settle about 10 yards away from where they were in the first place. They've just gone to the other end of the square. After a little refreshing loop, forward in defence again is Mulaney. Another over that's been got through quickly, just the byes coming off that one. 261 for Mulaney, has 36, is it? Clark 114, and we've got 4 overs left in the day, and they might even get through them by 5-2 here.
Thanks very much to Nigel Law, very kind, great commentary today from the combined team, really entertaining. Even got to say thank you to Roland Randall. Thank you, Nigel. A reminder for those of you who've been watching the live stream or are watching the live stream, when we say good night, thank you, and sleep safely and all the rest of it as we sign off here in the commentary team, if you carry on watching the live stream, just give them a minute to get down there on the pitch with the cameras and the microphone, and they'll grab somebody and they'll do the interviews. So keep watching the live stream, you'll get the first reaction here on Trent Bridge Live. There's Danny Briggs bowling from the committee end, as we have a little bit of a Chuckles Brothers here in the commentary box. We try and work out who's going to talk you through the next over. I don't mind it's Danny Briggs, because I'll only use up about 140 syllables in the 6 balls. First one was defended, second one played on the leg side, and now I've got issues here with the monitor which says you've not performed an operation for a long time.
Shut down. That's an awful way for a consultant's career to end.
Well, I've got it upside down, so I've turned it off inadvertently. Clark defends this, kicks it away. They could have gone for a run, and they don't, because he knew he hadn't played a shot. I've totally broken the television, and producer Kirsty will be in to box my ears if I can't get it working. That's me. Oh, there we go. We're back on. We're back on. So that's where you'll get your interviews, your post-match interviews. There'll be somebody there they can grab to talk about what's happened today, and you can hear the thoughts, the inside thoughts from the players or the coaching staff. This one's chopped out onto the offside, so we move closer to that 1,000 runs in the day. I'm not sure we'll get there. Clark on to 115. I think we're 12 away now from 1,000 runs in the day. Can I also say once again a huge thanks to Jono, Spence and Finn, who've been our camera crew out around the ground, bringing you the pictures from the lofty heights on top of the pavilion at the far end, and on top of the Radcliffe Road stand as this one's padded away. And where's our other camera? Is it square on the side of the wicket on the Fox Road side, I think? And to Kirsty and to Aaron for looking after the production side of things. Thank you all as Briggs bowls down the leg side. It's been a tricky old couple of overs for Michael Burgess, but we have 3 overs left. We're nearly there, folks. Hang on, 262 for 4, but just while we're slipping away, you just can't get lured in that these last 18 balls aren't important, Roland, because if a wicket goes down now, suddenly Warwickshire will believe, whoa, you know, one can sometimes bring 2, can't it?
Yes. 2 could bring the extra half out.
Yep.
I'm only saying that to make Roland. He's shaking it. You're trying to smile through it. You're trying to power through at this point. It's been a long day.
No, I'm just concerned that they might not be able to get over that wall. That's the problem. By the time he's finished his duties, he'll be going 8:30. Yates will start his 7th over. He's got none for 12. He's bowling to it, Joe Clark. He bowls, and Clark just being ultra defensive. And that ball not cleanly taken by the wicketkeeper. This ball goes on with the arm. It's just got a slip in place. This delivery is watchful, goes back, defends to extra cover, and there's no run. He's 115, it's 262 for 4. And we're coming towards the end of an absorbing day's cricket. And that one's driven hard, and that's a typical fast bowler's effort there by Hannon Dolby. He wasn't sure exactly how to stop that one, and he ended up awkwardly, I would say dive, falling over.
Yeah, he wasn't helped by Danny Briggs diving at the ball at extra cover. I think he thought Briggs might get something on it, and then he was over-optimistic in his effort to try and get there.
But the result is it's a boundary, so it goes to 266, and he's forward, defending again out to extra cover.
He dived like a tired child onto a comfy mattress there, and didn't really want to get back up, rather like a child.
119 he is now, as this one is pushed to extra cover again. Quicker delivery, full. Early in the day he probably would have smashed that through the offside, but just more content now to defend his wicket. So Yates is going to change the angle, he's going to go around the wicket. He's also bringing in a leg slip.
There are some signs that Clark looks a little bit weary as well, which is perfectly understandable. Batting as well and as long as he has in this heat. It's been a tremendous innings.
The square leg goes a little bit finer. So there's a slip and a backward short leg. And Yates is round the wicket, and this one's full, defended straight to Bethel at mid wicket. So that's the end of his over. He'll probably get, there's 2 left, so he may get to bowl the final over of the day. So at the end of the day, over 266 for 4.
Maximum of 12 legal deliveries left in the day. We will get through this, the penultimate over, and then of course in the final over of the day, if a wicket goes down, they troop off, they don't finish that over. So whoever's got the pads on can relax. Just wonder if Notts have got potentially a night watchman padded up. We didn't see one in the Warwickshire first innings, did we? When
we did. Briggs came in ahead of Burgess. No, really, that is. I mean, that is. Yeah, it is. I mean, Briggs comes in to bowl, and then padding up against his bowling left arm over the wicket. I mean, Briggs at 8 is batting 1 ahead of where he naturally would anyway, but he came in at 7 ahead of Burgess, who makes good runs and did make good runs. Again here, Briggs once more defended by Mullaney. I will dash at the end of this over just to be ready to sprint across the other end to get Warwickshire reaction, because they'll be keen to get back to the hotel and relax.
I don't think they'll be doing any sprinting.
No, not for a while. The warm-up tomorrow might be fairly careful. As he bowls a quicker one here. Mullaney pats it back. He's actually bowling a line that's making it slightly difficult for them to pad away, because occasionally he's releasing it from quite close to the stumps, and maybe it would be pitching on. He flights this one, little inside edge. Mosley tries to snare it at short leg. If it wasn't for the fact that Mosley is in the knee-high pads, I wouldn't have been that shocked if he'd bowled the final over, actually. Which would be a rare foray for him in the Championship, but he's bowled brilliantly in the T20.
I think for the first time in 3 days, I've just had a bit of a draft behind me, as if the air conditioning, it's taken 3 days to kick in. Just a little bit of cool air for once.
Briggs into Mullaney once more, and this squeezes past second slip, and there's plenty of time for a single. They delay over it, but they do eventually come through for 1. Mullaney to 37, 267 for 4. So the deficit will be below 150 going into tomorrow.
Who's the sub-field? Is that one of the Brookses away to our right, 77?
That's Ethan, yeah.
Just in case he does something spell-blindingly brilliant in the last over when you're not with us.
Could happen.
Could happen.
Although probably not where he's fielding, but yeah. Might need to be a bit close to the bat. We're going to have a silly point come in there. So it's a tightly packed group around Joe Clark. The final ball of the penultimate over of the day. 1 for 37, Danny Briggs. Can he conjure up anything with this delivery to Joe Clark, who's forward steadfastly, defends it out to the offside. It's picked up by Alex Davis. End of the over, 267 for 4.
Thank you, Richard. Good shift from Richard Wilford as always. Very much enjoyed his company and his commentary. throughout the first 3 days, and we'll have Richard back with us when play starts tomorrow morning, provided the overnight rain clears away. There's non-forecast, folks. There's non-forecast. But we'll do it again tomorrow morning, and hope if you've got nothing else on, you're able to join us for what one way or another will be the last knockings, and we've got one over left in the day, Roland.
Yes, and Yates is going to bowl around the wicket, so Mullane is faced the last over with slip, 4 short leg, back with short leg, and he's allowing this one to go through outside the off stump with the arm, just shouldered arms, and allow that one to go through quicker with the angle just going across him. Yates, just 5 balls remaining of the day's play, and this one is driven back along the pitch and fielded by the bowler. This over won't take long. He gets through his overs very quickly. The spinners have come on at the end just to do that. Yates is in and bowls, and it's met on the 4 defensive back along the pitch. Yates does the fielding, so just 3 more balls, and players can go and put their feet up and have a good night's sleep as Yates bowls. And that's come off the pad, I think. It goes past for a slip. They won't take a single there, as short third man has to run almost enough. Which third slip would be going towards third man. So it's 267 for 4. 2 balls remaining in the day's play as Yates is in and bowls, and it's defended back along the pitch. 1 more ball, and that will be it.
104 overs and we've got in.
Nottinghamshire will be only too pleased to go to stumps just 4 down. I feel they'll have a chance tomorrow of survival, as this one is defended safely back along the pitch. No damage done. Survival guaranteed. And at the end of the day's play, Nottinghamshire in their second innings, 267 for 4. Much better effort on the back of a century by Joe Clark. He's still there. Partnership is now worth some 81 runs, this partnership between Mullane and Clark. Clark is on 119, Mullane is on 37, and they give themselves a real chance. Still trailed by 149 runs, but tomorrow, the final day, anything could happen. Over to you, Dave.
I tell you what, well done Warwickshire, because each and every one of them has just gone across and individually just stood there taking it in turns to shake hands and congratulate Joe Clark, and that is classy from Warwickshire, who probably will go on and win this game, but they're big enough to just say, you know, well done Joe, terrific. 119 not out his score. Been at the crease for getting on for 4 hours, 178 balls, 22 fours, and he'll look to go again tomorrow morning, Joe Clark. He's 119 not out, 37 not out to Stephen Mullane. They put 81 on, not still well adrift on 149, but at least they have taken it into day 4, and well, where there's life, there's hope. Many, many thanks to Roland Butcher for sharing the first 3 days with us. To Richard Wilford, we've already sent Richard on his way, and for those of you watching the live stream, as I say, continue watching, and you will be able to get the post-match reaction shortly. And mostly thanks, of course, to all of you for being there, for listening, and for those of you that got in touch, many, many thanks. From us all at Trent Bridge, we wish you a very good night. We'll speak to you in the morning.
Tom, I suppose there's no hiding from the fact it's been a difficult couple of days, but today was a good show of resistance.
Yeah, definitely. I think, it's been, Warwickshire played really well against us. We've probably not been at our best, and we've got a fight in our hands, and that's where we're at. I think, the way the lads fronted up today, after a tough start, I think, we can't beat around the bush. It's, we're up against it, but the way Joey, they're walking off 100 not out, come back tomorrow and maul, other lads in periods of play, trying to, get stuck in and fight for, what's obviously, hopefully we take a draw from this game. We'll front up tomorrow, be back and ready to keep scrapping away to try and get that result.
Let's start with that first innings. What do you put that score down to ultimately? Was it a case of them bowling well, or do you look at yourselves as well?
Yeah, I think we just they've outplayed us so far in the game. I think from day one really we probably didn't bowl as well as we would have liked on that wicket, and I think when it came to batting after them piling some runs on and keeping us out there in sort of hot weather, I think they came at us hard and got early wickets and made it tough for us. So we've put that behind us now. That's what's happened, and ultimately now what's in front of us is tomorrow, and we've got about 3 sessions, and starting off with Joey and Maul, and we'll be right behind them, and then the likes of myself and Calvin and coming in, we'll be fighting all the way to the end to get that result.
And you face more balls than anyone in that first innings. What does it require of you when you're faced with a situation like that, when you've got potentially a long time ahead of you to bat?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of you've got to try and put the scoreboard out of your mind if you can. It's that far away. Coming to the start of this morning, 2 days of cricket is a long time. So you've still got to play the game that's in front of you. You've still got to look to be positive where you can. You can't just sit around and let them bowl at you. So you've still got to be able to put some pressure on of our own. But it's just finding your way. I think they're going to throw different challenges at us, and each individual will have their style and method, and we'll back that as a dressing room and try and get over the line.
Is that a difficult thing to do, to almost ignore the scoreboard and play just the bowler that's in front of you, less so the sort of match situation?
Yeah, 100%, and I think it's what comes with the territory of being behind the 8 ball in a 4-day fixture. I think the saying scoreboard pressure that's where it comes from. So they'll definitely try and expose that and keep reminding you and use that to their advantage. But we've got some lads who have played a lot of cricket, and to just block that out and mentally get in your own bubble, and the 2 lads out there each time trying to build a partnership, take it down in overs and sessions, and hopefully get towards that.
And clearly there was one sort of notable positive in Joe Clark reaching another 100. How well did he play, and I suppose what skills did he show to bat through that session?
Yeah, I think that's Joe at his best. What we've seen today is he didn't lose any sort of his natural attacking intent. But that's watching Joe play like that, it's very pleasing on the eye for everyone to watch. He's in full flow, and all of his rhythms and stuff like that look great. So hopefully a full day of that again tomorrow will be lovely to watch, and good night's sleep for him and back again.
And that positivity that you mentioned earlier that Joe showed as well, is that sort of what keeps you in rhythm when you are out in the middle as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's great as well for the next batters in to watch someone playing with that free flowing spirit and the way he has. It's great to see that when you're coming in next and gives other batters confidence. So there's definitely runs to be had out there, and we've got to graft, and they're going to set some tough fields and stuff like that, but we'll definitely be giving it everything tomorrow, that's for sure.
Yeah, clearly a big day ahead. If and when you do get out there, what is your approach going to be? How do you break it down into little chunks?
Yeah, just that really, session by session, ball by ball, really taking it each ball at a time, and trying to strip it right back down to that very next ball and build a partnership with whoever you're with. And I think when it comes to stuff like this, you can't get too far ahead of yourself. You've got to stay in the here and now, and I think that's what, if everyone does that and you give 100% to spend as much time as you can out there, then that's all you can ask for.
And finally, I suppose very importantly, actually, I suppose cricket's put into context a little bit with what's happened in Nottingham this morning. Sort of what's the mood in the dressing room been like, and the solidarity shown to what has happened.
Yeah, obviously devastating news, and what's happened with the city today, and all the lads. Our hearts go out to everyone who's affected by it. So yeah, it's a sad day for Nottingham, but we send our condolences out.
Thanks, Tom.